Chapter 1677. When Kusi opened the spatial passage, he secretly schemed against the humans. Although Yi Ming had already probed the small world with his spiritual senses at the last moment. However, in terms of understanding space, even 10 Yi Mings could not compare to one Kusi. Therefore, as Yi Ming continued to experiment, the 9th-level powerhouses disappeared one after another. They either stepped into the space and arrived thousands of meters away, or directly crossed dozens of miles, hundreds of miles, or even thousands of miles. Just now, Yi Ming was certain that it was the passage. Su Ho blasted it open with one blow, and then disappeared without a trace. He did not know how many miles he had teleported to. Yi Ming was very depressed. Wharton, who was beside him, kept twitching his eyes. He had been teleported several times, and really did not want to waste any more time. However, Su Ho had not returned yet, and so had the other 9th level. It seemed that when Yi Ming was full of confidence again, it was time for him to step forward and experiment. Fortunately, because of Su Ho's teleportation, Yi Ming was much more cautious. This time, he looked at the many spaces in front of him and did not speak for a long time. However, at this moment, the space in front of them suddenly opened out of thin air, and another world appeared in front of the two of them. The two of them did not do anything, but the other world opened. The first thing that appeared on their faces was confusion. In this confusion, they saw the corresponding Zichun at the passage of the small world. That's right, it was Zichun. This was because Zichen also saw the two of them, and his pupils constricted slightly. Hurry! Yi Ming opened his mouth and wanted to shout for them to go in quickly. Of course, this sentence was shouted at Wharton. Unfortunately, it was a little too late. Or rather, Wharton's reaction was too slow. Just as Wharton was at a loss and a second stunned expression appeared on his face, Zichen in their line of sight made his move. His move was very simple. He just exerted force, clenched his fist, and threw a punch. Across the passage, the two of them saw a golden fist light with a powerful aura pass through the space passage. In the space passage that had just been opened, the power of space became very unstable, and there was spatial chaos and time disorder in it. Their expressions changed drastically, but they could only put up a defense. The golden fist light passed through the space passage and exploded in front of the two of them. Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard. Golden energy surged, and a violent wave of air directly sent the two of them flying. Wherever the air wave passed, the two of them directly flew backward, and their line of sight was getting farther and farther away from the passage. It was not easy to open a passage, but it was easy to close it. The two of them thought at the same time that they were done for. If they wanted to find this passageway again, who knew how long it would take? Suddenly, a bald, brawny man appeared in their line of sight. He was wearing high defense armor and was standing outside the passage, blocking the violent energy. It was Su Ho, the Su Ho on the 3 lists. It was said that he was the strongest person in 1,000 years. The two of them immediately relaxed. As long as Su Ho was there should be no problem guarding the passage. As for why he didn't enter, in this situation where space and time were in chaos, even the awakened pure-blooded Kusi of the soul-devouring clan would hesitate when facing this passageway. The two people who were flying backwards suddenly saw Su Ho's body begin to glow. That was the sign of accumulating power. At a time like this, shouldn't he be stabilizing the passageway? Why was he accumulating power to attack? The two of them quickly understood Su Ho's intentions. That unstable spatial passage had actually been forcefully closed by an external force. At this moment, no one could stop him. Since Su Ho chose to attack at this moment, he must have found out the source of the force that closed the passage and was ready to kill it. Su Ho used 3 breaths to accumulate power. Don't underestimate these 3 breaths. For someone like Su Ho, sometimes 1 breath could decide the outcome of a battle. At this moment, Su Ho used 3 breaths, which was enough to prove that the attack he was about to launch was one of his top attacks. After 3 breaths, a ball of light the size of a human head appeared in front of Su Ho. The ball of light was filled with violent energy. He shook his hands, and the ball of light passed through the shrinking passageway and flew toward the small world. Then, the two of them saw a golden figure suddenly rush out of the small world. He actually stood opposite the ball of light, obviously ready to block it. He can block it, Wharton thought to himself. Idiot who seeks his own death. Yiming smiled coldly. Then, the two of them who were sent flying fell diagonally to the ground. They could no longer see anything. At this moment, Su Ho was still staring at the ball of light. Kusi ran, and Manshur and the rest went to chase after him. However, at the last moment, Kusi opened the space passageway. Seeing Wharton and Yiming's figures appear outside, Zichen knew that he could not chase after them. Once the human army came in, this small world would probably be destroyed. At this moment, Mu Mu, who first sensed the abnormality, sent a voice transmission to Zichen. Zichen attacked without hesitation. This was the main reason why he was faster than the two of them. In his sight, Wharton and Yiming were sent flying by his punch. The space passageway was no longer stable. Zichen had achieved his goal. However, before Zichen could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw a bald, brawny man. As a famous powerhouse among the humans, Zichen naturally would not forget Su Ho. The two of them would have to fight eventually. Standing outside the passageway, Su Ho blocked most of the violent energy. He looked very relaxed, as expected of a powerhouse on the list. As soon as he appeared outside the passageway, he sensed everything that happened in this world. A beam of light immediately appeared in front of his chest. Almost in an instant, he made the most correct choice. He gathered his strength to attack, not a casual attack. Mu Mu's second voice transmission was sent out as Su Ho gathered his strength, but it was slightly later than Su Ho. He's locked onto me. The next attack will definitely kill me. Mu Mu, who had returned to the 9th level, naturally could not be wrong. He said that Su Ho's next attack could kill him, so he would definitely be able to kill him. Zichen nodded heavily and did not say anything. Mu Mu did not continue to transmit his voice. He did not escape either. He still controlled the borrowed time power and forcefully closed the world passageway. 3 breaths passed, but the spatial passageway was not completely closed. Su Ho's attack passed through the passageway and charged towards Mu Mu. Mu Mu was expressionless. His gaze was fixed on the spatial passageway that was getting smaller and smaller, as if he had ignored the attack that could kill him. Zichen suddenly jumped up and used his body to block the tyrannical light ball. Boundless golden light erupted from his body as wave after wave of powerful energy surged out. Amidst the golden light, silver light flashed out. At this moment, the gold and silver light was circulating on the surface of Zichen's body. It was very tyrannical. A light shield that contained the power of yin and yang first appeared on the surface of Zichen's body. The power of yin and yang rotated according to a certain trajectory and reached a certain balance. It would not explode immediately. This was the strongest defense that Zichen could maintain at the moment. After all, he was not a monk and did not have the strongest defense in the world. After maintaining the defense, Zichen looked ahead. It was not where the light ball was, but where Su Ho was standing. Su Ho was also looking at Zichen. There was a faint mockery on his indifferent expression. Zichen looked at him calmly. At this moment, this expression was completely provocative. Before the two of them could change their expressions, the light ball that contained the tyrannical power arrived in front of Zichen. Hiss! With a soft sound, the two forces began to clash. The path of the light ball was blocked by Zichen's defense. During this time, the light ball released its tyrannical power, while the defense on the surface of Zichen's body continued to rotate. In the process of rotation, the power of yin and yang balance was rapidly depleted. Of course, the tyrannical power that the light ball emitted was also being dissolved. When the powerful attack collided with the yin and yang defense, there was no violent explosion. There were only ripples that spread out. These ripples had already affected the space, causing the spatial power to be completely chaotic. At this moment, even if a 9th-tier cultivator came forward, his body would be instantly torn apart by these spreading ripples. Within Zichen's body, the power of yin and yang was frantically replenishing the depleted energy, but the defense on the surface of his body was still weakening. This was because Su Ho's attack was simply too powerful. It was ridiculously powerful. Every time they clashed, there would be a ripple. Zichen had expended a lot of energy for this, but at the same time, the tyrannical power in the light ball would weaken a little. Even if this weakening of the tyrannical power was negligible, it was still decreasing. The light ball was still charging forward, while Zichun was retreating. In fact, he had not moved at all. It was the power of the light ball that was causing him to retreat. Wherever his feet passed, 2 deep marks would appear in the space, as if the ground had been plowed. Zichun's forehead was already covered in cold sweat, but his expression was still calm. The sneer on Suho's face was even more obvious. Zichun retreated again and finally retreated to a place not far from the tomb. The defense on the surface of his body had finally reached its limit and dissipated. Suho looked at the light ball moving forward with a smug smile. But in the next moment, this smirk disappeared. Zichun was still standing there, but this time, his body began to shine with pure silver light. At the position of his heart, 8 Xing Chun appeared. Within each of the Xing Chun, there was a 4-stroke rune. Previously, it was an energy defense. Next, Zichun used his physical defense. This was Zichun's last trump card, but it seemed to be able to block Suho's attack. Therefore, when he looked at Suho's calm face, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. The sneer on Suho's face finally turned into anger. This was not because of Zichun's physical defense, but because of this smile. In his opinion, this was mockery. Zichun was mocking his lack of attack. As a powerhouse on the list, known as the most powerful person in the past 1,000 years, how could he not be angry when he was mocked by a little guy of the 8th tier? He was angry, so he did not wait any longer. He shouted a word angrily. Explode. The light ball that was originally advancing courageously, and the tyrannical power contained in it was only slowly dissipating. But after Suho shouted this word, the light ball directly exploded. The tyrannical power completely filled Suho's vision, completely drowning Zichun, and then spreading in all directions. The whole world was trembling because of the light ball's explosion. The light ball exploded. Was Zichun alive or dead? No one saw it, and of course no one knew. Chapter 1678. In the second city of Imperial Sky City, there were 8th-level cultivators. Back when the Dax race had conquered the 7th-layer city, they had come here, but they had been stopped by the human army outside the city. Compared to the 7th-level city, there were more experts in this 8th-level city. In this city, there was also a towering pitch-black stone board. Standing anywhere in the city, as long as one raised their head, they would be able to see this board. This was the Honorable 8th-level General Board. Only 100 people could make it on the board. The Board of Generals was different from the Board of Soldiers. The former required one to kill enemies to earn contribution points. However, the Board of Generals was different. It didn't ask for contribution points, only battle prowess. If one's battle prowess reached a certain level, they would be recognized by the Board of Generals and enter the board. Therefore, many 8th-level cultivators would gather here every day. They dreamed of one day being able to make it on the board. Even if it was the last 100th place, it would still represent supreme glory. As for Long Fei's position in the first place, they didn't even dare to think about it. Every day, many cultivators would stand below the Board of Generals and attack with all their might. The Board of Generals would absorb this power and differentiate them to see if they were qualified to make it on the board. This happened every day, but the board had never changed in 1,000 years. Because Suho was too strong, it was too difficult to push his position down. This directly caused the people who came later to lose their confidence in competing for the board. The reason why they came every day was 30% out of curiosity and 70% out of habit. On this day, as usual, everyone came to the Board of Generals and unleashed their strongest attacks one after another. Of course, the rankings wouldn't change. Next, a group of 8th-level cultivators would gather together and envy the experts on the board. Then, they would mock those who had just entered the 8th level and couldn't wait to come. They didn't even think about it. Back then, they seemed to have done the same. Just as they were talking, another 8th-level cultivator arrived outside the Board of Generals. This was a newcomer in the early stage of the 8th level. He looked at the black stone tablet and the golden board with curiosity and reverence. He was an expert on the board, but he didn't dare to show off because he knew very well that he was able to make it on the board because of Zichun, who was first on the board. If not for Zichun kicking everyone's name off the board, It would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for him to make it on the board with his contribution points. This time, he had come purely out of curiosity, but he still had some ideas in his mind. This was because he wanted to see if Zichen, who was rumored to be a god in 7-tier city, could create another miracle. Unfortunately, he was disappointed when he saw that Su Ho was in last place. As expected, Zichen did not create another miracle. Could it be that he was just like the rumors, a lucky bastard? After seeing the powerhouses on the ranking list, he was a little disappointed and prepared to leave. However, the mocking laughter that came from not too far away didn't stop for a long time. His mouth moved, wanting to say that he was only here to see, but no one would believe him even if he said that. Hearing those harsh mockery, there was some anger on his face. Fortunately, since he was here, he had to strike a blow no matter what. Otherwise, if he just left like this, he might be ridiculed even more. Thus, he stepped forward, gathered his strength, and unleashed a powerful attack. The attack that he thought was powerful was actually a joke in the eyes of the crowd, because there was no lack of existences at the peak of the 8th level present. His attack naturally attracted another round of mockery. The mocking laughter continued to rise and fall. Suddenly, the unchanging list trembled. This tremor directly caused the entire city to tremble. Around the list of generals, the laughter of the crowd stopped abruptly. All of them raised their heads and stared blankly at the towering black stone list. Because they were close, they could clearly feel that the tremor was coming from here. But the list trembled. Didn't that mean that someone had entered the list? But looking at that guy who was at a loss, he was only in the early stages of the 8th level. His attack was not strong at all. How could he enter the list? After the tremor, the list of generals exploded with golden light. All the names lit up. Change of list. It's really changing list. Heavens, the list that hasn't changed for 1,000 years is finally changing. The crowd's exclamations continued to rise and fall. The dazzling list attracted even more 8th level powerhouses. Is it me? I've entered the list. The early stage 8th level powerhouse looked at the dazzling list, feeling like he was in a dream. The other powerhouses came, and after knowing the whole story, they all looked at the early stage 8th level powerhouse, their faces full of suspicion. It was this kind of guy that triggered the list. What kind of joke was this? He was only in the early stages of the 8th level. Puzzled, the crowd raised their heads and looked at the glowing list. As expected, the list changed from the last place. It meant that Su Ho's name began to emit golden light. This meant that Su Ho's past glory, but when the golden light reached an extreme, it slowly dimmed. This meant that a powerhouse had become a thing of the past, and a new generation of powerhouses was about to arrive. As Su Ho's name disappeared, everyone's eyes were fixed on the 100th place. Obviously, the name that appeared next would be the 100th place on the list of generals, becoming the first powerhouse to enter the list in 1,000 years. Under the anticipation of the crowd, that name appeared. At first, it was very dim, but then it became brighter and brighter, until it finally shone with golden light. Everyone saw that name clearly. Zichen. It's him, it's Zichen. The early stage 8th level powerhouse who was very excited earlier. When he saw that the name was not his, he was somewhat disappointed, but when he saw that the name on the list was actually Zichen, he became excited again. He has indeed entered the list. He is indeed a powerful existence. Definitely not what the rumors say. He was only at the early stage of the 8th level and was too far away from entering the list. So at this moment, he was not jealous at all, but firmly believed in his guess. Who is Zichen? Where did this powerhouse come from? Why have I never heard of him? Zichen, I seem to have heard of him somewhere. It's somewhat familiar. The first place on the soldier ranking seems to be called Zichen. Could it be that Zichen who is first on the soldier ranking? The first place on the soldier ranking, yes, that person is called Zichen. For a time, there was constant discussion. Although it was only the soldier ranking, many 8th level powerhouses had heard of Zichen's name. Among them, there were a few who had fought side by side with Zichen and knew how powerful Zichen's battle prowess was. A veteran who had participated in the siege of the city said, "It must be him. Back then, when I fought side by side with Zichen, he was only at the middle stage of the 7th level, but he could instantly kill an 8th level alien. With such battle prowess, Once he reaches the 8th level, he can indeed enter the list, but he disappeared for so long without any news. Why did he suddenly enter the list? That's right. He can enter the list without coming to test his strength. Have you heard of such a situation? Could it be that there is a problem with the list? Many cultivators were puzzled, and some of them went up to launch powerful attacks, but it was useless. In the field, an old man said, "Not all powerhouses on the list need to come here." Old man, what do you mean? Could it be that there is a way to enter the list without coming here? Don't tell me it's by using contribution points. Faced with this intentional mockery, the old man was not angry, but shook his head and said seriously, "Do you see the first name on the list? It is said that when Lord Long Fei entered the list for the first time, he did not come here to test his strength, but fought his way out." Fought his way out. This list can still be fought. Everyone was puzzled, and they all gathered in front of the old man to listen to his detailed explanation. Even that 8th-level early-stage expert who had been mistakenly thought to have entered the list walked over and sat to one side to listen quietly. Back then, no one knew why Lord Long Fei entered the list, but after a chat, everyone learned of the situation, and also learned of another way to enter the list. Everyone listened quietly, and the old man paused for a moment, then said, "That is to fight with an existence on the list." Fight with an existence on the list. Hearing this, everyone could not help but be stunned, and fell into deep thought. One of them could not help but snort. I say, "Old man, what nonsense are you spouting? Right now, the weakest person on the list is Lord Su-ho, but he has long since reached the peak of the 9th level. Don't tell me you think that Zichen fought with Lord Su-ho, or that Zichen defeated Lord Su-ho." The old man chuckled. Of course it's impossible to defeat him. If Zichen had this strength, then he would have entered the list of commanders. I did not say that he defeated him, only that they fought. What do you mean? The previous person was very confused. As long as they fought, the world's laws would naturally be able to sense the upper limit of the two's strength. If Zichen fought with Su-ho, then the world's laws would be able to detect Zichen's strength. If his strength was stronger than Su-ho's, then he would naturally enter the list. Everyone listened attentively, and no one noticed that when the old man called Long Fei Lord, he called Su-ho by his name. If that's the case, then the current Zichen is already stronger than Lord Su-ho's. Then what level is he? 9th level? Haha. The old man laughed, but did not say anything. If he was 9th level, then he would not have entered the list. That's not right. Why would Lord Su-ho want to fight with Zichen? They are both experts of the human race. How could they be enemies? Could it be that the two of them were exchanging pointers, and Lord Su-ho wanted to help Zichen? Idiot. Even if Lord Su-ho wanted to help him, do you think the list is for decoration? Anyone can enter it if they want to. No one knew why Lord Su-ho wanted to fight with Zichen. Even if some of them knew, they did not dare discuss the matter. The crowd dispersed one after another. Only the old man looked at the list with nostalgia and a gratified smile. Early 8th level felt that the old man should have his own story, but he did not dare ask. Just as the list was in an uproar, Su-ho happened to return to the city with his men. After the spatial passageway closed, it never opened again. Yiming also lost his perception of the wisp of spiritual will. Everyone waited for a few more days, but there was no result. They had no choice but to return. As soon as the group arrived at the city gate, a cultivator came before Su-ho and said, "Lord, 5 days ago, Zichen's name suddenly appeared on the list." Su-ho, whose expression was already gloomy, turned even uglier when he heard that. Clearly, Zichen had entered the list and pushed him down. Thinking about it, it happened 5 days ago. Wasn't that when he fought with Zichen? This guy actually blocked one of my attacks and didn't die. Chapter 1679. The ranking of generals had not changed for a long time. Su-ho was pushed down from the 100th position, while Zichen successfully entered the 100th position. When the news spread, it immediately caused a commotion. Even if Zichen was useless, he was equivalent to the next Su-ho, another person on the list. Unfortunately, Zichen didn't know what happened in the outside world, nor did he know about the discussions. That day, he did block Su-ho's attack, but he was seriously injured. As a result, Zichen took half a year to recover from his injuries. However, Suho's attack gave Zichun a lot of feelings. After that, Zichun went into seclusion for half a year and improved a lot. Although he didn't break through the 9th level, he touched the 9th level barrier. It was only a matter of time before he broke through. After coming out of seclusion, Zichun gathered everyone for a meeting. Have you found any traces of the Soul Eater clan? Zichun looked at Moo Moo and asked. No. Moo Moo shook his head. That guy's injuries are very serious. Even if he broke through to the 9th layer, he would still need some time to heal. Counting the time, only 5 days have passed in the outside world. His injuries won't heal that quickly, Zichun said calmly. Viper, who had entered the 9th level, sat aside and said after a while, we don't have many resources left. It's time to exchange for resources. Zichun heard and smiled faintly. This time, we don't need to exchange for resources. What do you mean? Everyone looked at Zichun in confusion. A few people guessed the reason, and their eyes lit up. Zichun said indifferently, they have been oppressing us too much these years, and it's getting worse and worse. They keep giving and enduring. It's time for us to reap some benefits. We're finally going to get back our dignity. We've been waiting for this day for a long time. Manshur and the others shouted excitedly. It was time to get back the humiliation and losses they've suffered over the years. Mumu asked, do you need backup? Zichun waved his hand. No need. This is a battle between us and the Alliance. Once you participate, the nature of the battle will be different. When do we leave? Manshur and the others stood up. The Soul Eater clan may come at any time. We'll leave now. As they spoke, the 12 of them stood up and walked toward the teleportation array. The 12 of them dared to go against the entire Alliance. Viper was still in disbelief even after they left. Confrontation is one thing. I think the most important thing is that they want to use the battle to find an opportunity to break through. Tombkeeper said in a deep voice, perhaps when they return, they will give us a big surprise. Schenker, we're under more and more pressure. We're running short of all kinds of resources. There's nothing to gain now. A middle-aged man in the 8th level stood moo 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 moo. Speaking of which, those old men with high statuses were no longer coming. They had already figured out the ins and outs of Zichun's group. As long as they proposed to increase the benefits and exert some pressure, they would definitely be able to get what they wanted. How much do you want this time? Schenker stopped what he was doing and looked up at them. Moo 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 moo. 8 times the profit, and you call it a big loss. You're really greedy. Old Schenker looked at the middle-aged man. Schenker, you're wrong. How can we be greedy? We're just forced by the situation. This time, 10 times the profit, under great pressure, we may not be able to gain anything. I've heard about Suho's failure. Zichun is already on the ranking of generals. You really don't leave any way out for yourselves. Old Schenker shook his head. It's just the ranking of generals. Suho is an expert on the ranking of commanders. So what? He's still a dog of the Wang family. The middle-aged man sneered. Seeing the man's expression, Schenker could guess the attitude of the 5 forces. He said indifferently, well, I'll definitely pass on the message. Well, no need. He's already here. You can go and tell him yourself. Schenker had already sensed the spatial fluctuations. This time, the spatial fluctuations were very intense. It seemed that Zichun was not the only one who had come. Well, I'll wait for him here. I'd like to see who this expert who just pushed Suho down from the ranking of generals is. The middle-aged man sat down, his attitude very arrogant. Zichun and the others walked in from the back door. After killing giant dragons for over 100 years, even if they did not deliberately release their aura, they naturally exuded a murderous aura around them. Before they arrived, a murderous aura rushed toward them. The middle-aged man in the late 8th layer sensed this murderous aura and his expression changed. As soon as he looked up, he seemed to see a murderous giant dragon rushing toward him. The 8th layer cultivator jumped to his feet, his face full of shock and his expression very alert. Zichun and the others walked out, ignoring the overreacting 8th layer cultivator. Instead, they said to Schenker, "Old man, long time no see. Isn't it just a dozen days?" Schenker said indifferently, not appreciating the gesture, I thought it had been a long time. Zichen smiled. Shenker glanced at the 8th layer cultivator, then looked up at Zichen and said, I can feel the murderous aura. It seems that you came prepared. Your perception is very sharp, worthy of praise. Zichen gave Shenker a thumbs up. You're Zichen. You're here to make a deal, right? This time, the benefits of the deal have changed. We want 12 times. Being ignored like this, the middle-aged man felt angry and deliberately raised the price. Zichen turned around, looked at the middle-aged man who looked like an idiot, and asked, Who are you? I'm from the Bai family, however. Before the middle-aged man finished speaking, Zichen interrupted him and said, All right, it's enough that I know which family you're from. As for the rest, forget about it. What did you just say? 12 times the benefits? You're really greedy. Go back and tell those old bastards that I'm not going to make a deal with you. Also, tell those old bastards to wait. I'll visit them one by one. How dare you? Who are you to be so disrespectful to the elders? The middle-aged man glared at Zichen with a face full of anger. Idiot, get the hell out of here. Zichen glanced at the late-stage 8th divine transformation realm disdainfully and was too lazy to pay attention to him. He turned around and said to Shenker, Old man, thank you for your help during this time. Now, you don't have to suffer in silence. Now, tell me which shops in this city belong to the 5 major families. What are you going to do? Shenker looked at Zichen. The middle-aged man also looked at Zichen, but unfortunately, he couldn't hear the rest of the words, because Manshur had already stepped forward, grabbed him by the neck, and directly threw him out of the door. Zichen, who was smiling a moment ago, turned cold in the next moment and said in a cold voice, I'm going to take back the benefits that have been blackmailed for more than 100 years. Shenker looked at Zichen, and Zichen stared at Shenker. In the end, Shenker was defeated. After glancing at the 11 people, Shenker said, Since you're so confident, I'll trust you one more time. While speaking, Shenker took out 3 pieces of brocade, on which detailed maps were engraved. After looking through the 3 pieces of brocade, Zichen glared at him and said, You old bastard, you've been waiting for this day for a long time, haven't you? Old man Shenker said, Back then, I was also a famous man. How could I be bullied by a bunch of rascals? Boy, it's up to you to vent my anger. How can I just vent my anger? This time, I'll give you half of the benefits that I've taken back, said Zichen. Boy, you do have a conscience. Get out of here. I'll wait for your good news. Zichen put away 2 of the pieces of brocade and took out the 3rd piece, on which some shops were marked. They were all the properties of the 5 major families. After walking out of Shenker's restaurant, Zichen pointed at a 4-story shop and said, That's the property of the Zhao family. 2 people are enough. I'll do it. I'll do it. Manshur and Wuxie spoke at the same time. The 2 of them stepped forward at the same time, but after taking a few steps, Wuxie turned around and asked, Is there a limit? A cold killing intent flashed in Zichen's eyes, and he said, No. After this incident, he had completely seen through this alliance. For the sake of benefits, they would do anything. Since they had decided to make a scene, Zichen had no scruples. Okay. The 2 of them shouted in unison and entered the shop with killing intent. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, the 2 of them entered the shop. The next moment, the sound of energy vibrating was heard, followed by battle cries. In a place like this, Zichen didn't need to worry about the 2 of them at all. He turned around and led the others to the end of the street. After walking for about 5 miles, Zichen pointed at the 2nd shop and said, This one belongs to the Bai family. Don't be shy. Shindao and Hidden Mist walked out and went straight to the shop. Then they went to the 3rd shop, the 4th shop, and in the blink of an eye, 8 people left. Now there were only 3 people, and Zichen left. Of course, the 3 of them were the 3 girls. It seemed that girls were too embarrassed to do such a thing. Zichen could only lead them to the last shop. This was the Wang family's shop, and it wasn't small. Zichen walked in. What do you want to buy? A level 7 female cultivator stepped forward, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. That was because there were 3 beautiful women following behind Zichen. In the battlefield of despair, it was very rare to see such beautiful women. Zichen smiled gently and said, We're here to rob this shop? The female cultivator was stunned. She looked up and down at the gentle young man Zichun, but she was wondering why he would make such a joke. Zichun stepped forward and stopped close to the female cultivator. Feeling the young man's breathing, the female cultivator panicked and looked at Zichun timidly. Zichun patted the female cultivator's shoulder and said, "Now, please close the door." Not caring if the female cultivator would do as he said, Zichun walked into the shop and said, "Everyone, I want everything in this shop." All the cultivators present were stunned. The shopkeeper glanced at Zichun in astonishment and said, "Young man, do you know the price you will have to pay for what you just said?" Zichun smiled faintly and said, "I want everything here. As for the price, since I, Zichun, dared to ask, I can naturally pay." Zichun, the number 1 soldier Zichun. He's Zichun, the first person to take long phase position in 10,000 years. For a moment, all the customers in the shop looked at Zichun in shock. When the shopkeeper heard this, his expression changed drastically, and he immediately pressed the alarm next to him. Chapter 1680. As the shopkeeper, he was well aware of the weight of Zichun's name. Back then, before the invasion of the foreign races, he had already heard of this name and had sent people to secretly monitor him. Although he didn't know the real reason why the family was paying attention to Zichun, he could tell from the news that the family wanted to kill Zichun. In fact, several operations against Zichun had been planned from this shop. The shopkeeper had never seen Zichun before, but this name was like thunder to his ears. At this moment, when he heard that Zichun had introduced himself and asked for all the goods, he knew that something was wrong. It was obvious that Zichun's demand was not based on the usual method of purchasing. Even if he bought, how could Zichun's wealth compare to this shop? How could he buy everything in the shop? The female cultivator from before was stunned. Although she hadn't been in this shop for long, it didn't prevent her from hearing the name Zichun. He was the number 1 on the soldier ranking, the greatest glory of this city. Although in private, people said that Zichun was lucky, she insisted that luck was also a kind of strength. She wasn't from the Wang family, so she naturally didn't know about the conflict between Zichun and the Wang family. At this moment, she just stared at Zichun in a daze, unable to hide her excitement. Zichun was definitely a big shot here, and not everyone could see him. "Old man, please make way." Zichun glanced at the shopkeeper and guessed something from his constantly changing expression and attitude. Fortunately, he didn't hold back. How could a mere 7th-tier cultivator be Zichun's opponent? He stepped forward, grabbed the shopkeeper, and threw him out without any mercy. The other customers around, hearing Zichun's name, were so scared that they didn't dare to move, let alone stop him. After throwing the shopkeeper out and finding that no one moved, Zichun turned to look at the 3 women, a little puzzled. The 3 of them looked at Zichun without saying a word. Obviously, in such a situation where everyone was looking at them, it would be very detrimental to their image to let the 3 delicate beauties do the dry cleaning. Delicate? Zichun was skeptical when he used these words on the 3 women. The Wang clan's shop wasn't small. It would take him a long time to search it all by himself. Moreover, there was definitely a treasure trove here. There were many things piled up inside. Even though there were 4 people in his team, they might not be faster than Manshur and the others. Thus, he turned around and smiled faintly. Cultivating every day and dressing up appropriately isn't a bad idea. There should be many good things here that suit you. The 3 of them weren't idiots. Of course they wouldn't believe it. Moreover, how could there be anything suitable for their level in such a rundown place? Zichun continued, "Of course, there's no equipment that suits you, but there are plenty of small accessories. If you're lucky, you might be able to find something that can help you maintain your youthful appearance." The 3 calm women's expressions changed slightly. No woman could resist the temptation of beauty, especially those beautiful women. Even if they knew that the possibility of getting something good here was not high, they still moved. The woman was very meticulous, so the search went very smoothly. "Who are you? Get out of the way." During this time, some shop guards also rushed over. However, most of them were in the late stage of the 7th tier, so they couldn't do anything. With a wave of his sleeve, Zichun directly swept away the people who came over. It was really too easy for him, who was at the peak of the 8th tier, to ransack this place. Why haven't the city guards come yet? The shopkeepers stood together with the other shop staff, looking somewhat anxious. One had to know that many of those guards had close ties with the Wang clan. At this moment, when they heard the alarm, they should have arrived long ago. However, the shopkeeper didn't know that the alarm was not only ringing in his shop. The alarm was also ringing in the other 4 shops. As long-established forces, the other 4 shops occupied more advantageous positions. Relatively speaking, the guards arrived first. However, it was useless. However many people rushed in, they would be thrown out. How could they, who had just entered the 9th tier, be a match for the experienced guards? Damn it! This is rebellion. Rebellion. Men, gather all the guards in the city. The leader of the guards who was thrown out crawled up and said with a livid expression, because the city was lost last time, the city lord couldn't absolve himself from the blame. As a result, this city didn't have a new city lord, so the leader of the guards had a lot of power. In front of so many 7th tier cultivators, they were thrown out by 2 8th tier cultivators. It was really embarrassing. For a moment, all kinds of signals were shot into the sky, and all the guards in the city moved. A 9th tier guard looked at the shop in front of him and said, "Sir, what should we do now? Are we going to let them ransack it?" The leader of the guards said unhappily, "What else can we do? Didn't you see the corpses on the ground just now? If we go in again, we'll die." Then, the guard's expression changed. Obviously, he knew that this shop had a strong background. "Don't worry, they won't be able to get out." The leader of the guards was very confident. All the 9 layers of guards in the city began to move, each of them surging with killing intent as they flew in the direction of the 5 shops. When the other cultivators in the city saw this, they also curiously surrounded them. "What happened?" "I don't know. It seems like someone ransacked the shops." "It's the foreign race." "No. It's said that it's Zichun, the first on the soldier ranking." "Zichun? How is this possible? Why is he ransacking human shops?" More and more cultivators rushed over. When they heard that Zichun had ransacked the shops, they all found it hard to believe. However, looking at the guards outside the shops who only surrounded them and didn't attack, they could guess that it was indeed Zichun. Only Zichun, who was now first on the soldier ranking and 100th on the general ranking, could make so many guards afraid. Wuxia and Manshur spent a full 15 minutes, beating, killing, and threatening at the same time, taking away everything in the Zhao family's shop. In addition to the interspatial bags that they had on them, they had enough to take away everything in the shop. When they walked out of the shop and saw the 9th tier guards, Manshur snorted in disdain. Although they were all in the 9th tier, they might not have all advanced here. Some of them came in at the 9th tier and didn't really fight with the foreign race. As for their real combat power, they were not even comparable to some 8th tier cultivators. The murderous aura around him surged, and the guards' expressions changed drastically. They subconsciously stepped back with pale faces. Manshur followed Wuxia and walked forward. 5 of them dared to stop him. Shuntian and the others were not slow either. As soon as Manshur and Zhao Zhuge walked over, they saw the 2 of them walking out of the shop. They didn't need to use their spiritual senses to know where Zichun was, so they walked to the next shop surrounded by guards. They didn't dare to make a move when there were only 2 of them. Now that everyone was gathered together, the guards didn't dare to make a move rashly. Soon, the 8 of them gathered and walked to the shop where the Wang family was. At this time, the 3 girls had just finished collecting the items in the shop, and Zichun was still asking for the location of the treasure vault. Thinking back to the guards who were easily thrown out, everyone trembled and didn't have the slightest determination to resist. Many guards appeared, but they didn't dare to come in. They just surrounded the shop, obviously afraid. If even the guards were afraid, how could they not be afraid? However, the old shopkeeper of the Wang family was very stubborn. He gritted his teeth and didn't say anything. His gaze was fixed on Zichun. "Do you still need to ask? Just search his soul." At this moment, the dark mantle and the others walked in. For a moment, the murderous aura in the hall became very dense. Some people who were worried directly fell to the ground in fright. After the dark mantle came in, they directly grabbed the old shopkeeper and began to search his soul by force. A blood-curdling scream was heard. The old shopkeeper's whole body was trembling involuntarily. Looking at the old shopkeeper and the cold and emotionless expression of the dark mantle, the female practitioner felt that compared to these latecomers, Zichen, who was first on the soldier ranking, was very kind in his conduct. The scream lasted for a full minute before the dark mantle threw the old shopkeeper away. The latter's eyes were dull, like a soulless zombie. This old thing is really bad. During this period, he gathered people to scheme against you several times. They were all quite insidious. Moreover, this is a stronghold. Those people from the Wang family who schemed against you are all staying here. The dark mantle said indifferently. Many people's expressions changed when they heard this. Only now did they understand that there was actually another reason for Zichen to suddenly come and rob. Then, the dark mantle turned and went deeper into the shop. Obviously, he was going to retrieve the items in the treasury. After a while, the dark mantle returned and nodded at Zichen. The group of 12 people turned and walked out of the shop. At this moment, over 100 guards of the 9th level were gathered outside the shop. Among them, there were 5 guard leaders. All of them were at the mid-9th level, and their combat strength wasn't weak. Zichen, do you know what you are doing? Seeing Zichen come out with people, one of the guard leaders said coldly. Zichen smiled faintly and said, "Of course I know. By doing this, you are making an enemy of the humans of the Imperial Sky region." The guard leader said again, "Making an enemy of the humans of the Imperial Sky region?" Zichen's expression turned cold when he heard this. Are you going to tell me that making an enemy of the humans is the same as making an enemy of a foreign race? The guard leader wanted to nod because that was indeed the case. However, he didn't know why, but when he saw Zichen's cold gaze, he didn't say what he was going to say. Instead, he fell into silence. I don't know if you have gathered all the guards here, but I am sure that many of you have seen the soul-devouring clan enter the city with your own eyes. Some of you even provided shelter for that soul-devouring clan member. As soon as Zichen's voice fell, it immediately caused an uproar. The soul-devouring clan was a real foreign race. They were very powerful and were definitely an enemy of the humans. If what Zichen said was true, didn't that mean that someone in the city was colluding with the soul-devouring clan? For a moment, the gazes of many cultivators fell on the guards of the 9th level. This made the guards very uncomfortable. The guard leader was about to say something, but Zichen waved his hand and said, "You don't have to be in a hurry to deny it, and don't try to shirk responsibility. I don't want to pursue this matter because it's meaningless. This time, my target is the Imperial Sky Alliance, not you guys. So, get out of my way quickly. Who do you think you are to retreat just because you say so?" Another guard leader said coldly. "Wu Xie." Zichen called out softly. Chapter 1681. Holding the bloody head in his hand, Wu Xie said disdainfully, "This fellow jumped out on his own before we even thought about killing him. Does he really think we are decorations? We can't even sense such an obvious killing intent." The head in Wu Xie's hand belonged to a guard leader. He was a middle-stage 9th layer expert, a genuine expert. However, before Wu Xie, he could not even block a single blow and was beheaded. Since the other party dared to speak, he was naturally prepared to fight. Unfortunately, it was useless. When the guards saw this, they felt a chill in their hearts. A few people who knew what was going on subconsciously looked in other directions. The guard leader who spoke turned his head to look at the other 3. The 3 of them shook their heads in confusion, indicating that they did not know anything. Clearly, the guard leader who died allowed the soul-devouring race to enter the city. Looking at the group of guards in front of him, Zichen said blandly, "Get out of the way. The best ending for you is to die on the battlefield against the non-human kind, not in some meaningless infighting." The group of guards hesitated. The guard leader from before gave Zichen a deep look and waved his hand, saying, "Disperse." The group of guards opened up a path, and Zichen walked forward. As for the other 9th layer guards who intentionally let the soul-devouring race in, Zichen could not be bothered with them. The group returned to Schenker's store. Old man Schenker welcomed Zichen with a smile. "Good lad. Today is really a good day for you." Zichen smiled faintly and said, "This is just the prelude. The real show has yet to begin." As they spoke, everyone opened their spatial pouches and poured out their items. In the blink of an eye, The small room was filled with all kinds of colorful materials. However, there were still many things in the spatial pouches. Schenker laughed and waved his sleeves. The materials in the entire room disappeared in an instant. Next, the dumping continued. This repeated several times until all the loot was emptied. This is just the interest, not the share. After saying that, Zichun led the group out of Schenker's little store and headed for the second Imperial Sky City. The weakest ones there were at least level 8, and the level 9 protectors were not as weak as here. What followed next would be a great battle. Damn it, this guy must be crazy. He dares to attack the 5 great clans with just the 12 of them? Lunatics, a bunch of lunatics. This middle-aged man was from the Bai clan, and was precisely the one who was thrown out of Schenker's little store by Manshur. He happened to see Zichun's crazy behavior, but fortunately, he didn't stupidly stop them. Instead, he quickly returned to the city to report. At the city gate, 9 guards recognized the middle-aged man from the Bai family. They greeted him familiarly, but the latter was in a bad mood. He ignored them and entered the city directly. Elder Zone was not in the city. Only a steward from the Bai family was in charge. "Uncle, something bad has happened." The middle-aged man came in from outside, looking very flustered. "Why are you so flustered?" The steward of the Bai family frowned, dissatisfaction written all over his face. "Uncle, that Zichun said he won't trade with us anymore. He even looted our Bai family's property." "What? Looted property? Where did you hear that?" The steward of the Bai family stood up abruptly. "I saw it with my own eyes. How can it be fake?" "Uncle, quickly call for help. I suspect that Zichun will soon bring people to loot our place." The middle-aged man appeared very anxious. "Tell me what happened first," the steward of the Bai family said. Then, the middle-aged man explained in detail what happened. After the steward of the Bai family heard it, he couldn't help but sneer. "They are merely 12 level 8 immortals. How dare they not put our Bai family in their eyes? Even Suho, an expert on the ranking list, wouldn't dare to be disrespectful to us." The middle-aged man said with a sullen face, "Uncle, he isn't just being disrespectful to our Bai family. He is being disrespectful to all the clans. I can feel that Zichun really wants to make a big fuss this time. He is coming for our alliance." The steward of the Bai family said coldly, "So what? At most, he is just another Suho. Could it be that he thinks of himself as another Long Fei?" Zichun wasn't Long Fei. He had never thought of himself as Long Fei. That was because Long Fei, who was famous back then, didn't have 11 capable experts following him. As an expert on the ranking list, Zichun's combat strength isn't weak. Why don't we let Suho deal with Zichun? Let them fight each other. I think Zichun will definitely die. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up as he suddenly said, "Suho has already left. I heard that he went to negotiate with the soul-devouring clan. He won't be back for now," the steward of the Bai family said angrily. "Then what should we do? Even without Suho, there are still others. I don't believe that a mere Zichun can ignore the rules." Zichun and his group of 12 people went directly to the second city. They were stopped at the foot of the city. It was the guards of the city. All of them were at the 9th level. They lined up in a row and blocked their way. Behind the army was a group of 8th level cultivators. At this moment, they all stuck their heads out and looked ahead curiously. In addition to some curious people, there were also people from the 5 major clans behind. They hid in the curious crowd and glanced coldly at Zichun and his group. "Halt your steps." A loud shout came from the front. A mid-9th level expert walked out of the group. Zichun and his group naturally wouldn't stop. Instead, they went straight ahead. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. He's Zichun, the one who pushed Suho's position down. Zichun, an expert on the ranking list. It's said that he was outside when he entered the ranking list, just like Lord Long Fei. Could it be that these guards are here to prevent Zichun from entering the city? There were many discussions in the crowd. "Take another step forward and you'll be killed without mercy." The guard shouted again. His expression was cold and his words were full of killing intent. Zichun halted his steps. He turned his gaze to the guard and asked, "What did you say earlier?" "I said, take another step forward and you'll be killed without mercy." The mid-9th level guard coldly spoke. This is a human city. Naturally, but I'm a human. Naturally, Zichen coldly spoke. Since this is a human city and I'm also a human, why are you bringing people here to block my way? Are you tired of living? That guard wasn't afraid at all. He calmly replied, Zichun, you should be very clear about what you have done in the Royal Sky City. You have broken the rules. Before the punishment is determined, I have the authority to stop you from entering. Zichun stared at the guard. Who wants to determine my punishment? You? Naturally, it's the strongest alliance in our Royal Sky region. The Royal Sky Alliance? That filthy alliance, what qualifications do they have to control me? After that, Zichun coldly spoke. Next, I'm going to enter the city. Whoever dares to obstruct me will be considered a foreign race in my eyes. I've never been courteous to foreign races. As the sound of his voice faded, Zichun stepped forward. Behind Zichun, Manshur and the others followed. The distance between both parties was less than 100 meters, and the distance was getting shorter and shorter. The guard raised his weapon and coldly spoke, Everyone, there's someone who forcefully entered the city and even slandered us. What do you all think we should do? Kill. Thunderous battle cries rang out. The distance between both parties was less than 50 meters. The eyes of the guard in the lead flashed with a cold light. Wielding a long spear, he rushed towards Zichun. Spear light flashed as his killing intent enveloped Zichun. Zichun had no expression on his face. He didn't slow down his steps. With the first step, the sound of thunder could be heard from his flowing blood. With the second step, lightning flashed as 8 Xingqian appeared. With the third step, Zichun clenched his fists as terrifying energy gushed forth. Boom! With the fourth step, Zichun punched out. The fist light with violent energy whizzed forward with the momentum of breaking through the air. The fist light hit the spear light. The terrifying energy shock wave caused the guard to fly backward with his spear. While flying backward, many cracks appeared on the spear in the guard's hand. Then, the spear directly exploded. A 9th-grade weapon was shattered by Zichun's punch just like that. The guard's face was filled with horror as his eyes were filled with disbelief. He was a 9th-grade Xingqian, but his weapon was shattered by Zichun in one move. The guard who stood out today was either a member of the 5 major families or had received a lot of benefits. Zichun hated this kind of people the most. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he punched out again. Boom! This punch hit the guard's chest and instantly broke through his defense. The powerful energy entered his body and directly extinguished his vitality. 2 punches to kill a mid-stage 9th-grade Xingqian. Such combat strength made everyone's expression change. The other guards didn't stop because of the death of their companion. Their murderous intent surged. Kill. With a loud shout, Manshur and the others rushed forward. They weren't as merciful as Zichun, who used killing moves immediately. After transforming, Manshur kicked a person away. The moment the person's body flew backward, Manshur lifted his foot and stomped hard. The sound of bones breaking came from the ground. Manshur strode forward, and a mangled corpse appeared on the ground. Die. The vertical eye between Wu Xie's eyebrows opened. A ray of destructive light rushed out and shot directly at a 9th-grade guard. The guard blocked with his weapon, but his weapon was instantly pierced. Then, the ray of death pierced through the guard's forehead. It was a complete instant kill. For example, Shuntian and the others also displayed powerful and terrifying strength. They didn't hold back at all and used killing moves as soon as they attacked. More than 100 9th-grade guards attacked 12 8th-grade guards. But in an instant, they were beaten to a pulp. There were many casualties. In the distance, a group of cultivators who were watching the show were shocked when they saw this scene. Those who said that Zichun was just lucky were so shocked at this moment that they couldn't say a word. Zichun's group of 12 reached the city in the blink of an eye. More than 100 9th-grade guards, and more than 30 of them died. Kill these damned bastards. Those who colluded with the foreign races can't be left alive. This city is sacred. How can we let you bastards who colluded with the foreign races barge in? The 9th-grade guards behind them shouted. Their killing intent didn't diminish. Zichun, who was about to enter the city, stopped when he heard this. He slowly turned and looked at those who were still alive. The reason why they were alive wasn't because they were strong, but because Zichun couldn't bear to kill too many people. In this place, the death of every human expert was a loss to the royal sky region. Chapter 1682. Zichun hated people who did evil under the guise of righteousness. These guards could stop him. After all, they were on different sides. Zichun didn't hold any grudges. Everyone could attack and use their full strength. Life and death were up to fate. But, as a ninth-stage cultivator, a peak existence in the domain realm, he was practically an overlord in the outside world. It was impossible for such an existence to not know right from wrong. You can pretend to be righteous and fight for humanity, but don't belittle others. Don't step on others for your own sake. But more importantly, don't provoke me and don't step on my head. Colluding with outsiders. Sacred City. Thinking about how those guards had personally let outsiders into the city, Zichun felt a nameless flame ignite in his heart. Although it was only a few words, they had truly angered Zichun. Perhaps these people knew that they were no match for him and were just trying to regain some face. But now, no matter what their goal was, they had to bear the consequences. Zichun, who was about to enter the city in one step, suddenly stopped and turned around to look at those guards. Killing intent surged around him, and a sheathed saber appeared in his hand. Zichun hadn't used a weapon before, but now he used it. Holding the sheath in his left hand and the hilt in his right, he instantly pulled out the saber. Rays of light flashed, and rays of saber light began to flicker. Then, these rays of saber light began to merge and shot towards the ninth stage guards in 8 different directions. Puff, 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 puff. 8 rays of saber light directly pierced into the bodies of 8 ninth stage guards. All 8 of them collapsed. 5 of them died, and the other 3 were seriously injured. Shangguan Hong's figure flashed, and she arrived beside the 3 seriously injured guards. She held a sword that emitted green light in her hand, and 3 rays of sword energy shot out. The sword energy chopped off the heads of the 3 guards cleanly and decisively. In the blink of an eye, 8 people had died. The spectators' faces were filled with shock. Obviously, Zichun had truly unleashed his killing intent at this moment. The other guards, who were preparing to charge, saw this situation and their expressions changed greatly. Kill. Zichun shouted again. He wasn't going to give these people any chance to live. Manshur and the others followed suit, not showing any mercy. All kinds of energy vibrated, and the 9th layer guards fell one after another. All of them were at the 9th level. They were extremely powerful existences. But today, they were killed as easily as cutting grass. You traitors! You colluded with the non-human kind. Even if we die, there will be others like us. Knowing that he was going to die, one of the guards threw caution to the wind and loudly slandered Zichun's group. However, before he could finish his words, a bright blade light flashed past his neck. Pooh! Blood spurted out as a human head flew high into the air. Zichun, no matter how powerful you are still a disgrace to the human race. Another voice sounded not far away. Go to hell. Wuxia coldly shouted. A beam of death shot out from his forehead, instantly killing this person. The group of 12 unleashed their full power. The vibrating energy was terrifying, and the spectators in the distance kept retreating. These people had thoroughly infuriated Zichun. Naturally, none of them would be left alive. Seeing such a massacre, some people in the crowd couldn't help but sneer. They turned and ran into the city. As soon as they entered the city, they shouted, "There are traitors slaughtering the guards outside the city. Everyone, quickly go and help." Zichun, ranked 100 on the ranking of generals, has sided with the non-human kind. Right now, he is wantonly slaughtering the guards. Everyone, quickly go and help. Fight for the human race. All kinds of voices and shouts rang out continuously. Many cultivators in the city flew out. When the other guards in the city heard this, they also continuously sent out signals to gather. Soon, the guards gathered one after another. They were all at the 9th level. The leader was a late-stage 9th level. He should be the leader of the guards. He shouted at the group, "Everyone, there are people outside who are slaughtering our comrades. It's said that they are experts on the ranking of generals. What should we do?" How dare they act so atrociously in Imperial Sky City? Even if they are experts on the ranking of generals, we will kill them without hesitation. How dare they collude with the non-human kind? Kill them without mercy. In this battle, even if we have to fight to the death, we must kill those bastards. Very soon, voices filled with righteous indignation rang out from the group. Immediately after, under the influence of these voices, the group of several hundred ninth-level cultivators surged with frenzied killing intent. The late-stage ninth-level cultivator was very satisfied with this result. At the same time, he turned his head to look at the other 4 leaders and asked, "Everyone, what do you think?" A tall and thin man among them said coldly, "Of course we will kill them. We will not tolerate this kind of thing." The late-stage ninth-level cultivator nodded. He looked at the other 2 and asked, "Leader Imo Shah, Leader Seekin, what do you think?" Seekin was wearing a green battle armor. He looked at the group filled with righteous indignation. He thought for a moment and was about to speak. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. He blurted out, "We will not participate in this matter." An uproar rang out from the group. Everyone looked at Leader Seekin in disbelief. The late-stage ninth-level cultivator was even more stunned. The late-stage ninth-level cultivator wanted to say something, but Leader Imo Shah suddenly said, "Everyone, I just received news that the non-human kind might be invading. Everyone, follow me." After saying this, Imo Shah did not greet the others. He flew to the side. No matter how you looked at it, it did not seem to be the direction outside the city. The group was even more shocked. However, their leader had already left. What were they still doing here? For a moment, everyone followed. In the blink of an eye, one of the 4 large groups was gone. Seekin cursed inwardly for being cunning. However, he had no reason to do so. Suddenly, he looked up and saw the towering list. His eyes lit up as a plan came to his mind. "I also just received news that the non-human kind is invading and preparing to attack the list of generals. Now, we will go and protect the list of generals." Seekin's subordinates were all stunned. The non-human kind was invading and attacking the list of generals. What the hell was going on? However, Seekin clearly had no intention of explaining. He turned and left. The entire group followed. In such a large city, the city guards were divided into many groups. At this moment, of the 4 groups that had just gathered, 2 had actually left. However, the other groups still had not arrived. The 2 leaders of the ninth-level cultivators had ugly expressions. This seemed to be very different from their original plan. The 2 leaders who had clearly been mobilized had actually changed their minds at the last moment. Imo Shah and Seekin arrived at the list of generals one after the other. Then, the 2 looked at each other and were both stunned. "Imo Shah, what is the meaning of this?" Seekin asked coldly. "I should be asking you what is the meaning of this. Why did you bring people here instead of exterminating the non-human kind?" Imo Shah asked back. Seekin cursed, "Non-human kind, my ass. Those fellows really think that everyone is an idiot." Just as the 2 leaders were conversing, the guards who had followed behind were all puzzled and confused. Seekin glanced at the people behind him and did not explain. In fact, even now, he did not understand why. Although he had long seen through the intentions of the 2 leaders, he did not mind doing them a favor. As for the end, the 2 of them secretly glanced at the old man sitting quietly beside the list of generals. He was looking up at the list of generals with a nostalgic expression. The 2 who knew the old man's identity did not dare to disturb him. After a moment, the old man smiled. "Interesting, very interesting. Perhaps the legend will be rewritten today." The 2 of them did not understand. However, following the old man's gaze, they saw a name on the list. It was Zichun who had pushed Suho down. Failing to achieve their goal, the 2 leaders were somewhat depressed. However, they could only go and stop Zichun first. If they really allowed Zichun and the others to enter the city, it would be troublesome. However, they were still a step too late. Or rather, they had underestimated the combat power of Zichun and the others. Before they could reach the city gates, Zichun and the others had already entered. As for the guards outside the city, they had all turned into corpses with residual warmth. The second brocade recorded the properties of the 5 major families. Zichun had already memorized it. As soon as he entered the city, he released his spiritual senses to check the exact direction. "Follow me," Zichen shouted. There were many experts in the city. The group could not be separated. The others followed closely behind Zichen. There were originally many 9th level guards in the city. However, at this moment, the guards were nowhere to be seen. Zichen continued forward. When he reached the first shop, he did not encounter a single guard. "Stop!" Several 9th level guards rushed out from the shop. However, as Zichen slashed with his saber, they all died. "Die!" Another roar sounded. This time, a 9th level guard came. Soon after, many more guards came from behind. Zichen's cold eyes swept over this person. Without any movement, the void behind him split open. A fist light, emitting the light of thunder, appeared. The dazzling fist directly hit the 9th level guard. However, the fist light did not explode. Instead, it rushed forward with the 9th level guard. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but the straight line of the fist light was the towering list of generals of the Land of Despair. The fist light, along with the 9th level guard, hit the list of generals and exploded with a boom. The 9th level guard's body instantly turned into nothingness. Violent energy scattered in all directions. Some of the violent energy surged into the list of generals. As soon as the list of generals absorbed the energy, it began to tremble. Then, it caused the city to tremble. In the next moment, the list of generals shone with a dazzling golden light. This was a sign that the list was changing. Below the list of generals, the old man saw this scene and smiled in relief. He said, "We have a successor." As for Imo Shah, Sikin, and the other guards, they were completely stunned by the scene before them. Not only did one punch kill an early 9th level guard, but the remaining energy fluctuations caused the list to change again. If Zichen really landed a punch on it, how powerful would it be? Zichen and the others had already rushed into the shop. This was the shop of the Bai family. After entering, all who tried to resist were killed. However, at this moment, in the city, few people paid attention to this massacre. Most people were looking at the list of generals that was shining with golden light. This time, on the list of generals, there were 2 names shining with dazzling golden light. In other words, the names of 2 cultivators were about to fall. Similarly, Zichen was about to advance by 2 ranks. However, this was only the aftermath of killing a 9th level guard. If Zichen had attacked with all his strength, how much would his ranking have advanced? Chapter 1683. On the roll of generals, golden light shone. The names of the 2 experts slowly faded away. Zichen's name moved up by 2 places, and he was now ranked 98th, below Zichen's name. The 99th and 100th places were empty. Now, as long as there was an 8th-tier cultivator who channeled even a trace of power to the roll of generals, he would be able to enter the roll of generals. He would still be ranked 99th. To the cultivators in the city, they didn't know anything about the 5 aristocratic families or the Imperial Sky Alliance. Most of them had nothing to do with them. In their hearts, the change of the roll of generals was a big deal. Looking at the empty roll of generals, many people's eyes burned with passion. As for Zichen and the others who rushed into the city and robbed the shops, fewer people paid attention to it. After entering the Bai clan shop, Manshur and the others rushed to the counter where the items were placed and began to wantonly collect the items. Refined weapons, collect. Condensed pills, collect. Refining materials, collect. As long as it was a resource, as long as it was placed on the counter, they would collect it all. Collect, collect, collect. Other than the person, they collected everything else. The 8th-tier customers around were terrified and scattered to the side. Occasionally, some experts loyal to the Bai clan would jump out. Without Zichen's help, the 3 women who weren't robbing would kill them without hesitation. Manshur and the others were wantonly looting, but there were also some bold customers who took the opportunity to collect some items that they had been eyeing for a long time. Zichen and the others turned a blind eye to this and pretended that they didn't notice. Because there were too many resources here, they didn't care about losing 8 or 10 items. The dark screen dashed forward and caught a few people with high positions. He didn't interrogate them and directly searched their souls. In the eyes of the Bai clan, Zichen and the others were invaders. They were like wolves and tigers, committing all kinds of crimes. Bang! A violent energy blasted open the door of the shop, and the entire door shattered. A ninth-tier late-stage leader rushed in with a group of ninth-tier cultivators behind him. As soon as he entered, he saw the chaotic scene and a cold, murderous intent appeared on his face. He pointed at Zichun and the others and shouted, "Kill them!" Zichun turned around and looked at the late-stage ninth-tier cultivator. The latter immediately felt a chill in his heart. In the next moment, he saw a huge fist of light appear behind Zichun. The fist light was completely composed of the power of thunder and lightning. It surged with a terrifying aura and rushed toward him. Sensing the formidable power of the fist, the late ninth heaven stage cultivator's expression changed, and a light barrier immediately lit up around his body. The speed of the meteor fist was too fast. In an instant, it arrived in front of the late-stage ninth-layer Divine Emperor, bringing with it a violent energy fluctuation that transformed into a violent hurricane. This gust of wind howled in the hall, and the early-stage ninth-tier guards stopped in their tracks. The fistlight collided with the defensive barrier, and the ninth-tier late-stage cultivator's face gradually turned pale. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The power contained in this attack was too strong, and he almost couldn't block it. Boom! The fist light suddenly exploded, and the violent power wreaked havoc. The late-stage ninth-tier cultivator coughed out and was sent flying out of the hall. One strike, just one strike. He crawled up from the ground, his face filled with deep shock. He never would have thought that Zichun, who was merely in the 8th rank, would actually be able to match him, who was in the 9th rank. It was not a match, but a suppression. He was stunned. He looked toward the hall and saw that his subordinates who had rushed in were all lying in a pool of blood. During this time, the saber light kept flashing, and shrill screams were heard. He was from the Bai clan. When he heard that Zichun had already killed his way into the city, he went straight to the Bai clan. However, in consideration of the other clans, he still sent some people out and didn't bring everyone. Even so, he brought nearly 30 people with him. But now, 30 people were no match for one person. Not only that, the 30 people wanted to escape, but they couldn't do so. Finally, one of them rushed to the door. When he saw his master, there was a hint of joy on his face. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to shout something, but his strength disappeared in an instant. The 9th-tier guard fell, and Zichun's figure appeared behind him. He sheathed his saber and smiled malevolently at the late-stage 9th-tier cultivator. The latter couldn't help but shudder and subconsciously took a few steps back. Ignoring him, Zichun turned around and entered the shop, continuing to loot. Looking at Zichun's back, the late-stage 9th-tier cultivator's face turned very ugly. Then, he realized that cold sweat had already drenched his body. A long-lost fear appeared in his heart. Because of this fear, he didn't dare to rush in. He could only watch as the Bai clan shop was looted. I wonder how the discussion went. The late-stage 9th-tier cultivator gritted his teeth and left decisively. The looting of the Bai clan shop came to an end. However, this was only the first shop. In this 8th-tier city, the Bai clan had many shops. Nothing in the city could escape the attention of those who were observant. During this time, Sikin and Emo Shah, who hadn't made a move, had been paying attention to Zichun and the others with their spiritual senses. When they saw the late-stage 9th-tier cultivator leave with their own eyes, their expressions changed. "Master, is that Zichun really that strong?" Sikin turned around and looked at the old man, asking respectfully. That old man was the one who once called Master Longfei by his name. After hearing that, he smiled gently and said, "Whether he is strong or not, you will see soon. He has already scared off the Bai clan cultivator. Now, in this city, who can stop him?" Emo Shah didn't understand. Of course it's that cultivator. The old man looked towards the center of the city lord's mansion. Could it be the city lord? However, so many guards didn't move. Obviously, they have seen through their scheme. How could the city lord make a move? The old man smiled and said, "All the schemes in the world are ultimately just benefits. As long as the benefits are enough, not to mention the city lord, even the city lord on the other side will make a move." "Master, could it be that you?" Sikin asked carefully. The old man laughed and said, If the benefits are enough, of course I will make a move. Unfortunately, they can't give me enough benefits. The two of them still didn't understand. It should be known that the 5 great clans controlled the entire alliance. They could even take out an imperial weapon. What price could they not pay? As if guessing what the two of them were thinking, the old man said, "A mere imperial weapon is not enough for me to make a move. It is also not enough to pay the price. All right, in a while, you will naturally understand." The plundering of the 5 great clans continued. Those who rebelled were all killed. There were no accidents during this period. There were some guards in the middle who saw that the situation was not good and ran away. Obviously, the fact that so many guards in the city did not make a move and even hid was enough to show that there was something fishy going on. On the other side, the 5 great clans were close to despair. They didn't dare to imagine that they, who controlled the entire alliance, would be suppressed by a mere 12 level 8 humans. What was even more frightening was that the stewards of the 5 great clans had disappeared. At this moment, the 5 stewards were in the city lord's mansion, calculating the benefits and losses with the man sitting on the main seat. After paying a considerable price, the city lord in black armor finally nodded and said, "All right, I will take care of this." The 5 great clans were completely relieved. Although the price they paid was a little high, compared to the losses of the 5 great clans' businesses in the city, it was still a little smaller. The man in black armor turned into a beam of light and rushed out of the city lord's mansion, rushing towards Zichun and the others. Coincidentally, Zichun and the others had just finished plundering a shop and were preparing to go to the second one. Feeling the thick, murderous intent, everyone's expression changed slightly. Manshur shouted and completed his transformation, blocking in front of the black light. Bang! With a loud bang, Manshur was directly sent flying, coughing up blood. When his body landed, he had been beaten back to his original form. "Manshur!" Wuxia shouted. His expression was ferocious. The vertical eye between his eyebrows was aimed at the black shadow. As the light of death shot out, the black shadow's body turned into a phantom and dodged the attack. Before the Book of Destiny could lock onto the black shadow with the Book of Destiny, he saw the black light rushing towards him. Without saying a word, he changed positions. Boom! A violent energy exploded at the place where the Book of Destiny had just stood. The golden summon creature that had 1/10 of Zichun's combat power, who had switched positions with the Book of Destiny, suddenly exploded. Retreat! The black light's strength caused everyone's expression to change. At this moment, Zichun shouted and flashed forward. For a moment, he, who had turned into a golden light, was constantly fighting with the black light. During this time, the sound of energy explosions was constantly heard. Manshur and the others retreated again and again, looking at the sky in shock. They didn't expect that there would be such an existence in this city. The 2 rays of light suddenly separated. Zichun stood on one side of the sky with a serious expression. The black light turned into a figure and appeared on the other side, staring coldly at Zichun. "Who are you?" Zichun asked in a low voice. He had already seen that the opponent was very strong and difficult to deal with. He was almost no weaker than Suho. "You came to my city to kill people, and you still ask who I am?" The man in black armor said indifferently. Zichun's heart skipped a beat. He said in surprise, "You are the city lord of this city." Below, all the cultivators raised their heads and looked at the sky in shock. They looked at the man in black armor. "If you retreat now, I can forgive your disrespect. But from now on, you are not allowed to step into this city again. If not, I will kill you without mercy," the man in black armor said coldly. "I'm afraid you alone can't stop me." Zichun smiled coldly. He turned into a golden light and rushed toward the man in black armor. "You are courting death." The man in black armor's eyes flashed with a cold, murderous intent. He raised his hand and made a killing move. A terrifying power surged like a black dragon, rushing towards Zichun. Boom! The golden light Zichun turned into was instantly destroyed. At the same time, the black energy rushed towards Zichun and sent Zichun flying. He flew for more than 10 miles before crashing to the ground. Manshur and the others' faces changed. They immediately turned into flowing light and chased after Zichun. The city lord in black armor smiled coldly and turned into a black light and flew into the sky. Chapter 1684. The battle between Zichun and the city lord was merely a test. Neither of them won or lost, so it was considered a draw. Hence, the following conversation between the two occurred. After their conversation, Zichun transformed into a golden light and took the initiative to attack. The city lord retaliated, and Zichun was defeated. He flew back more than 10 miles and landed beside the general's list. At this moment, many guards and cultivators were gathered beside the general's list. On the list, Zichun's name was dazzling with golden light. It represented supreme glory. Below the list, Zichun was lying on the ground in a sorry state. This scene was so ironic in the eyes of the crowd. Many people felt stifled because the strong cultivator on the list was defeated just like that. The other party only used one strike. This had always been their pursuit, their goal. But now, this goal and pursuit were wavering. Some cultivators felt that it was too unfair because the city lord used his realm to suppress others. This was not a battle of the same level. Emo Shah and Sekin stood aside, their faces full of shock, astonishment, and confusion. Didn't the Lord say that Zichun was a strong cultivator? But why was he defeated in one strike? Was it really because of the difference in realm? One had to know that Zichun had scared off several late-stage 9th-tier cultivators just now. They turned back to look at the old man. He lowered his head and looked at Zichun, his expression still calm. Before Manshur and the others arrived, the city lord had already turned into a black light and arrived here. He stood in the air and looked down at Zichun, saying indifferently, "Don't play dead. I only used the power of the peak of the 8th tier just now." Below, the crowd was in an uproar. He defeated Zichun in one strike, and only used the power of the peak of the 8th tier. Didn't that mean that Zichun was no match for the city lord at the same level? Then why didn't the city lord enter the list? Could it be that the list was also fake? The people who were originally trying to absolve Zichun of his defeat were now at a loss for words. They realized that the things they had been holding on to were no longer the same as before. For a moment, many people were at a loss for what to do. Zichun slowly got up. Apart from some dust on his body, which made him look slightly disheveled, everything else was fine. He lifted his head to look at the black armor city lord and said calmly, "I believe that you didn't use your full strength in that move earlier. However, I don't believe that you only used the power at the peak of the 8th tier." "Why wouldn't I?" The city lord looked down at Zichun. "If you were already so powerful when you were at the peak of the 8th stage, would Suho even have a chance to be on the list? Are you saying that I'm not as good as Suho?" The black armor city lord stared at Zichun. Zichun smiled faintly. There was already an answer in his smile. "Suho is a powerhouse on the list, but you are not on the list. The answer is obvious." The words of the black armor city lord were simply asking for humiliation. "I'm very curious. Why did you come here in defeat on purpose?" The black armor city lord asked. He knew very well how strong his attack was. It was far from enough to send Zichun flying so far away. However, Zichun clearly had an ulterior motive for flying here. The black armor city lord looked at the old man and frowned slightly. If Zichun was relying on him, then even he, as the city lord, felt that it was very troublesome. However, when he thought about it carefully, it was not very likely. If Zichun was really relying on this person, then there was no need for him to go through so much trouble. There was some commotion in the crowd. Some people who were extremely disappointed with the list heard Zichun's words at this moment, and their hearts were rekindled with hope. When Manshur and the others arrived and saw the confident smile on Zichun's face, they were all relieved. Patting the dust off his body, Zichun walked towards the list of generals and said, "The reason I came here is that I can see that you're in some trouble." The black armor city lord frowned and looked down at Zichun. "It's just trouble." Zichun emphasized, "It's just trouble. I've never been afraid of trouble, but I'm afraid that trouble will implicate my friends, so I came here to settle things." The black armor city lord looked at the old man again, wondering if he wanted him to be the witness for a fair duel. Zichun did not notice the city lord's abnormality. He walked in front of the list of generals and pressed one hand on it. Then, his body began to emit light. Golden light, silver light, gold and silver light. Zichun became very dazzling. A powerful aura was released from his body. Light gushed out from his palm and went towards the list of generals. The list of generals began to tremble, causing the entire city to tremble. This was a sign that the rankings were changing again. Are you asking me to witness your ranking rise? The city lord smiled coldly. You can say that. Zichun replied indifferently, and the golden power continued to be channeled in. The name on the 97th position lit up, but just as the light lit up, the name on the 96th position also lit up, followed by the 95th, the 94th. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Although they had already expected Zichun to go all out and his ranking would rise again, they definitely did not expect that Zichun's ranking would jump to the top 20. No, it was not only the top 20, the 21st name also lit up, the 22nd. Everyone's mouth was wide open, and they looked at the names flashing with golden light on the stone tablet in disbelief. Next, they would all be removed from the list. In the blink of an eye, the names of 50 experts lit up, but all of this was not over. Zichun had already stopped exerting his power, and he looked up at the list. His expression was calm, but he was still a little nervous. Fortunately, the ranking rose very quickly, which proved that Zichun's combat strength was indeed very strong. Under the shocked and horrified expressions of the crowd, a total of 88 experts' names lit up and then slowly disappeared. Zichun's name rose to the 10th position in one fell swoop. The 10th position on the ranking of generals was a great honor. It was much better than the top 100. If one could enter the ranking of generals, they would definitely be able to enter the ranking of commanders if they grew up smoothly. Since Zichun was able to enter the 10th position on the ranking of generals, a conservative estimate was that he would be in the top 50 on the ranking of commanders. This ranking, it was unknown how many streets behind Suho. Suho, who was in the top 100, was already very famous. Zichun, who had a chance of entering the top 50, had a limitless future. Looking at the 10th place, the people in charge of the 5 great families actually felt a trace of regret. If they had not opposed Zichun in the beginning, and had instead intended to rope him in, perhaps the scene would have been different. But there were not so many ifs in the world. Now that they were enemies, they naturally had to kill Zichun. Fortunately, even though he had displayed such power, Zichun was still in the 8th level. As long as he was in the 8th level, he would not be a match for the City Lord, who was one step away from the Emperor level. It would be very easy for the City Lord to kill Zichun. You have surprised and shocked me. However, the greater the potential you have displayed, the greater my desire to kill you. The City Lord's cold voice rang out again. When the other cultivators heard this, they felt that it was a pity. Such a powerful existence had encountered an even stronger existence. They believed that if the two of them were at the same level, even the City Lord would not be a match for Zichun as long as Zichun reached the 9th level. However, Zichun was only at the peak of the 8th level, not the 9th level. Although they were only one small step apart, the difference in combat strength was very large. The old man looked up at the ranking list. Apart from anticipation, there was not much emotion on his face. He did not express any opinion about the City Lord's threat. Emo Shah and Sikin found that they could not see through this person. Was he trying his best to protect Zichun, or was he not willing to interfere in this matter? Zichun was unmoved by the City Lord's cold and murderous words. He did not show any excessive emotions. He only shook his head and said indifferently, being in the 10th place can also be considered as having great potential. That one sentence caused a commotion in the crowd again. Emo Shah and Sikin were slightly stunned. The City Lord frowned again. The old man's eyes lit up. Could it be that Zichun has not used his full strength? That's impossible. To be able to get to the 10th place in one go is already very strong. Could it be that Zichun still has other tricks up his sleeve? Everyone looked at Zichun. They did not dare to believe that he still had other tricks up his sleeve. However, Zichun was too calm at this moment. He was so calm that everyone could not help but believe that he still had other tricks up his sleeve. Zichun raised his hand. On his palm, gold and silver light flowed. This time, the energy was limited to his palm. It did not surge through his entire body. The gold and silver light flowed in a balanced trajectory. It gradually became more and more intense. Everyone present was a cultivator. If they were in the outside world, they would be city lords. Naturally, their knowledge was extraordinary. As the gold and silver light continued to expand, someone let out a cry of surprise. These are two types of energy. Previously, there was also gold and silver light around Zichen's body. However, the gold light belonged to the energy in Zichen's body. As for the silver light, it belonged to the battle technique. But now, the gold and silver light were two completely different types of energy. Although both emitted lightning on the surface of their bodies and could be called lightning energy, there was an essential difference between them. One was yang lightning that carried blazing energy, while the other was yin lightning that emitted gentling energy. The yin and yang energy had actually appeared on one person. At this moment, all the cultivators who sensed these two completely different types of energy lost their composure seriously. Emo Sha and Sikin lost their composure. The city lord lost his composure. Even the old man looked at Zichen in surprise. Boom! Zichen's glowing palm suddenly pressed against the ranking of generals. With a loud bang, the entire ranking of generals shook violently. The dimmed ranking of generals once again erupted with dazzling golden light. It's lit up. It's lit up again. His ranking is going to move up again. As expected, he held back. Zichen is really strong. Amidst the exclamations, the 9th name lit up, then the 8th, then the 7th, the 6th, the 5th, all the way to the 4th. Compared to the other exclamations and excited crowd, Zichen was extremely nervous at this moment. For some specific reason, he had to break into the first place in one fell swoop. Although he was already in the 4th place, he was still 3 places away from the first place. 3 places, and the strongest 3, there was a huge gap between them. Fortunately, the golden light was still shining, and he squeezed out the 3rd place. The 2nd place was Wang Yuanshan, and the 1st place was Long Fei. If Zichen broke through one more place, he would squeeze Wang Yuanshan out. For a moment, the Wang family cultivators in the city had unnatural expressions. The golden light did not extinguish. Wang Yuanshan's name lit up, indicating that Zichen had successfully entered the 2nd place. Everyone held their breaths. If he became the 2nd place, he might become the 1st. And Long Fei had occupied the 1st place for 10,000 years. Was it possible to squeeze out Long Fei's ranking today? Everyone was looking forward to it, but they were also very nervous. Zichen was also nervous, perhaps even hundreds of times more nervous than the others. Chapter 1685. The 2nd name on the Badlands general ranking lit up with a dazzling golden light. It was Wang Yuanshan, a legendary figure of the Wang family and the current vice-domain lord of the Imperial Sky region. The reason why the Wang family could enter the battlefield of despair and become one of the 5 great powers was because of Wang Yuanshan's contributions. Wang Yuanshan was a figure of the same generation as Long Fei and had occupied this spot for 10,000 years. Today, this name would fade away, and Wang Yuanshan's traces in this city would be erased. Zichen would take his place and become the 2nd. This was a historical moment. No matter when, the 2nd place would be the center of attention. When Wang Yuanshan entered the 2nd place, the whole city cheered and excited. But this time, when Zichen was about to enter the 2nd place, the whole city was silent. Even the sound of breathing could be heard, because everyone, including the person involved, Zichen, was staring at the 1st place of the Desperate Zone's general board. There was a legendary name there, Long Fei. He had occupied the 1st place for more than 10,000 years. He was the true number 1 person in the Imperial Sky region for 10,000 years. But today, this name would become a thing of the past. Everyone in the city held their breaths, including those who were enemies of Zichen. Everyone was very nervous now, but they were suppressing their excitement. The old man narrowed his eyes and looked at Long Fei's name with anticipation. In the sky, the Black Armor City Lord was also staring at the Desperate Zone's general board. Emo Sha and Sikin opened their mouths wide. Everyone was very nervous, but all of them added together couldn't compare to Zichen's. If he couldn't reach the top this time, then his plan would end in failure. Facing the Black Armor City Lord and so many 9 layers guards in the city, whether they could keep their lives was a problem. Zichen had long expected that there would be experts blocking his path. And the scene in front of him was the key to breaking out of this situation. Although he didn't know Long Fei's true strength, Zichun had a good understanding of himself. Before coming here, he had simulated it many times. With the perfect series and 2 types of energy, he felt that he wouldn't be weaker than Long Fei, who was at the same level. Now that it had really happened, the lives of Manshur and the others were completely in his hands. Zichun realized that he was actually very nervous. His heartbeat quickened as he stared at the first position. As an atheist, he even began to pray in his heart. Buzz. As if praying had received the blessings of the gods, the soldier list trembled slightly, and Long Fei's name lit up. Who? Zichun heaved a huge sigh of relief. His tense body instantly loosened, and he almost collapsed. Only then did he realize that his whole body was covered in cold sweat. Cheers, uproars, and roars rang out in the next moment. The entire city cheered. Everyone was very excited. Looking at Long Fei, who was gradually fading away, and looking at Zichun's name that was gradually solidifying and shining brightly, the new generation replacing the old. Following this, the history of the battlefield of despair would be written by Zichun. Manshur and the others shouted at the top of their lungs. This was a historical moment that would have a great impact on the entire Royal Sky region. So what if you're number 1? Being number 1 on the general rankings doesn't mean you're number 1 on the martial rankings. An indifferent voice rang out amidst the cheers of the entire city. This voice wasn't loud, but it clearly spread to every corner of the city and into everyone's ears. The clamor in the city stopped, and the cheers of the entire city instantly disappeared. The entire city became quiet again, and the sound of breathing couldn't be heard. Dead silence. Only then did everyone remember that there was still an opponent waiting for Zichun. This opponent wasn't an 8th layer, nor an ordinary 9th layer, but a peak 9th layer. He was only half a step away from the Emperor realm. Although this half a step might be impossible for him to take in his entire life, the peak was still the peak. He definitely wasn't someone that a mere Zichun could fight against. Moreover, this was a city lord, one of the 3 cities in the Royal Sky region. His battle prowess was naturally much stronger than those of the same level. If the 12 of them worked together, they might not have a chance of winning. They might be able to escape. However, if there were 12 of them, how many would die and how many could escape? With a flash of light, silhouettes appeared one after another, standing around Zichun. They were the 11 people from before. The 11 of them raised their heads, their eyes filled with resolute, killing intent. Obviously, they all felt threatened by this city lord. If they wanted to live, they could only fight to the death. This was the battlefield of despair. Apart from people like Long Fei, who dared to claim to be invincible. However, even Long Fei at the peak of his life was still troublesome. For example, last time, when the skeletal dragon ship appeared, Long Fei stopped. Although some people said that there were other factors, more people believed that it was because of fear. Feeling the killing intent in the sky, Zichun's expression was still calm. Since he had successfully reached the top, he wouldn't be afraid even if Su Ho came here, let alone a mere city lord. One had to know that Zichun's enemy wasn't the city lord, but the expert on the list, Su Ho. Beside the list, the old man finally revealed a smile when he saw Zichun in first place. The threat of the black-armored city lord caused a trace of dissatisfaction to flash across his face. He glanced at the black-armored city lord, and his gaze landed on Zichun. He saw how calm Zichun was. Therefore, a look of interest appeared on his face, and he decided to watch the show. Many people present saw Zichun's calmness, but they were all puzzled. They couldn't understand how Zichun could be so confident when there was such a huge gap between them. Zichun's eyes gradually turned cold. "You want to kill me, so I won't be polite to you." The black-armored city lord sneered and said, "You're boasting shamelessly." A blood-colored crystal appeared in Zichun's hand. There were many fine lines on the crystal. Many people present recognized the blood-colored crystal. Someone immediately exclaimed, "Summoning crystal." The blood-colored crystal was also called the summoning crystal. It was a unique benefit of the Zhanwu continent in this world. It could summon something from the domain world. At this moment, seeing Zichun take out the summoning crystal, many people guessed Zichun's intention. Obviously, he was so confident because of this summoning crystal. Therefore, They were all very curious about what the blood-colored crystal could summon. A powerful weapon. Furthermore, it was a peculiar item. Everyone was curious, but some people were puzzled. If Zichun was so confident, why didn't he take out the summoning crystal earlier? Why did he deliberately come here and climb to the top of the ranking of generals? In their eyes, this was completely unnecessary. Because if he summoned that thing, he couldn't climb to the top after killing the city lord in one fell swoop. Suddenly, someone thought of a problem. Could it be that the condition to complete the summoning crystal was to become the top of the ranking of generals? This was the only way to explain why Zichun came here, why he insisted on climbing to the top, and why he took out the summoning crystal only now. If this was the case, then everyone could hardly imagine what the thing that needed to be first on the ranking of generals could be summoned. A look of surprise flashed in the old man's eyes, and then he nodded in realization. In the sky, the confident black-armored city lord's face gradually turned gloomy. He was not stupid. Of course, he guessed the reason. Zichun had already crushed the summoning crystal. The power of the laws erupted and completely enveloped him. Under such circumstances, no one dared to make a move, unless they had the confidence to resist the punishment of the laws. Naturally, the black-armored city lord did not have that confidence. He could only watch with a grim face to see what Zichun could summon. The others were curious as well. Under the shroud of the laws, a silver light appeared. Within the silver light were a series of withered bones that did not seem like anything good. But if one were to look at the entire situation, these were wings made up of withered bones. They could be called bone wings. This is, looking at the 6 wings on Zichun's back, the old man's pupils dilated. For the first time, his expression changed drastically. Utmost treasure of the thunder race, bone wings of the thunder god. Something doesn't seem right. Not everyone recognized the heaven's thunder wings, but there were quite a number of people who did. Soon, exclamations rang out one after another. It's the heaven's thunder wings, the heaven's thunder wings of the thunder race. To think that Zichun would summon the heaven's thunder wings. That's right. He had been using the power of thunder all this while. Seems like Zichun is from the thunder race. I heard that the thunder race has been destroyed and is on the decline. To think that such an existence would appear again. The voices of discussion continued. Knowing the heavenly thunder wings, they naturally knew that the 9 lightning fleeting flashes was known as the fastest footwork in the world. So it's called the heaven's thunder wings now. The old man sighed. To think that it's the heaven's thunder wings. Hee, this is going to be a good show. Seeing the heaven's thunder wings, Manshur was completely relieved. He crossed his arms and smiled coldly at the black-armored city lord. Let's see what this old thing will do next. Shuntian Dao shook his head and clicked his tongue. I didn't expect Zichun to summon the heaven's thunder wings, but it seems that the price is too high. Indeed, only the number 1 could summon the heaven's thunder wings. It was obvious how high the price was. Since Long Fei had been number 1 for 10,000 years, of course, he had his own strengths. Even Shuntian Dao, who had refined the devouring god seal, dared not say that he could suppress Long Fei. Perhaps only Zichun, who was at the same level, could push Long Fei down. The others knew Zichun very well. Naturally, they knew that Zichun had the heaven's thunder wings. With the heaven's thunder wings in hand, Zichun could be said to be like a tiger that had grown wings. Eliminating the black-armored city lord was really not a problem at all. The group was no longer nervous. They were completely relieved and chatted and laughed. In the light of the rules, the heaven's thunder wings completely appeared. According to Zichun's will, it turned into a thunder force and poured into Zichun's back. The heaven's thunder wings completely merged into his body. The light of the rules slowly dissipated. Zichun's back flashed with silver light and 6 wings spread out. At this moment, Zichun's body flashed with golden light. The thunder wings on his back emitted silver light. He was like a thunder god. In his eyes, the originally blurry space rules became clear at this moment. In his line of sight, every space was so obvious. Zichun even saw 4 or 5 space nodes at a glance, which could allow him to reach the black-armored city lord in one step. He slowly raised his head and looked at the black-armored war god. His whole body surged with fighting spirit, The battle begins now. Chapter 1686. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zichun, who was at the peak of the 8th stage, fought against the Black Armor City Lord, who was at the peak of the 9th stage. In the eyes of the crowd, this should be an earth-shattering battle, no less than the commotion caused by the powerhouse on the list, Su Ho. However, Zichun, who took a step forward, did not directly attack the Black Armor City Lord. Instead, he disappeared after taking a step forward. Everyone was stunned. The Black Armor City Lord's pupils could not help but shrink, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. With another step, Zichun appeared behind the Black Armor City Lord without any warning. Teleportation. This was teleportation. All of the cultivators in the city who saw this were deeply shocked. This kind of teleportation was extremely rare even in the Zhanwu continent, let alone in the oppressive battlefield of despair. It was said that here, only a few powerhouses could make a breakthrough in the power of space and reach the level of teleportation. For example, Wang Yuanshan, Long Fei, and some other true powerhouses from 10,000 years ago, or the Soul Devourer clan who was born with the power of space. But now, Zichun displayed the power of teleportation. This was something that even Long Fei, who was at the same level, could not do. It was also something that the current Su Ho could not do. Everyone's mind was shocked. Boom. As soon as Zichun's figure appeared, the Black Armor City Lord sensed a trace of spatial fluctuation. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and black energy surged around his body. He turned around and struck a powerful blow behind him. The dark energy, with a terrifying oppressive force, swept through the space and went straight to Zichun, who had just appeared. The distance between the two sides was less than 2 meters. The Black Armor City Lord gathered his strength and struck again. Zichun, who had just appeared, had no time to react and was hit by the dark energy. Boom. The dark energy exploded and scattered in all directions. The Black Armor City Lord sneered. Although he could not teleport, he had a good understanding of space. Zichun wanted to use this sneak attack, but it was undoubtedly a daydream. The violent energy engulfed Zichun and tore apart Zichun's body. The eyes of the Black-Armored City Lord, who had exchanged blows with Zichun, flashed with a trace of astonishment. He had already sensed where Zichun was and had sealed off the surrounding space with a powerful strike. He hadn't expected that Zichun would still be able to escape, leaving behind only an afterimage. The space fluctuated again, and Zichun reappeared behind the Black-Armored City Lord. Murderous intent flashed in the latter's eyes as he turned around and launched a powerful attack. With another afterimage, Zichun's real body disappeared. The same thing happened twice in a row. The Black Armor City Lord could not help but feel anger in his eyes. Swish, swish. Zichun's figure flashed again and again, completely displaying his teleportation divine ability. He kept appearing beside the Black-Armored City Lord. The old man raised his head and saw this scene. He shook his head and said, "This battle is over." Hearing this, Emosha was puzzled. It's over. Even if Zichun can teleport, it can only guarantee that he won't lose. His attacks are not strong and might not be able to break through the City Lord's defense. Beside him, Sikin nodded slightly. Emosha's analysis was on point and very thorough. The old man's eyes were fixed on Zichun. He smiled faintly and said, "We will see the results soon." The two of them looked at the old man anxiously, but the old man clearly had no intention of continuing to explain. He just looked up at the battlefield in the sky. In the sky, the Black-Armored City Lord seemed to have gone mad. He kept launching attacks in all directions, and Zichun's figures appeared one after another. But every time, the Black-Armored City Lord could not catch Zichun's real body. D***, do you dare to face me head-on? The Black-Armored City Lord was flustered and exasperated. He kept roaring, "D***, die." The energy vibrated, and another afterimage exploded. But with a flash of light, another Zichun appeared on the other side. The Black-Armored City Lord turned again and continued to launch attacks. Below, the crowd looked up at the sky. Seeing the battle there, their expressions became sluggish. The Black-Armored City Lord kept attacking, and one black figure after another flashed. But the real Zichun stood at the side, crossing his arms and looking at his opponent mockingly. Zichun, do you dare to face me head-on? The black-armored city lord's angry voice resounded throughout the city. As a powerhouse on the list, comparable to Long Fei in the past, I didn't expect you to be just a rat. The black-armored city lord did not seem to have lost his mind in anger. He still knew how to provoke Zichun. You can't even find my real body, and you still dare to say that you want to face me head-on. Do you think you are worthy of facing me head-on? Hearing the voice from the side, the black-armored city lord was stunned. He turned around and looked at Zichun's real body. At this moment, there were still figures flashing in all directions around him, but they were all clones. Looking at Zichun's mocking smile and the cultivators below with different expressions, the black-armored city lord knew that he had been fooled. His eyes were burning with anger. Go to hell. The black-armored city lord rushed towards Zichun with murderous intent surging. Zichun looked at the black-armored city lord coldly, and a strange weapon appeared in his hand. It was a long spike that looked very sharp. On the surface of the spike, there were barbs that emitted a cold aura. The old man, who had been very calm, had a change in expression after seeing the long spike. There were still some people in the city who knew the origin of this weapon. Their eyes were all fixed on the Star Illusion Dragon Spike. Seeing this strange weapon, the black-armored city lord's pupils shrank slightly. He fully released his powerful energy and was ready to attack with all his strength. At this moment, Zichun in front of him swayed slightly and then came forward. The black-armored city lord glanced at Zichun in front of him with disdain. He turned around without hesitation, and the surging energy directly attacked behind him. The violent energy surged, and the entire space was distorted and trembling. Not to mention one person, even a group of people would die instantly if they were enveloped by the energy attack. All the cultivators in the city looked up with their mouths agape. They looked at the city lord in the sky with all kinds of complicated expressions on their faces. Some of them even had obvious mockery, as if they were looking at an idiot. Indeed, the city lord really looked like an idiot, and the things he did were also idiotic. That was because Zichun was clearly in front, but the city lord had turned around at the last moment. That powerful attack, which had been accumulating power, had been sent to somewhere behind him. There was nothing there, and the powerful attack had been wasted. Zichun in front of him directly went forward and used his strange weapon to penetrate the black-armored city lord's back. Looking down at the weapon that came out of his chest, the black-armored city lord's face was filled with shock, confusion, and fear. He clearly sensed the fluctuations in space, and clearly sensed that Zichun had appeared behind him. But why did it turn out like this? Even if his judgment was wrong, this shouldn't have happened. His defense was extremely strong. Below, everyone looked at the city lord, who they usually respected, as if they were looking at an idiot. Such an idiot deserved to be killed. Piffed! Zichun pulled out the dragon spike, which still had some pieces of the city lord's heart on it. The black-armored city lord felt the energy in his body flowing away quickly. This was a sign that his life was about to fade away. He couldn't accept it. He was terrified. He turned around with great difficulty and saw an indifferent and handsome face. Thinking about the promise that the 5 great clans were willing to make, it wasn't that they were stupid, but that this person was too difficult to deal with. Perhaps this was the next Long Fei, or perhaps this was an existence even stronger than Long Fei. His life force flowed away along with his energy. The black-armored city lord's body fell from the sky and crashed onto the ground with a loud bang. Everyone looked at Zichun in the sky in a daze. He, who was at the peak of the 8th rank, actually killed a peak of the 9th rank. Some of the experts from the 5 great clans had ugly expressions. Now that the city lord was dead, they didn't have any experts that they could bring out. They did have one, but he didn't want to fight in the first place. Now, they couldn't afford to pay the price. Putting away the dragon spike, Zichun looked around and said indifferently, "Loot all the properties of the 5 great clans. Kill all those who try to resist." Zichun, we are all humans. We shouldn't kill each other. A voice came from below. It was an early-stage 8th rank cultivator. Zichun glanced at him, and a trace of sarcasm flashed in his eyes. Then, a fist light fell from the sky and went straight for the cultivator. Zichun, you. The cultivator's expression changed, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. Boom. The fist light exploded and energy surged. The cultivator of the 8th rank died. The others' expressions changed, and they retreated. Looking at the incomplete corpse, Zi-chan smiled sarcastically and said, "You should have said this when the city lord appeared. He's telling the truth. Don't tell me you want to kill everyone here." Another voice sounded, and another person appeared in the crowd. Crash. As soon as the voice sounded, the surrounding cultivators scattered in an instant, afraid of being affected. In the blink of an eye, only the shocked cultivator of the 8th rank was left. Boom. The golden fist light fell and exploded. The cultivator of the 8th rank died. How overbearing. What's the difference between your actions and those of the other races? Another voice sounded in the crowd, but this time, the voice was faint and came from all directions. "You're courting death." Murderous intent flashed in Zi-chen's eyes. He pointed a finger, and a golden finger print with a powerful aura fell from the sky. Feeling the power and terror of this attack, the cultivators all dodged. However, the killing intent of the fingerprint had already locked onto one person, causing that person's expression to change greatly. After the fingerprint killed that person, Zi-chan said indifferently, "Hurry up and do it." A golden spiritual sense was sent out. There were many light spots in it, and each light spot was the property of the 5 great clans. Manshur and the other 11 people spread out and went to 11 different properties. The city lord was dead. Other than the 5 great clans, no one would dare to find trouble with Zi-chan at this moment. "Sir, what do we do now?" Emosha and Sikin looked at the old man. A hint of disdain flashed in the old man's eyes. "That idiot is dead. So what if he's dead? But those properties in the city..." The two hesitated. All these years, the 3 cities of the Imperial Sky have been in a mess because of those clans. "It's time to clean it up," the old man said indifferently. Since the old man had spoken, the two of them naturally had no objections. After all, it wasn't their property that was stolen. "Little friend Zi-chan, can you come down for a chat?" Just as Zi-chan was about to leave, an old voice suddenly sounded. Zi-chan lowered his head, somewhat puzzled. Chapter 1687. With a glance, Zi-chan saw the old man. In the next moment, he felt a dangerous aura from the old man. Zi-chan thought that he wouldn't be afraid if he saw Su-ho, but with just a glance at the old man, he actually had such a feeling. Moreover, the old man was so close to the general leaderboard. It was obvious that he didn't just arrive there. He had been standing there for a long time, but he didn't notice it at all. Sure enough, in this battlefield of despair, there were countless experts. No matter what, one couldn't be careless. However, with the heavenly thunder wings, Zi-chan wasn't afraid. With a step, he teleported to the old man's side. Emosha and Sikin felt the murderous aura from Zi-chan and subconsciously took a few steps back. Zi-chan greets Senior. Zi-chan cupped his fists and bowed. The old man waved his hand and said, "I don't dare to accept the title of Senior. I believe that it won't be long before you can see little friend on the general leaderboard." Zi-chan smiled modestly. Emosha and Sikin were shocked when they heard this. This meant that Zi-chan would soon break through to the 9th heaven. "May I know why Senior is looking for me?" Zi-chan asked. The old man smiled and said, "This old man is Zhang Yongxi, from the Imperial Sky Alliance." Zi-chan took a step back with a vigilant expression. "Don't misunderstand. This old man is from the Imperial Sky Alliance, but I'm definitely not from the 5 great clans. This is different." Zi-chan looked at the old man. The 5 great clans belong to the Imperial Sky Alliance. The Imperial Sky Alliance doesn't only consist of the 5 great clans. Zi-chan nodded. It seemed like the 5 great clans couldn't cover the sky with one hand in the Imperial Sky region. "I'm guessing that you'll definitely go deep into the 5 great clans' headquarters next," the old man asked. "That's right. I'm going to take back the interest that belongs to me." Zi-chan didn't deny it. "What about now?" the old man asked again. Zi-chan's expression changed. If he hadn't met the old man, Zi-chan would have advanced without hesitation. But now, he was a little hesitant. The elder was very strong, but he might not be able to kill him. He had the ability to teleport, so he could still run if he was in danger. However, whether Heavenly Tao and the others could successfully escape was another matter. Ever since the old man registered himself, Masha and Skin had been looking at Zichun, as if waiting for something. But no, Zichun was very calm. This made the two of them very disappointed. At the same time, they couldn't help but roll their eyes. Although you have a lot of potential and can be compared to Long Fei back then, you shouldn't be so calm when you hear the three words Zhang Yongxi. At this moment, Zichun's expression changed as he cried out in alarm, Zhang Yongxi, ranked 11th on both the soldier and general rankings. Zichun finally remembered why this name sounded so familiar. It turned out that it was a powerhouse on the list. However, apart from Su Ho, who was a 1,000-year-old expert, the rest of the people on the list were all people from 10,000 years ago. Could it be that this old man was someone from Long Fei's era? Just as Zichun was guessing whether the other party was also on the commander rankings, a guard leader beside him said, Sir's position on the commander rankings is also 11th. Zichun was filled with deep veneration. No wonder he felt danger at first glance when he saw the other party. At that time, he even compared the other party to Su Ho. Looking at it now, this old man was 10 streets ahead of Su Ho. Just as Zichun was muttering to himself, the old man said, Let's go. Let's find a tavern to sit down. There's a deal that you might be interested in. The plundering of the 5 factions was nearing its end. There were no longer any threats in the city. Zichun left with the old man. The group of level 9 city guards also left one after another. Masha looked at the huge commander rankings and saw that there was only one name, Zichun. Then, he looked around and saw the excited and nervous expressions of the cultivators. He said, It seems that the commander rankings will change every day in the future. Skin nodded and left. After the city guards left, the impatient level 8 cultivators swarmed forward and continuously injected their power into the commander rankings. One of the early level 8 cultivators was the fastest. He entered the commander rankings just by injecting a strand of power. Moreover, he was ranked 2nd. Looking at the golden name that belonged to him, this cultivator smiled proudly. Haha, I'm also an expert on the commander rankings. I'm ranked 2nd, a powerful existence second only to Zichun. A slap landed on this fellow's head. He staggered and immediately turned around with an angry expression on his face. However, seeing that it was a late level 8 cultivator behind him, he hurriedly smiled. Scram! A coward like you dares to say that you're second only to Sir Zichun. The late level 8 cultivator pushed him aside and pressed his hand on the commander rankings. In just a few breaths, the previously empty commander rankings was filled with golden names. Zichun followed Zhang Yongxi to a restaurant. Under the nervous and excited expression of the waiter, the two were invited into a private room. After taking a seat, Zichun went straight to the point. What's the deal? Speaking of which, he was now a little sensitive to the word deal. Back then, when he made deals with the Bai and Su clan of the 5 great powers, he was often cheated. Don't worry, this deal will only benefit you. There's no harm in it. Zichun listened quietly. The Wang clan has Su Ho, and an existence on the commander rankings like me has appeared in the alliance. I think you should understand that not all of the experts on the commander rankings have left the battlefield of despair. As long as one of these experts appears, they will undoubtedly be stronger than Su Ho. If you rashly attack, you will pay a great price. Looking at the frowning Zichun, the old man said, The deal I'm talking about is to help you restrain the other experts on the commander rankings other than Su Ho. Zichun asked in a deep voice, What price do I have to pay? Zhang Yongxi shook his head. You don't have to pay anything. If you feel bad, you can join the Imperial Sky Alliance. Hearing this, Zichun's lips curled into a cold smile. Join the alliance, work for the 5 great families, and collude with the foreign races to deal with the humans on our side. Zhang Yongxi could understand Zichun's extreme emotions. He smiled faintly and said, This is only my suggestion. As for the alliance, I think you will slowly understand as we interact in the future. I don't need to understand. Up to you. I will arrange this matter next. I hope you won't disappoint me. The old man stood up and said, You're just using me as a tool. If you do all this quietly, I won't know it all. Of course, I won't hold a grudge against you. Why are you looking for me? Zichun asked. Everyone has the same goal. What tool? You're treating me like an outsider. As for why I'm looking for you, first, I want to meet you as a person. Second, I don't want to cause any misunderstandings. After speaking, the old man turned and left. Oh, right. We'll help you settle the responsibility of killing the city lord. Walking out of the tavern, Zichun quickly sensed the location of Manshur and the others. The 11 of them had already plundered everything in the 5 shops. Apart from the 3 women who looked happy, the others didn't look very happy. As soon as Zichun arrived, Manshur complained, "Those guys are really cunning. They took almost all the good stuff." They had a backup plan. Zichun could understand. Even though Manshur kept complaining, the harvest this time was still very big. At the very least, it could make up for some of the losses. As for the real big fish, it was still in the 5 great families' headquarters. Are we going to continue exploring now? Everyone was looking forward to it. After endless battles, they had faintly touched the barrier of the 9 layers. Zichun shook his head and said, "Let's rest for a few days and properly comprehend it. Oh, right. Before we leave, remember to leave a mark on the ranking of generals." Zichun was first on the ranking of generals. With the battle prowess of Shuntiandio and the others, it was very easy for them to enter the top few. The group stayed in the city for a few days. During this time, the entire city was discussing that battle. This time, Zichun successfully became first on the ranking of generals, and even killed a city lord who was at the peak of the 9th layer. Those who had said in private that Zichun was just lucky could no longer be heard. Now, everyone was discussing whether Zichun would become the next Long Fei. Zichun and the others rested in the city for 5 days. During these 5 days, Zichun didn't rest. Instead, he constantly comprehended the power of space. With the heavenly thunder wings, Zichun could more easily see and feel the power of space. What followed was also very fast. Now, Zichun's comprehension of space was no weaker than that of a member of the soul-devouring clan. The only difference was that Zichun didn't have the soul-devouring clan's ability to travel 10,000 miles in an instant. However, if the extreme speed steps advanced again, it wouldn't be too difficult to travel 10,000 miles in an instant. 5 days later, the group prepared to leave. Before that, they came to the ranking of generals. 5 days ago, the scene of Zichun killing the city lord was still vivid in their minds. When Zichun came, everyone recognized him. They immediately dispersed and looked at Zichun in awe. The group came before the ranking of generals. Looking at this ranking that represented honor, everyone's eyes were somewhat fervent. "I'll go first." Manshur took a step forward and came before the ranking of generals. At this moment, because of the arrival of Zichun and the others, everyone had completely dispersed. In an instant, Manshur completed his transformation and punched at the ranking of generals. The entire ranking of generals shook. After that, amidst the dazzling golden light, Manshur's name directly jumped to 2nd place, causing everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. And the original 2nd place had now become 3rd place. His ranking had dropped by 1 place. As long as they were in the same realm, the ranking would not disappear. Instead, it would drop directly. Not bad. Seeing this scene, Wu Xie directly stepped forward. Manshur looked at Wu Xie very proudly and retreated. Wu Xie's powerful attack caused his ranking to jump, but it only stopped at 3rd place. Damn it! Wu Xie was anxious and somewhat dissatisfied. He had an immortal body, so his attack power was not very strong. He also did not use the power of his vertical pupils. In terms of strength, he was naturally weaker than Manshur. The third to step forward was Shuntian. As expected of a titled person from Shuntian City, after his attack, his ranking directly dropped to 2nd place. The original 2nd place was now 3rd place. Unlucky. Manshur was dissatisfied. Next, Fortune Teller stepped forward. He extracted a trace of power from the Book of Destiny, and as a result, pushed Manshur down from 3rd place. Next was Misty Shadow. He was slightly weaker than Fortune Teller, and pushed Manshur down from 4th place. In fact, under these circumstances, the ranking did not mean anything. For example, in a real battle, Manshur might not be stronger than Wu Xie. Chapter 1688. The leaderboard could only sense one's strength, but not one's true battle prowess. For example, when Manshur fought against Wu Xie, the latter had the undying body and the vertical eye of death. If they really fought, Manshur might not be a match for Wu Xie. However, on the leaderboard, Manshur's ranking was one place higher than Wu Xie's. Of course, if the difference between the two's rankings was huge, then there was no comparison at all. For example, the difference in battle prowess between Long Fei and Su Ho was like heaven and earth. However, if the rankings were close to 199, then the difference in battle prowess between the two was not big. A few days ago, Zichun said that the Black Armor City Lord was inferior to Su Ho based on the leaderboard. At that time, the Black Armor City Lord was obviously very dissatisfied. Now, it seemed that his true battle prowess might not be weaker than Su Ho. Golden light flashed, and amidst the exclamations, the 11 people brought by Zichun were all on the leaderboard. Moreover, they all occupied the top positions. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Not only was Zichun powerful, but the people around him were also extraordinary experts. Under the respectful gazes of the cultivators, Zichun and the others turned and left, heading out of the city. This time, their target was the last Imperial Sky City. That was the true headquarters of the Seven-Mansion Alliance in the Imperial Sky region. It was also the foundation of the Five Forces. It could be said that there were many experts there. Is there a distribution of the items? While walking, Zichun asked. Wu Xie walked over and said, according to what we said earlier, half of the items will go to Old Man Schenker. As for the rest, they have all been exchanged for resources. Everyone will have a share. Wu Xie was in charge of counting the items in the team. He took out a spatial bag and handed it to Zichun, saying, this is yours. Zichun waved his hand and said, let's split it. I don't need it. With the cauldron, Zichun's speed of accumulating resources was even faster than the 11 people combined. Although the plundering this time was not a small amount of resources, Zichun still did not care about it. Right now, only the resources in the Royal Sky City could truly move Zichun's heart. According to Schenker, some big transactions would be held there. There was no lack of materials for refining Emperor weapons. In his line of sight, the behemoth-like Imperial Sky City was already in sight. Wharton, who had been in a tense state all this while, finally let out a sigh of relief. Beside him, Yiming glanced at Wharton and said confidently, there's no need to be nervous. They won't dare to chase after us. Wharton glanced at Yiming and said, you sure are confident. Back then, you said that you could fight 1 against 13. But this time, you lost 1 against 1. You were almost killed. Anger flashed across Yiming's face as he said coldly, how can that be the same? That guy broke through the 9th level. His soul attack is very powerful. He wanted to kill me, but in the end, I managed to escape and break through. He wanted to chase after me, but when he saw that I broke through, he left dejectedly. Wharton pursed his lips, but he did not refute. Although he looked down on Yiming, he had to admit that Yiming's attainments in the soul were really strong. Su Ho, who had remained silent with a sullen expression, said indifferently, this time, since the two of you were able to break through, this trip was not in vain. When Yiming heard that, he asked in a deep voice, why? Didn't they agree? These damned things. Su Ho's eyes were filled with anger as he cursed angrily. Back then, when he worked with the soul-devouring clan to search for the small world Zichun was in, Yiming knew the combat strength of Zichun and the others. He knew that none of the soul-devouring clan members who entered would survive, so he had a plan in mind. However, who knew that before they could scheme against the soul-devouring clan, their leader, Kusi, would toy with them. In the end, all 13 soul-devouring clan members died, and Kusi somehow escaped. When they heard that Kusi was still alive, the Wang family immediately arranged for Su Ho to negotiate. Su Ho brought Yiming and Wharton along as well. Su Ho found the soul-devouring clan members and negotiated with them, but the other party kept making excuses. Both parties had a conflict, and their words were intense. In the end, nothing was negotiated. Su Ho walked out angrily and happened to see Yiming, who was injured but had broken through. It turned out that he had already fought with Kusi. The soul-devouring clan went back on their word. This made Su Ho very unhappy. However, He knew in his heart that the reason why the soul-devouring clan dared to do this was because the benefits of that small world were extremely great. It was so great that they were willing to pay the price of offending the Imperial Sky region forever. Since both parties refused to work together, the soul-devouring clan had the intention to kill. However, with Su-ho present and Yi Ming who had broken through to level 9, they gave up eventually. However, Wharton was extremely nervous throughout the entire journey. Against humans of the same cultivation state, he wasn't afraid at all. However, against those soul-devouring clan members, he had no confidence at all. The three of them were extremely frustrated and did not have much to talk to each other. Suddenly, they felt an oppressive aura coming from the front. The three of them raised their heads and looked ahead. That was the direction of the Imperial Sky City. Looking at everything outside the city, their faces changed immediately. There were more than 10 people standing in the skies. The person in the lead was riding on a mutated beast. That mutated beast shone with a bedazzling silver light. Every single silver light that shone out in all directions was a tiny thunderbolt. That is, looking at that mutated beast, Wharton's eyes widened. His face was filled with astonishment. Dragon. That's Ziqin's Thunder Dragon. However, it's just a weapon spirit. Wuxie replied nonchalantly. He had followed Ziqin for quite some time now. Naturally, he had seen Thunder Dragons before. It's really Ziqin. Wasn't he in that small world? Why is he here? Wharton recognized Ziqin, who was standing on the head of the Thunder Dragon. Su-ho did not say a single word as he stared at the skies with a death stare. He stared at that gigantic dragon that was shining with a bedazzling silver light. His mouth was slightly agape, revealing an expression of shock, astonishment, and disbelief. In fact, there was even a red glint in his eyes as they shone with greed. His breathing became hurried, and the clarity in his bright eyes was gradually fading away. In his eyes, there was only the Thunder Dragon. There was nothing else. In fact, there wasn't even Ziqin. Yi Ming sensed the abnormality beside him and turned around to look at Su-ho. When he saw Su-ho's expression, he was shocked. He had followed Su-ho for quite some time now. He knew what kind of person Su-ho was. He cared a lot about his status as a powerful being on the leaderboard. Usually, he would pay close attention to his emotions. However, he had completely lost it today. It was all because of Ziqin. Yi Ming, of course, did not think so. No matter how much he wanted to kill Ziqin, he would not reveal such an expression for the sake of his status. The only reason for that was the Thunder Dragon weapon. Yi Ming knew that the Thunder Dragon weapon was extraordinary. However, there was no need for him to reveal such an expression. Unless... Yi Ming's heart skipped a beat as he called out softly, "Sir." After calling out twice, Su-ho finally snapped back to his senses. The various expressions on his face disappeared, and he returned to his cold self. His gaze was still fixed in front of him as he asked, "You said that it's not a real dragon, but a weapon spirit?" "That's right. That's the manifestation of the Thunder Dragon Spear. The weapon spirit is a real dragon spirit," Yi Ming said. Su-ho's attention was indeed on the Thunder Dragon. Dragon Spirit. Su-ho's eyes suddenly lit up as greed flashed in his eyes. This time, Ziqin took the initiative to come here. He must be up to no good. I don't think we can take it anymore. Guessing Su-ho's thoughts, Yi Ming added. A murderous intent flashed in Su-ho's eyes. He was lucky last time. This time, he will definitely die. As soon as he finished speaking, Su-ho turned into a ray of light and flew forward. Yi Ming smiled coldly and said, "It seems that this time, I am in the lead in terms of cultivation level. Perhaps, I can kill a few people in this battle." Looking at Yi Ming, who followed closely behind Su-ho, Wharton's expression was very complicated. After a moment of hesitation, he could only follow. Outside the Imperial Sky City, a boundless dragon's might spread. A loud dragon's roar resounded between heaven and earth. The group of guards raised their heads to look at the mighty dragon in the sky. Their faces were full of shock. Someone actually came riding on a dragon. What is that? A dragon? Oh my God! It's really a dragon. Who is he? He actually came riding on a dragon. He is Ziqin, the one who took first place on the general rankings and killed the city lord. Could it be that he is the one who pushed Lord Longfei down and took first place on the double rankings? The commotion outside the city attracted even more cultivators and guards. They rushed out of the city gates and looked up at this extremely shocking scene. Even though many years had passed, every time they recalled this scene, they could not suppress the shock in their hearts. That was a magnificent feat of one person taking on an entire city. In the battlefield of despair, this was definitely the first time in history. It was also on that day that Zichen's name spread throughout the entire Imperial Sky City. These were all things that happened later. Today, looking at the group of people in the sky who were obviously provoking them, a guard said with a gloomy expression, "How dare you come here to provoke us? Are you bullying us because we have no one here? Just a group of 8th layer immortals. How dare you come here and cause trouble? You are courting death. You dare to provoke the dignity of the city? Kill without mercy." The group of 9th layer immortals was clearly enraged. They stared at Zichen's group in the sky with murderous intent. This time, it was not about benefits. They only cared about dignity. If a group of guards allowed 12 8th layer immortals and a dragon to wreak havoc in the city, they would lose a lot of face. The Imperial Sky City would also lose a lot of face. In such a big city, there were tens of thousands of 9th layer immortals. If it could be broken through by 12 8th layer immortals, how could it still be called a city? Murderous intent surged and the crowd was agitated. Zichen stood on the dragon and looked down. After feeling the murderous intent that was constantly gathering below, Zichen said indifferently, "It seems that there will be a fierce battle next." Behind Zichen, Manshur said coldly, "So what if it's a fierce battle? Even a battle to the death is fine." Zichen shook his head and said, "The situation is different this time. They are only guards. They are only guarding this city. It does not concern any benefits. Try not to kill them. Just injure them heavily." Although the 5 great clans were very powerful, this was after all the last city of humanity. They definitely could not cover the sky with one hand. Feeling the murderous intent gathering below, Zichen knew that they were real guards and real warriors. "Zichen, this is not a place where you can behave atrociously. Quickly retreat." The number of 9th layer immortals outside the city instantly exceeded 200. A late-stage 9th layer immortals leader walked out and shouted at Zichen. "I must enter this city," Zichen said indifferently. "Don't even think about it, unless you step over our corpses." The leader of the guards said indifferently. The murderous intent gathered again. It was as if it had a form and swept towards Zichen. Zichen stood there without moving. Golden light flickered around his body. The murderous intent could not get close to him at all. As for the lightning dragon under his feet, it did not care about this bit of murderous intent. Chapter 1689. When the guards saw Su Ho in the sky, their eyes were filled with surprise as they heaved a huge sigh of relief. They had heard about how Zichen overtook Long Fei in the previous city to become the number 1 on the general leaderboard. After that, he killed the black-armored city lord, which shocked them even more. It was said that Zichen only used one move to kill the city lord. How could they deal with such a powerful combat strength? If not for the fact that they had no choice, they really did not want to encounter Zichen. The current Zichen could only be dealt with by those powerhouses on the leaderboard. However, powerhouses on the leaderboard were usually elusive existences. How could it be so easy to encounter them? Being able to see a powerhouse on the leaderboard, Su Ho, at such a time, everyone was naturally happy, especially when Su Ho came with killing intent. This killing intent was clearly targeted at Zichen. Su Ho stopped opposite Zichen, blocking Zichen's path. The guards below cheered loudly. Su Ho was a powerhouse on the leaderboard of the Imperial Sky region. He was also a hero of the Imperial Sky region. The foreign races had once stopped in front of him, and he led the army to take back the human cities. His prestige in the entire Imperial Sky region was very high. Sweeping his gaze across Zichen and landing on Lei Long, Su Ho said indifferently, "I let you run away last time. I didn't expect that you would dare to come here again." Hearing that, everyone was in an uproar. Indeed, the rumor that Zichen had a conflict with Su Ho was true. It was said that Zichun could enter the general leaderboard because he had a head-on confrontation with Su Ho. A commotion broke out in the crowd. Zichun could kill the black-armored city lord, but could he kill Lord Su Ho, a powerhouse on the kill leaderboard at this level? If Zichun killed Su Ho, he would be the first existence in history to kill a powerhouse on the kill leaderboard. Zichun glanced at Su Ho with the same gaze and said slowly, "This time, I hope you won't run away." "What did you say?" Su Ho's aura surged as his eyes flashed with killing intent. "I hope you won't be like a stray dog in the battle later." Zichun's tone was still calm. "You're courting death." Su Ho was completely enraged. The surrounding space trembled. At this moment, the brilliance flickered again. Yi Ming and Wharton appeared behind Su Ho respectively. When they saw Wharton, the people behind Zichun were all stunned and puzzled. However, killing intent surged in their eyes when they saw Yi Ming. "That damnable thing still dares to appear here." Manshur gritted his teeth and said. Yi Ming also saw the group of people. There was arrogance and pride on his face. "You guys really didn't break through. You haven't broken through, yet you dare to come here and behave atrociously? Should I praise you for your ignorance or for your courage? Realms don't represent everything. Yi Ming, since you're here today, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death." Wu Xie replied coldly. Yi Ming smirked in mockery as killing intent filled his face. "That's exactly what I wanted to say." Yi Ming was already very excited about breaking through to the 9th rank and becoming a true powerhouse in the battlefield of despair. He did not expect to see Zichun and the others here, and they were all at the 8th level. This made Yi Ming feel even more proud and satisfied. This was a suppression in terms of cultivation level. He had the confidence to deal with any one of them. Of course, Zichun was an exception because he was Su Ho's. Compared to Yi Ming's pride and arrogance, Wharton was much too quiet. He did not say a word after he appeared, remaining silent the entire time. After seeing Wharton, Zichun's expression was as complicated as the others. The first time he saw Wharton, it was outside Sevenfold City. When he had just entered this place, Wharton was the one with the highest chance of entering the leaderboard. It was like a newcomer meeting a famous powerhouse. At that time, Wharton had saved him. After that, the Dax tribe attacked. The two met outside the forest and fought side by side, becoming friends in battle. After taking back the city, Su Ho was full of enmity towards Zichun, who had contributed greatly. Under such circumstances, Wharton chose to avoid him. On one side was a powerhouse on the leaderboard, and on the other side was Zichun, who had some potential. Under such circumstances, choosing to avoid him was the best choice for Wharton. He did not hold a grudge. After that, the two of them did not meet again. It was only when the soul-devouring race attacked that small world that he saw Wharton and Yi Ming again. If that was just a coincidence, then now that the two of them had appeared again and stood behind Su Ho, it was an ironclad fact. Wharton chose to follow Su Ho. Apart from feeling complicated, Zichun also felt a trace of disappointment. After following Su Ho, he obviously knew about and even participated in Su Ho's shady business. Wharton had already lost his conscience by colluding with the foreign races. Wharton seemed to have guessed Zichun's current feelings. He smiled faintly and replied, "Everyone should have goals in life." Zichun said, "It's not wrong to have goals, but you should also have principles." Wharton said, "Yes, you should have principles. However, when making a choice, principles are often not the most important thing." Zichun understood what Wharton meant. In the current world, for many people, their first choice would be benefits. For Wharton to be able to break through to the 9th level in just a few years, this had a lot to do with Su Ho, or rather, it had a lot to do with the Wang family. This was the benefit that the Wang family or Su Ho offered. As long as Wharton agreed, he would completely join them. Not to mention Wharton, most people would have made such a choice. The original Wharton should have been filled with righteousness, with a heart that pursued the strong. However, in the process of becoming strong, he chose a shortcut. This shortcut allowed him to break through quickly, but the premise was that he gave up everything. Zichun was a little disappointed in Wharton, but that was his choice. Zichun had no right to interfere. As for Yi Ming, Zichun did not even bother to look at him. The little bit of friendship between the two had already dissipated after threatening to guard the tomb. When they met again, they could only be enemies. Zichun and Wharton talked. Suho's eyes were fixed on Lei Long, but his face was getting darker and darker. This was because someone from the Wang family had already told Suho everything that had happened during this period. Ranked first on the general ranking, summoned the heavenly thunder wings, mastered teleportation, and killed the Black Armor City Lord with one strike. As his face became darker and darker, Suho also frowned. When he was hired by the Wang family, he had some understanding of Zichun. Now that he heard that Zichun killed the Black Armor City Lord with one strike, he knew very well what Zichun was relying on. The Star Illusion Dragon Thrust. He did not expect this weapon used by a Starry Sky Supreme Sage to have such an extraordinary skill. His expression became more and more serious. However, this did not mean that he did not have a way to deal with Zichun. How dare you come here and cause trouble? Die. After understanding the cause and effect, Suho did not waste any more time. He just said this sentence and directly attacked. He clenched his fist and punched at Zichun. The fist was dazzling and bright, tearing through space. Knowing Zichun's attacking methods, Suho did not want to give Zichun any chance. He punched with all his strength. Seeing Suho attack, the crowd burst into cheers. Gold and silver light shone around Zichun's body. The two types of energy appeared in a balanced state. He swung his fist to meet the attack. Yin and yang lightning circled around the fist. Boom! The two fists collided. There was an explosion in the sky. The void suddenly trembled, and a violent energy ripple spread out. Manshur and the others retreated again and again. The aftermath of the energy caused their expressions to change instantly. Suho was indeed an expert on the general ranking. This attack was too powerful. As they flew back, Zichun also kept retreating. The spreading ripples were in front of him and followed him forward. And in the midst of the ripples, Suho's body shone. He followed closely and accumulated power again. Zichun, who was retreating, exploded with a dazzling silver light. Amidst the exclamations, he summoned the heavenly thunder wings. So, his speed became even faster. In an instant, the distance between the two of them increased. A sheathed long saber appeared in Zichun's hand. He instantly drew it. 8 fused saber lights appeared in a row. Like an open fan, they emitted a bright light and slashed at the violent energy ripples. Pung! Pung! The sound of explosions continued. Saber lights shattered one after another, and an even stronger force surged out. After the 8 explosions in the sky, Suho turned into a beam of light and rushed out. He punched at Zichun's face. This punch was strong and ruthless. Zichun's expression changed. He raised his hand to block the attack. Yin and yang energy flowed out of his palm, forming layers of defense. Swoosh! This punch hit the palm print. However, there was no explosion of energy like before. On the palm print, the yin and yang energy kept rotating in a balanced manner. In the process of rotation, it dissolved the powerful force of the punch. Suho had a cold expression on his face. With a loud shout, he channeled even more power into his fist light. Then, he shouted, "Explode!" The word "explode" resounded through the sky. The fist light exploded with a loud bang. Terrifying energy swept out. Zichun's body was sent flying by the impact of the energy. The yin and yang defense around him was also constantly dissipating. Suho knew that he could not give Zichun any chance in a battle like this. Once his opponent took out the Star Illusion Dragon Spike, endless trouble would await Suho. Therefore, when Zichun was sent flying, he charged forward again and unleashed another powerful attack. Explosions constantly sounded in the sky. Suho and Zichun turned into streaks of light and clashed. However, no matter how one looked at it, Suho had the upper hand. This was because Zichun was constantly retreating. Manshur and the others watched quietly. They did not show any worry because of Zichun's retreat. Suho became more and more courageous as he fought. He constantly shouted and attacked with full force. Cheers could be heard from below. They were all cheering for Suho. As expected, the first on the ranking of generals was too far away from the ranking of commanders. Sensing Suho's increasingly fierce and violent attacks, Zichun smiled. Blood flowed from his mouth. The experts on the ranking of commanders were indeed powerful. However, this was the end. After sensing Suho's strength, he decided not to hold back. Swoosh! With a tap of his foot, his figure disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared thousands of meters away. Suho coldly glanced at him and charged towards Zichun. The killing intent around him did not diminish. However, when he was halfway there, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. The thought of turning around and fleeing rose in his heart. This book came from the web. Read the original content first. Chapter 1690. As the two experts clashed, the violent energy surged and churned in the sky like leaden clouds, bringing with it a heavy pressure that made one's heart feel stuffy. Since the beginning, Suho had been attacking like a madman. Zichun could only retreat, retreating again and again. Because of the huge gap between their realms, Zichun was ultimately no match for Suho. He summoned the heavenly thunder wings and used teleportation to increase the distance between them. Zichun, who had retreated far away, wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth with an expressionless face. Seeing that Zichun was injured, the nervous guards below finally heaved a sigh of relief. In a short exchange, Zichun was injured. Clearly, he was no match for Lord Suho. The outcome was decided in a few short moves. This time, Zichun would ultimately be stopped outside the city because of Suho. Zichun couldn't enter the city, and the guard's dignity was preserved. Next, Suho would become the hero of the entire Royal Sky region. Just as everyone was wondering if Zichun would wisely escape with his subordinates at this moment, Suho didn't give Zichun the chance. He actually rushed forward with surging killing intent. Suho's attitude was strange and puzzling. The potential Zichun displayed was extremely great. In the future, he would definitely become the pillar of the Royal Sky region. Although it was wrong to enter the city rashly, that was only because of personal reasons. The current Zichun was still on the side of the humans and belonged to the Royal Sky region. Killing such an existence was simply a huge loss to the Royal Sky region. This was like killing Long Fei before he could mature. In the future, there wouldn't be a Long Fei who could intimidate the other races and regions. Some of the insiders were excited and expectant when they saw this scene. Because of their positions, Suho and Zichun had long been at odds with each other, to the point where they would not rest until one of them was dead. Furthermore, the talent that Zichun had displayed was truly terrifying. Now, whenever people talked about Zichun, they would compare him to Suho. Now that the 5 great families were at odds with Zichun, they naturally wouldn't let him grow. That was because back then, he had single-handedly suppressed the 4 great families. In the eyes of these great families, Zichun could not be allowed to grow. Therefore, Suho had to kill him. Under the confused, excited, and expectant gazes of the crowd, Suho rushed towards Zichun. However, a shocking scene happened in the next moment. Suho, who was charging forward, suddenly stopped. Because he stopped too suddenly, his body became unstable. He staggered in the air and almost fell. Suho's abnormal actions caused everyone to be moved. He looked ahead at Zichun and saw the power of laws surging around Zichun. This power of laws caused the space to distort, causing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to riot. Seeing such a strange phenomenon, everyone's expression changed. Their eyes were filled with deep disbelief. Other than Zichun's group, all of the cultivators present were at the 9th level. Naturally, they understood what this meant. After all, everyone had experienced it before. This meant that an 8th level had broken through to the 9th level. To think that Zichun would break through to the 9th level at such a moment. Suho stopped in his tracks. Looking at Zichun, who was smiling mockingly, his face turned ugly. Others would rely on luck to break through. But looking at Zichun's expression, it was clear that he could control the timing of his breakthrough. If he were to break through at such a moment, the power of laws would surge around him. He did not dare to go forward. But if Zichun were to break through to the 9th level, even Suho, who was a powerful being on the ranking board, would not have the confidence to fight against Zichun. If not for the fact that there were so many cultivators watching from below, Suho would definitely turn around and run for his face. He could face Zichun, who was at the peak of the 8th level. But he had no confidence in Zichun, who was only at the 9th level. Damn it! How could this be? Yiming cursed angrily, his face gloomy. Once Zichen broke through, he would be invincible among those of the same level. Who could beat him? Wharton, who knew Zichen's strength very well, also smiled bitterly. This time, we're in big trouble. After breaking through to the 9th level, Zichen's combat strength would be unimaginable. They were indeed in big trouble. He broke through. Zichen actually broke through. He could kill the city lord when he was at the peak of the 8th level. Once he breaks through to the 9th level, can Lord Suho deal with him? He definitely can. Lord Suho is a powerhouse on the ranking board and is at the peak of the 9th level. How can he not deal with a 9th level Zichen? Voices came from below one after another. However, the crowd, who was originally full of confidence, lost their confidence because of Zichen's breakthrough. Seeing the power of laws surging around Zichen, Manshur and the others were stunned at first, then a smile appeared on their faces. Wuxia glanced at Yiming and said calmly, "Now, there's a good show to watch." Breaking through the 9th level of the 8th level required a lot of energy. The energy contained in the heaven and earth could not supply Zichen at all. Zichen waved his hand, and a large number of spirit crystals appeared and scattered around his body. These were all high-quality spirit crystals. Even in the entire Imperial Sky region, they could be considered top-grade. Of course, these were made by the Tomb Keeper, and dragon blood was added to them, so the quality was even higher. As soon as they appeared, it caused a series of exclamations. Clearly, everyone was knowledgeable and could see that the spirit crystals were extraordinary. Are these all top-grade spirit crystals? Yes, they must be. Oh my god! So many top-grade spirit crystals in one go. Just as the cheers were about to erupt, the spirit crystals that were scattered around exploded one after another. The huge amount of spirit chi contained within turned into a storm, and Zichen was at the center of the storm, constantly devouring this energy. In the blink of an eye, the storm's energy was completely devoured by Zichen. However, feeling the feedback from his body, Zichen frowned slightly, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Next, he waved his hand again. This time, other than the top-grade spirit crystals, there were also pieces of dragon crystals that contained surging energy. On each dragon crystal, there was an image of a dragon. Under the flickering light of the dragon crystals, these images of dragons were like living creatures. Those are dragon crystals. Feeling the dragon might released from the dragon crystals, 9 people spoke. Yes, they are dragon crystals. However, it is said that they are dragon crystals from a type of Western giant dragon. Someone in the know answered. The Western giant dragon in the Tomb Keeper's world had brought a great change to the entire Imperial Sky region. Most of the giant dragon crystals were supplied to the level 9 experts here, and some were even transported back to the Zhangwu continent. Among the crowd, there were people who had dragon weapons, so they had some understanding of the Western giant dragon. However, the value of each dragon crystal far exceeded that of a top-grade spirit crystal. However, Zichen took out close to 100 of them at once. Such generosity was naturally shocking. No wonder the soul-devouring clan would rather fall out with us than give us the coordinates. Seeing so many dragon crystals, Suho finally understood the true value of that small world. He was shocked. An even more violent energy entered Zichen's body. The aura around Zichen began to skyrocket. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed the threshold of level 8 and entered the true level 9. At level 9, Zichen's body flashed with dazzling golden light. At the same time, there was also silver lightning as a foil. He looked like a thunder war god. His originally calm eyes had a trace of heart-palpitating indifference because of the surge of energy after the breakthrough. He had broken through. He had broken through just like that. Many people found it hard to believe. One must know that when they broke through, they had paid a great price and spent a lot of time. However, Zichen, who had a lot of resources, had completely broken through in less than 15 minutes. Judging from the powerful energy released from his body, he had already stabilized this realm. For a moment, everyone's expression became very complicated. Zichen did not have time to care about their complicated feelings. He looked at Suho and said coldly, "I said, you won't be able to leave today." Suho said with a gloomy face, "You're only at the early stage of level 9. We'll see who lives and who dies in this battle." "Die!" Suho roared. A ball of light appeared in front of him. Then, the ball of light became brighter and bigger. A violent aura was released from the ball of light. This was one of Su-Ho's strongest attacks. When Zichen first entered the general ranking, he had experienced this move. At that time, Zichen was seriously injured and took half a year to recover. However, this time, after breaking through to level 9, he saw the same move again. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a mocking smile. After such a long time, Su-Ho was still in the same place, while he had broken through again and again. Zichen did not immediately attack. He was waiting for Su-Ho to accumulate energy, waiting for Su-Ho to use his strongest attack. He wanted to defeat Su-Ho when he was at his strongest. He wanted to defeat him. The ball of light became brighter and was filled with violent energy. This energy caused the space around Su-Ho to constantly distort. A terrifying aura swept through the world. Feeling this aura, the expressions of the cultivators below changed drastically. They kept retreating towards the city gate. As expected of an expert on the general ranking, he has some tricks up his sleeve. Someone behind Zichen commented, "Die." Su-Ho's spiritual thoughts released the ball of light in front of him. With a powerful, terrifying, and destructive aura, the ball of light flew towards Zichen. In the ball of light, terrifying energy was constantly released. Wherever it passed, it met with the power of space, producing a sizzling sound. In the eyes of everyone, this was an extremely powerful attack. After seeing this, Zichen smiled disdainfully. His body shone again. Dazzling golden light filled the surface of his body. Golden Xing Chen beads appeared on Zichen's chest one after another. There were 9 golden Xing Chen beads. 8 of them had golden marks in them, which represented the limit. The last one only had a shallow mark. After the 9 Xing Chen beads appeared, they were connected together like a bead. 9 Xing beads. The peak state of the Thunder King physique. An extremely powerful force rushed out of Zichen's body and into his right hand. Feeling this force, Zichen clenched his fist and punched out amidst the golden light. The golden light of the fist cut through the sky and hit the incoming ball of light. The two violent energies collided. Without waiting for Su-Ho's spiritual thoughts, the ball of light exploded. The explosion of energy produced a terrifying wave that spread in all directions. Zichen stood motionless in the same place, letting the energy blow his robe. His expression was indifferent. When he looked at Su-Ho again, he was shocked and kept retreating. Just as Zichen said, after breaking through, the two of them were no longer on the same level. "I'll send you on your way." Chapter 1691. Giving someone the middle finger was an act of disdain, provocation, contempt, and cursing. At this moment, Zichen gave Su-Ho the middle finger. Everyone looked at the sky in shock, at Zichen, and then at Su-Ho, who was retreating. One move. In just one move, Su-Ho was defeated and retreated, his face full of shock. Although some people had expected that Zichen would be stronger after the breakthrough, and that Su-Ho might not be a match for him. However, no one expected Zichen to be so powerful. He was so powerful that he defeated Lord Su-Ho, the most powerful person in 1,000 years, with just one move. Under the disbelieving gazes of the crowd, Zichen gave Su-Ho the middle finger. In their eyes, this was a provocation, and also Zichen was expressing his disdain. He could completely look down on Su-Ho by defeating the enemy in one move. In the face of this humiliating action, the anger on Su-Ho's face intensified. Manshur and the others did not think that Zichen's finger was just to humiliate Su-Ho, because Zichen was not that bored. Moreover, Su-Ho, who was defeated in one move, did not need to be humiliated at all. Sure enough, Zichen's finger just now was not a boring action, but a real battle skill. Thunder King Finger. A king-level battle skill taught by the Thunder Sacred Beast. The sky trembled, and a fingerprint emitting the light of thunder descended from the sky, heading straight for Su-Ho. Boom! A terrifying pressure swept through the world, and the huge fingerprint pressed down like a mountain, causing the expressions of the cultivators at the city gate to change. Facing this finger, they felt as if they were facing the power of heaven. It was too terrifying. However, this finger was not targeted at them, but at Su-Ho in the sky. Even though they were so far away, the aftermath of the fingerprint made their expressions change. What could Suho, the target of the fingerprint, do in the face of this attack? The anger on Suho's face turned into horror again. The fingerprint that descended from the sky had completely locked onto his aura, and a huge spatial pressure appeared, causing Suho to be unable to mobilize the power of space around him. At this moment, facing the fingerprint, he only had one choice, and that was to resist. He couldn't even escape. Drink! Unable to retreat, Suho roared into the sky, and his armor burst out with a dazzling light. He clenched his fists and blocked the attack. As his arms collided, the sound of metal clashing could be heard, and a defensive light shield appeared. Ever since he became a powerhouse on the list, Suho couldn't remember how long it had been since he used this all-out defensive move. But now, facing Zichun, who had just entered the 9th stage, he actually had to defend with all his might. Sure enough, the younger generation was better than the older generation. He was the first in 1,000 years, but he was overshadowed by Zichun, who had the potential to be on par with Long Fei. Before Marquis Su could feel any more emotions, the finger seal fell and then exploded. Tens of thousands of thunderous booms instantly rang out in the world. The thunderous power from the exploded fingerprints landed on Suho's defense like a huge wave. Bang! Suho only managed to hold on for a breath before the defense around his body shattered. Then, the power of lightning drowned Suho. A ball of lightning fell from the sky like a meteor, accompanied by Suho's terrified screams. The thunderous light landed heavily on the ground, and the earth shook violently, sending smoke and dust everywhere. A huge pit with a radius of hundreds of meters appeared in front of everyone's eyes. At the center of the pit, Suho lay there, his body covered with wounds caused by the power of lightning. His eyes were filled with horror. Just as his body moved, there were cracking sounds. The cracks on his armor began to spread, and finally, it exploded with a loud bang. How could this be? Looking at Suho's appearance, everyone was dumbfounded, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Suho, who was known as the most powerful person in 1,000 years, was defeated just like that, and so thoroughly. Although Suho was not dead yet, he had almost no strength to fight anymore. Zichun's attack was too powerful. Zichun stood in the air, looking down at Suho with an indifferent expression. This scene was similar to when Suho looked at him when he broke into the city. However, there was no hostility in Zichun's eyes, only murderous intent. He didn't like killing, but when it was time to kill, he would never hesitate. Suho in front of him was someone he must kill. He took a step forward, and in a flash, he was above the deep pit. He looked down at Suho and said, "Do you have any last words?" Suho smiled miserably as he looked at Zichun with eyes full of resentment. "Zichun, although you've won today, don't be too proud. You've provoked an existence that you shouldn't have provoked. Sooner or later, you'll die." Zichun said indifferently, "You don't have to worry about that. In short, the grudge between you and me is that I'm standing and you're lying down. Next, I will live and you will die." Suho only stared coldly at Zichun. Zichun looked at Suho and said, "As an expert on the ranking, you have a great reputation in the Royal Sky region. Everyone is looking at you like they're looking at a god. Just a moment ago, everyone was filled with anticipation for you, cheering because of your victory. But now, you are no match for them, and you are about to die, but no one is standing up for you. As for the Wang family you are loyal to, no one is coming either. Maybe after you die, the Wang family will come to negotiate with me and push all the blame on you." The expression on Suho's cold face changed. Zichun said mockingly, "In the eyes of the Wang family, you are just a dog. No one will care about a dog." Suho started to vomit blood. It was unknown whether it was from anger or not. "All right, it's time to end this." Zichun's eyes flashed coldly, and he was ready to kill. At this moment, the city in front of them suddenly trembled, and golden light appeared in the city. Soon, the golden light filled the entire city. That is, seeing the golden light filling the entire city, everyone's expression changed. They had a vague guess in their hearts. The ranking has changed. There is a change in the martial ranking. Lord Suho's name is lit up. Soon, loud shouts rang out from within the city. When the people outside the city heard this, they fell silent. Su-ho was defeated, and Zi-chun had broken through to the 9th level. Now that the ranking was changed, it naturally meant that Su-ho had failed, and Zi-chun had entered the ranking. Now, Zi-chun had replaced Su-ho and became the true expert on the ranking. For a moment, everyone looked at Zi-chun with complicated gazes. Zi-chun lowered his head and looked at Su-ho, saying, "Did you hear that? Your name has been removed from the ranking." Su-ho's resentful gaze gradually turned into hatred. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something vicious, but in the next moment, he coughed violently. Su-ho coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and in the end, he couldn't catch his breath. His head tilted, and he died. Zi-chun looked at Su-ho in shock. He dared to guarantee that Su-ho was not killed, but angered to death. "So he is so narrow-minded," Zi-chun murmured. He then raised his head and looked ahead. There were many guards there, as well as a lot of 9th heavenly layer cultivators. But when they met Zi-chun's gaze, they all looked away, not daring to look at him. Those guards who were surging with murderous intent seemed to have suffered a huge blow because of Su-ho's death, and their murderous intent disappeared. Zi-chun stepped in the air and walked forward. The group of cultivators subconsciously retreated, while the guards' expressions changed, and they all looked at the leaders. The leaders' expressions were ugly, and their gazes were constantly changing. It was obvious that they were in a dilemma. Suddenly, Zi-chun, who was walking forward, stopped, and his eyes gradually turned cold. He turned around and glanced indifferently at Su-ho's corpse. A golden bolt of lightning appeared between his brows and went straight for Su-ho. He didn't even let the corpse go. How much hatred did they have? The golden bolt of lightning swept towards Su-ho, followed by a shrill scream. Hearing this scream, everyone was dumbfounded. Zi-chun, on the other hand, smiled mockingly. A powerhouse who is only second to the Emperor's stage can be angered to death like this. No one was not afraid of death, and Su-ho was the same. He knew that he was no match for Zi-chun, but he chose to use this method to survive. It was a pity that Zi-chun noticed it. After killing Su-ho completely, a light flashed behind him. Wu-xia went forward to clean up the battlefield. Zi-chun, on the other hand, looked up at the sky. There were 2 people standing there, but now they were gone. Zi-chun did not have the mood to care about where Yi-ming and Wharton went. He headed in the direction of the city. "Everyone!" A leader suddenly raised his hand and shouted. However, before he could finish his sentence, a powerful aura rushed out from Zi-chun's body. This aura went straight for the leader, causing him to stop what he was about to say. Roar! A loud dragon's roar was heard. The thunder dragon flew over from behind, and endless dragon's might spread. Feeling this vast and suffocating dragon's might, many people felt their legs go weak, and they could not even stand properly. Few people could resist the dragon's might. Zi-chun strode forward. Swoosh! However, there was also a powerhouse among the guards. He broke free from the dragon's might and rushed towards Zi-chun, shouting at the same time, "You are not allowed to enter the city." Buffed! As soon as he finished speaking, Zi-chun used 2 fingers to form a sword and slashed forward. A golden sword aura cut open the guard's body, separating his body and armor. A powerhouse in the middle of the 9th tier died. Zi-chun stepped forward again. His pace was neither fast nor slow. The second person broke free from the dragon's might and attacked Zi-chun from afar. Zi-chun slashed again, and the golden sword aura moved forward, easily destroying this attack. At the same time, it fell on the other person, breaking his defense and killing him. Another attack, and another person died. The cultivators and guards' faces were full of shock and fear. At this moment, Zi-chun was really too terrifying. Zi-chun's expression was calm as he slowly stepped forward. A leader whose expression changed finally made up his mind. He shouted, "Protect the city." With a loud shout, he rushed towards Zi-chun. However, before he could reach Zi-chun, a golden light flashed, and this late-stage 9th tier powerhouse was split into 2. In the sky, the dragon's might dissipated. More people could not hold on and directly fell to the ground. And below, step by step, they walked towards the city. It was now very clear that all those who tried to stop Zichen would not be able to make a second move, unless they were existences like Su Ho. However, there were still people who rushed out, fearless. However, no one knew what the real purpose of these people was. As another leader died, an indifferent voice finally sounded, "That's enough." The space shook slightly, and a figure appeared out of thin air. Chapter 1692. As the two experts clashed, violent energy surged and rolled in the sky like leaden clouds, bringing with it an oppressive feeling that made one's chest feel stuffy. From the start, Su Ho had been attacking in a frenzy. Zichen could only retreat again and again. Due to the huge difference in cultivation level, Zichen was ultimately no match for Su Ho. He summoned the heavenly thunder wings and used teleportation to increase the distance between them. Zichen, who had retreated far away, had blood at the corner of his mouth. He wiped it off with his hand expressionlessly. Seeing that Zichen was injured, the nervous guards below finally heaved a sigh of relief. In just a short exchange, Zichen was injured. It was obvious that he was no match for Lord Su Ho, who was on the ranking list. The outcome was decided in just a few moves. This time, Zichen would be stopped outside the city because of Su Ho. Zichen couldn't enter the city, and the guard's dignity was preserved. Su Ho would become the hero of the entire Imperial Sky region. Just as everyone was wondering if Zichen would wisely escape with his subordinates at this moment, Su Ho did not give Zichen the chance to do so. Instead, he rushed forward with a murderous aura. Su Ho's attitude was strange and incomprehensible. Zichen had shown great potential. He would definitely become the pillar of the Imperial Sky region in the future. Although it was wrong to enter the city rashly, it was only because of personal reasons. Right now, Zichen was still on the side of the humans and belonged to the Imperial Sky region. Killing such an existence would be a huge loss to the Imperial Sky region. It was like killing Long Fei before he could grow. In the future, there wouldn't be a Long Fei who could intimidate the other races and regions. Some of the insiders were excited and expectant when they saw this scene. Because of their positions, Su Ho and Zichen had been at odds for a long time. It was to the point where they would fight to the death. Moreover, the talent that Zichen had shown was truly terrifying. Now, when people talked about Zichen, they would compare him to Long Fei. Now that the 5 great clans were at odds with Zichen, they naturally wouldn't allow him to grow. Because back then, Long Fei had relied on his own strength to suppress the 4 great clans to the point that they didn't have any temper. In the eyes of these great families, Zichen couldn't be allowed to grow. Therefore, Su Ho had to kill him. Under the confused, excited, and expectant gazes of the crowd, Su Ho rushed towards Zichen. However, a shocking scene occurred in the next moment. Su Ho, who was charging forward, suddenly stopped. Because he stopped too abruptly, his body became unstable. He staggered in the air and almost fell. Su Ho's abnormal actions caused everyone to be moved. He looked ahead at Zichen and saw the power of rules surging around Zichen. The power of rules caused the space to distort and caused the spiritual power of heaven and earth to riot. Everyone's expression changed when they saw such a phenomenon. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Apart from Zichen's group, the rest of the cultivators present were all at the 9th level. Of course, they understood what this situation meant, because everyone had experienced it before. This represented the breakthrough of the 8th tier to the 9th tier. Zichen actually began to break through to the 9th level at such a time. Su Ho stopped and looked at Zichen, who had a playful smile on his face. His expression gradually turned ugly. Others' breakthroughs relied on opportunities, but judging from Zichen's expression, it was obvious that he could control the time of his breakthrough at will. If he broke through at such a time, the power of rules would surge around him. He didn't dare to go forward. However, once Zichen successfully broke through to the 9th level, even Su Ho, who was a powerhouse on the list, had no confidence in fighting against Zichen. If it weren't for the many cultivators watching below, Su Ho would definitely turn around and run for his face. He could face Zichen, who was at the peak of the 8th level, but he had no confidence in Zichen, who was at the early 9th level. Damn it, how did this happen? Yiming cursed angrily with a gloomy expression. Once Zichen broke through, he would be almost invincible among those of the same level. Who could beat him? Wharton, who knew Zichen's strength very well, also smiled bitterly. This time, we're in big trouble. After breaking through to the 9th level, Zichen's combat strength would be unimaginable. They were indeed in big trouble. He broke through. Zichen actually broke through. He could kill the city lord when he was at the peak of the 8th level. Once he breaks through to the 9th level, can Lord Suho deal with him? He definitely can. Lord Su is a powerhouse on the list and is at the peak of the 9th level. How can he not deal with Zichen, who's only at the 9th level? Voices came from below one after another. However, the people who were originally full of confidence lost their confidence because of Zichen's breakthrough. Seeing the power of rules surging around Zichen, Manshur and the rest were stunned at first, then a smile appeared on their faces. Wu Xie glanced at Yiming and said calmly, "Now, there's a good show to watch." Breaking through the 9th level required a huge amount of energy. The energy contained in heaven and earth couldn't supply Zichen at all. Zichen waved his hand, and a large number of spirit crystals appeared and scattered around his body. These were all high-quality spirit crystals. Even in the entire Imperial Sky region, they could be considered top-grade. Naturally, these were made by the Tomb Keeper. Dragon's blood was added to them, so the quality was even higher. As soon as they appeared, it caused a series of exclamations. Clearly, everyone was knowledgeable and could tell that the spirit crystals were extraordinary. Are these all supreme-grade spirit crystals? Yes, they must be. Oh my God! He took out so many supreme-grade spirit crystals at once. Amidst the cheers, the spirit crystals scattered around exploded one after another. The enormous spiritual power contained in them turned into a storm. Zichen was at the center of the storm, constantly devouring the energy. In the blink of an eye, the storm's power was completely devoured by Zichen. However, sensing the feedback from his body, Zichen frowned slightly, somewhat dissatisfied. Next, he waved his hand again. This time, apart from the supreme-grade spirit crystals, there were also pieces of dragon crystals that contained surging energy. There was a dragon's shadow on each dragon crystal. Under the flickering light of the dragon crystals, the dragon's shadows seemed to be alive. Those are dragon crystals? Feeling the dragons might released from the dragon crystals, 9 people asked. Yes, they are dragon crystals. However, it is said that they are dragon crystals from a type of Western giant dragon. Someone in the know answered. The Western giant dragon in the world of Guardian Tomb had brought great changes to the entire Imperial Sky region. Most of the giant dragon crystals were supplied to the level 9 experts here, and some were even transported back to the Zhangwu continent. Among the crowd, there were people who had dragon weapons, so they had some understanding of the Western giant dragon. However, the value of each dragon crystal far exceeded that of supreme-grade spirit crystals. However, Zichen took out nearly 100 of them at once. Such generosity was naturally shocking. No wonder the soul-devouring clan would rather fall out with us than give us the coordinates. Seeing so many dragon crystals, Suho finally understood the true value of that small world. He was shocked. An even more violent energy entered Zichen's body. The aura around Zichen began to surge. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed the threshold of level 8 and entered the true level 9. The level 9 Zichen's body flashed with a dazzling golden light. At the same time, there was silver lightning as a contrast, making him look like a thunder war god. His originally calm eyes had a trace of heart-palpitating indifference because of the surge of energy after the breakthrough. He had broken through, just like that. Many people found it hard to believe. One must know that when they broke through, they had paid a great price and spent a lot of time. However, Zichen, who had a lot of resources, had completely broken through in less than 15 minutes. From the powerful energy released from his body, he had already stabilized this realm. For a moment, everyone's expression became very complicated. Zichen didn't have the time to care about the complicated feelings of the crowd. He looked at Suho and said coldly, "I said, you won't be able to leave today." Suho said with a gloomy face, "You are merely at the early stage of level 9. We will see who will live and who will die in this battle." Die! Suho roared, and a ball of light appeared in front of him. Then, the ball of light became brighter and bigger, and a violent aura was released from the ball of light. This was one of Su Ho's strongest attacks. When Zichen first entered the general ranking, he had experienced this move. At that time, Zichen had been seriously injured, and it took half a year for him to recover. However, this time, after breaking through to level 9, he saw the same move again. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a mocking smile. After such a long time, Su Ho was still in the same place, while he had broken through again and again. Zichen didn't immediately attack. He was waiting for Su Ho to accumulate energy, waiting for Su Ho to unleash his strongest attack. He wanted to defeat Su Ho when he was at his strongest. He wanted to crush him. The ball of light became brighter and brighter, filled with violent energy. This energy caused the space around Su Ho to constantly distort, and a terrifying aura swept through the world. Feeling this aura, the expressions of the cultivators below changed drastically, and they continuously retreated towards the city gate. As expected of an expert on the general ranking, he has some tricks up his sleeve. Someone behind Zichen commented, "Die." Su Ho's spiritual sense released the ball of light in front of him. With a powerful, terrifying, and destructive aura, the ball of light flew towards Zichen. Within the ball of light, a terrifying energy was constantly released. Wherever it passed, it collided with the power of space, producing a sizzling sound. In the eyes of the crowd, this was an extremely powerful attack, but after seeing this, Zichen laughed disdainfully, and his body lit up again. A dazzling golden light filled the surface of his body. Golden Xing Chen beads appeared one after another in front of Zichen's chest. There were 9 golden Xing Chen beads. 8 of them had golden marks, which represented the limit, and the last one only had a faint mark. After the 9 Xing Chen beads appeared, they were connected together like a bead. 9 stars-aligned beads. The Thunder King physique's peak state. An extremely powerful energy rushed out of Zichen's body and into his right hand. Feeling this energy, Zichen clenched his fist and punched out amidst the golden light. The golden fist pierced through the sky and hit the ball of light flying towards him. The two violent energies collided. Without waiting for Su Ho's spiritual sense to transmit, the ball of light exploded. The huge explosion of energy produced a terrifying shockwave that spread in all directions. Zichen stood motionless on the spot, allowing the energy to blow at his robe. His expression was indifferent. He looked at Su Ho, who was in shock and kept retreating. Just as Zichen said, after the breakthrough, the two of them were no longer on the same level in terms of combat power. "I'll send you on your way." Looking at Su Ho, who was flying backwards, Zichen's indifferent voice sounded. In the next moment, he raised his middle finger at Su Ho and flipped it downwards. Chapter 1693. When one's understanding of space reached a certain level, they would be able to travel through many spaces through their understanding of space. This technique was called teleportation. In the outside world, domain realm experts had their own domain world, and the range of their domain world was the range of their teleportation. However, in this world, the domain world was isolated by the laws. Apart from the innate soul devourers, there were very few people who could teleport. Every single one of them who could teleport was undoubtedly a true powerhouse. Zichen could only teleport by summoning the heavenly thunder wings. But this person who suddenly appeared in front of him clearly used his own method to teleport. In terms of comprehension of space, he was much stronger than Zichen. Zichen had killed Su Ho in 2 moves, but this person still dared to appear. His combat strength must be higher than Su Ho's, and of course, he was also an expert on the list. The other party was a middle-aged man. He did not have any armor on him. Instead, he wore a water-patterned blue robe. His face was sickly pale. After he teleported, he had been staring at Zichen. His long and narrow eyes were like those of a venomous snake. It was obvious that this was a strong cultivator who had the confidence to deal with Zichen. However, none of the cultivators and guards below knew who he was. Zichen sensed his strength, but he wasn't afraid. After successfully breaking through to the 9th level, Zichen didn't fear anyone in the same realm. As for realm lords who were 1 level higher than him, there didn't seem to be any in this world. Killing so many people isn't enough. The blue-robed man stared at Zichun and said indifferently. Zichun replied indifferently, "This is a grudge between me and the 5 great families. They wanted to be big shots and stick their heads out. They deserve to die." "Humph, you killed so many people and still speak so confidently." The blue-robed man waved his sleeve and said, "You can leave. You're not allowed to enter the city in the future." The people below were surprised. They were all wondering who this person was, daring to speak to Zichun with such an attitude. Zichun's face had a hint of ridicule. "You clearly have killing intent in your heart. Why are you pretending? What nonsense are you spouting? There is no enmity between us, so why would I kill you?" The blue-robed man frowned. Zichun curled his lips in disdain and said, "This is a human city. Why can't I enter? And why are you stopping me from entering?" The blue-robed man's face became gloomier and gloomier. He seemed to be saying that Zichun was too unappreciative. "I don't care who you are on the list, and I don't care what your motives are. This time, it's a grudge between me and the 5 great clans. It has nothing to do with you. As for what grudge it is, it's very simple. They've been oppressing me, and they've been thinking about me. I've been enduring, and now I have the ability to kill my way back." Zichun scanned the crowd and said, "Next, whoever gets in my way will be my enemy. My usual way of dealing with my enemies is to kill without mercy." A commotion broke out in the crowd. As 9th-tier cultivators, they naturally knew about the 5 great clans. Being bullied by such clans was a common thing, so they naturally believed Zichun's words. There were many people among them who had experienced the same thing. At this moment, after hearing Zichun's words, they faintly rejoiced in his misfortune. This was also retribution. In a place where geniuses were born, those arrogant clans might suffer a great loss because they provoked an existence they shouldn't have. 10,000 years ago, Long Fei was like this, and now, Zichun was like this. They felt a killing intent from Zichun's body. This killing intent was firm. Even if the entire city wanted to stop him, he would still kill without mercy. Such big words. Don't think that you're a true expert just because you're on the list. Because Zichun didn't know how to appreciate his kindness, the blue-robed man became angry. "I've never thought that I'm an expert, and I don't think that you're an expert either. Since you don't put the list in your eyes, you must be on the list. I wonder what your rank is and what your name is." "Huefo." As the blue-robed man's powerful voice fell, it unsurprisingly caused an even greater commotion. Huefo, an expert on the list, ranked 78th. In the past 1,000 years, only one person was able to enter the list, and that was Su Ho, who was killed by Zichun. As for the other experts on the list, they were all people from 10,000 years ago. They were existences from the same era as Long Fei. During that era, there were many geniuses and experts. To be able to occupy a place on the list was enough to prove Hu Fo's strength. Hearing the discussions about Hu Fo, Zichun's lips curled into a disdainful smile. "Only 78th. Seeing how arrogant you are, I always thought that you were in the top 10. Good, good, good. Since you don't put me in your eyes, then let me see what you're capable of." Hu Fo was so angry that his entire body trembled. "From the moment you appeared, you wanted to kill me, but I didn't know you before. As you said, we have no enmity between us, but you wanted to kill me the moment you appeared. I guess it's because of Lei Long. Coincidentally, I don't like people like you, so I'll just kill you along the way and increase my ranking." Zichun's words made Hu Fo's heart skip a beat. He didn't expect Zichun to be so smart, directly guessing his intentions. 10,000 Ghost Shadow. Hu Fo didn't say anything else, and raised his hand to send out a palm strike. A black palm print appeared in the sky. The palm print covered the sky and emitted a powerful aura. Under the palm print, ghostly shadows swirled around, as if 10,000 ghosts were dancing. This was one of Hu Fo's few powerful attacks. He had great confidence in this attack. Even if it couldn't seriously injure Zichun, it wouldn't be a problem for him to restrain Zichun. Looking at the ghostly palm print, Zichun couldn't help but sneer with disdain. The energy in his body was lightning. Hu Fo couldn't be more stupid to use this move against him. Golden light flashed, and the 9 stars connected again. Zichun punched out. The dazzling fist light emitted an endless power of lightning. It went against the heavens and hit the palm print. Boom! The fist light exploded, and the power of lightning surged. As soon as the ghostly shadows touched the lightning, they let out shrill screams and dissipated. The ghostly shadows were annihilated by the lightning in an instant, and then the palm print exploded. The pitch-black energy dissipated quickly as if it had met its nemesis. Hu Fou's already pale face looked even paler, and his expression gradually became gloomy. Only by experiencing it firsthand did he know how powerful Zichen's attack was. After that, Zichen raised his middle finger at Hu Fou, just like how he dealt with Su Ho. In the sky, the Thunder King's fingerprint fell from the sky, and with a terrifying aura, it locked onto Hu Fou and went straight for him. Hu Fou's body glowed, and he shouted again, "Ghostly fist." A huge black fist light appeared, and there were thousands of ghostly shadows in it. One could also hear the cries of ghosts. The black light lingered, covering the sky and the sun. When Su Ho faced Zichen's attack, he could only defend and not attack, but Hu Fou could still attack. It was obvious that he was much stronger than Su Ho, but it was useless. The power of lightning restrained all evil. Boom! The Thunder King's fingerprint fell from the sky, and the light of lightning surged, instantly shattering the black fist light. At the same time, the fingerprint went straight for Hu Fou's heart. Bang! With a loud bang, Hu Fou was directly sent flying. While flying, the defense around him weakened layer by layer. After retreating hundreds of meters and dissolving all the power of lightning, he couldn't hold it in anymore and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Below, everyone was shocked. Zichen, who had just broken through, was so powerful that he injured Hu Fou, who was ranked 78th in 2 moves. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Hu Fou said coldly, "If you don't have more powerful means, you will die next." As he spoke, the black light around him began to linger again, and as the black light lingered, his body gradually turned illusory and then turned into a huge illusory shadow. This shadow was irregular, and there were 2 glowing points in it, like eyes. This was both a demonic shadow and a ghostly shadow, and it looked very evil. Hu Fou, who had completely turned into a shadow, was surrounded by an evil aura. After feeling this aura, everyone's expression changed. At this moment, thousands of ghosts surrounded him like guards. Well, this is the shadow. At the back, among Mansher's group, Hidden Fog frowned slightly when he saw this scene, and then he carefully looked at the irregular shadow. Zichen, you should be proud that you can force me to use my ghostly body when you have just broken through to level 9. From the tall shadow came an evil voice. The black light was still spreading, and there was no light in the world, only endless black light filling the world. In the black light, thousands of ghosts were swimming and crying, and the atmosphere was eerie. Many people felt their hair stand on end, and they felt as if they had entered the legendary hell. However, in the next moment, a bright light appeared in this pitch-black world. This was a golden light, like the rising golden sun, and it tore through the darkness and illuminated the world. From the golden sun, rays of golden light shot out, and the light scattered in all directions. The golden sun was Zichen, and the golden light was the saber light. There were a total of 81 rays, and they scattered in all directions. The creepy cries of ghosts all around turned into mournful screams, and the ghostly shadows dissipated under the saber light. The energy of the advancing saber light rapidly weakened, and when it reached its limit, it directly shattered, and the power of thunder produced after the shattering caused a lot of damage. The 81 rays of saber light disappeared, and half of the world had returned to normal, while the other half was pitch black, and in the darkness was Hu Fou's tall, ghostly shadow. His 2 glowing eyes were filled with resentment. The thousands of ghosts that had just disappeared appeared again in the next moment, and then continued to seal the world. Just as the sky was shrouded in darkness, the crisp sound of a sword being unsheathed rang out. 9 saber lights appeared in front of Zichen, and each of them was a fused saber light. The 9 saber lights gathered together, and like an open folding fan, they extended forward. Wherever the saber light passed, the darkness was cut open, and it headed straight for Hu Fou. Bang! With a loud bang, the golden saber light hit Hu Fou, and his originally illusory body suddenly became solid, and then he was sent flying. The boundless black light in the world dissipated in an instant. Hu-Fo flew backward and landed on the ground, his face full of shock. He did not expect that he would still be no match for Zichun even after using his strongest technique. Zichun glanced at Hu-Fo and shook his head in disappointment. Hu-Fo's energy happened to be restrained by him, and the combat strength he displayed was only a little stronger than Su-Ho's. Just as he shook his head, Lei Long flashed up and stared at Hu-Fo. The next moment, he opened his mouth and spewed out a large amount of dragon flames. Chapter 1694. The Thunder Dragon was no longer a weapon soul, but a true thunder dragon. It opened its mouth and spat out a large amount of dragon flames. Dragon flames were lightning, and there was also fire within. It was a flame that carried lightning, the thunder fire. The thunder fire covered a large area and contained a terrifying destructive power. It instantly spread and enveloped Hu-Fo. The Thunder Dragon's attack also had the special effect of sealing space. Hu-Fo had nowhere to run. Facing the surrounding dragon flames, he could only do his best to put up a defense. Under the Thunder Fire's continuous destruction, Hu-Fo's defense quickly crumbled, and a cry of despair rang out. Hearing the cry that reverberated between heaven and earth, everyone's heart trembled. Zichun, who had already expected this, was expressionless. The thunder fire was extinguished, and a charred corpse appeared on the ground. It was the 78th ranked Hu-Fo. Hu-Fo was dead. He had died under the dragon's breath. However, the moment Hu-Fo died, Zichun sensed many energy fluctuations from the city. These energy fluctuations were very strong, all stronger than Hu-Fo. Clearly, these were all experts on the list. Zhang Yongxi had once said that he would arrange everything. Other than Su-Ho, no other experts on the list would be allowed to appear. However, Zhang Yongxi had already appeared, and now there were so many experts in the city. This made Zichun frown involuntarily, and a cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. Then, these fluctuations disappeared without a trace. Hu-Fo's corpse was there. However, everyone still felt like they were in a dream. It was unreal. 2 powerful experts on the martial list had died in a single day. At this moment, the city ahead suddenly shook, and a dazzling golden light once again enveloped the entire city. This was another change on the list. As expected, Zichun's ranking jumped from 100th to 78th. With 2 experts on the list dead, a difficult problem was placed in front of the guards. Should they let Zichun in or not? If they let him in, they would definitely be punished. However, if they didn't, based on Zichun's attitude, whoever blocked them would die. Zichun took a step forward, and all the guards took a step back, fear in their eyes. They wanted to stop him, but Zichun was too strong. Even an expert like Su-Ho could not see through life and death, let alone them. Thus, a scene that shocked all the cultivators appeared. Zichun had single-handedly fought against an entire city. The group of guards retreated again and again. Behind them was the city gate, and they had nowhere else to go. Now, almost everyone's faces were filled with fear as they stared at Zichun. "Those who stand in my way, die." Zichun's indifferent voice reverberated in the air. Life and death could be decided in an instant. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Many people already had thoughts of escaping. At this moment of life and death, the order to withdraw was finally issued from the city. The group of guards heaved a huge sigh of relief and dispersed with a whoosh. They no longer dared to obstruct Zichun, this malefic star. Just like that, the city gate was left empty. With the power of one person against the entire city, it was actually the entire city that was avoiding him. Zichun walked towards the center of the city. Lei Long's body shrunk rapidly, turning into a lightning belt that wrapped around Zichun's waist. Manshur and the rest followed closely behind with faint smiles on their faces. Along the way, everyone looked at Zichun with awe and veneration. Zichun's name was destined to spread throughout the entire Royal Sky region today, not only in the battlefield of despair, but also in the 7-Mansion Alliance's Royal Sky region. After stepping into the 9th level and entering the martial rankings, Zichun had already become a true expert. An existence of this level was worthy of the 7-Mansion Alliance's attention. After entering the city, Zichun did not hold back at all. The 12 of them split up and headed straight for the properties of the 5 great clans. You guys are going against the entire human race. Zichun, you've gone too far. You'll definitely suffer retribution. You guys rely on your strength. Instead of dealing with the foreign races, you guys attacked your own people. You'll all die a horrible death. During the plundering, there would be some cultivators loyal to the 5 great clans who resisted. However, none of them survived. The winner is king, the loser is a bandit. After hearing those voices and killing these people, Zichun replied indifferently. Indeed, the winner was king and the loser was a bandit. This was a principle that had never changed since ancient times. The winner was the principle. Actually, in the eyes of others, this was just a show. There was no righteousness to speak of. It was nothing more than you rob me and I rob you. The guards in the city did not appear again, even though there were many shouts of killing in the city. Because of Zichun's group's plundering, the entire city seemed to be in chaos. However, it was actually still orderly. The only ones in chaos were the properties of the 5 great clans. One had to admit that Shinker's information was very accurate. There was no error at all. If someone were to take advantage of the chaos to plunder the shops of the 5 great clans, they would discover that the guards had disappeared. They would instantly appear and deal with these troublemakers. Wherever Zichun went, no one dared to stop him. Of course, no one dared to stop him from plundering. However, when it came to Xuantian's group, there were many cultivators who tried to stop them. After all, Xuantian's group was only at the peak of the 8th layer, while the weakest here was at the early stage of the 9th layer. Zichun chose to split up the group of 12 with the intention of training them. Because everyone was about the same level, they only lacked an opportunity to break through. During the course of the battle, everyone used their full strength. That kind of decisiveness in killing shocked many people. However, compared to the shock brought by Zichun, the others were much weaker. Thus, the group of 9th layer cultivators began to break through. Buzz. Xuantian's body trembled. The rules descended from the sky. He looked at the group of 9th layer cultivators in front of him with a smug and cruel smile. The 9th layer has broken through. The group of 9th layer cultivators was stunned. Then, their faces turned ugly. Xuantian was already powerful. Once he broke through, his combat strength was even more unimaginable. Sure enough, during the process of breaking through, the entire martial ranking shook. There was one more name in the empty spot of the 100th place. Xuantian. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. He had not broken through, but he had already entered the martial ranking. The 100th place was equivalent to the former Su Ho. However, Xuantian in front of them was only at the early stage of the 9th layer. Could he be the next Zichun? With the rules on his body, Xuantian began to break through. His breakthrough was the same as Zichun's. He needed a huge amount of power. This power could not be supplied by the energy of heaven and earth. He could only rely on himself. With Zichun as a precedent, Xuantian took out a large number of supreme-grade spirit crystals and mini-dragon crystals. These crystals exploded into a huge amount of energy, which was all absorbed by Xuantian. Under the incredulous gaze of the crowd, Xuantian smiled coldly and made a powerful attack. Boom! With a loud bang, more than a dozen 9th layer cultivators were annihilated under this attack. Just as the crowd was shocked and watched Xuantian enter a large store, the martial ranking changed again. The 100th name of Xuantian shone again, and then began to jump. This jump was a total of 15 names, and he was ranked 85th. Having just entered the 9th layer, he was already ranked 85th, squeezing out many peak 9th layer cultivators. Xuantian's battle prowess was astounding. To enter the martial ranking, one had to rely on the rules of the world. He relied on his own attacks, and after analysis by the rules, his ranking was determined by his battle prowess. Evidently, Xuantian's attack just now was qualified to enter the 85th place after analysis by the rules. While Xuantian was breaking through, Manshur, who transformed into a steel giant, also broke through. After his breakthrough, his attacks became even more powerful. Similarly, with just one attack, his ranking began to jump up to the 84th position. However, Manshur didn't stay in that position for too long before he was pushed down by Fortune Teller. As a titled cultivator of Destiny City, Fortune Teller's strength was undeniable. Comparatively speaking, the last titled cultivator, Hidden Mist, wasn't as strong. His methods were all focused on a single shadow. His attacks weren't that strong compared to the rest, but he had no problem entering the martial ranking. Next was Wu Xie. He used the Eye of Death, but still couldn't surpass Man Shu's full strength. This was quite a pity. Golden light flashed continuously throughout the city as one law after another descended. Faced with the attacks of so many ninth-level experts, everyone had reached their limits and broken through. After breaking through, everyone was able to enter the martial ranking. The martial ranking, which had remained unchanged for many years, was undergoing frequent changes today. Some people couldn't enter it their entire lives, but Man Shu and the others were already on the ranking as soon as they broke through. This huge gap shocked everyone and made them feel incomparably disappointed. Including Zichun, all 12 of them were on the martial ranking. Among them, Zichun was the highest at 78th place. If he could rank 78th when he just entered the 9th level, then once Zichun reached the peak of the 9th level, it wouldn't be difficult for him to take first place. Today, not only had they witnessed Zichun's rise, but they'd also witnessed the rise of Zichun's 11 followers. After the 11 of them entered the martial ranking, no voices of resistance could be heard in the city. The voices that had been criticizing Zichun's group were also gone. The experts of the 5 houses retreated, as if they'd accepted their fate. Thus, the plundering came to an end. After that, the 12 gathered again, all of them in the 9th level. "How's the harvest?" asked Zichun. Wu Xie shook his head, slightly disappointed. "We only found one piece of emperor-level material in each shop. The harvest wasn't as great as we expected." Zichun smiled faintly. It seems that they'd already expected this and took away all the good stuff. How is that possible? If that's the case, why were we still able to find emperor-level materials? Of course, it's to ease the tension between the two sides. At this moment, Zichun's potential wasn't any weaker than Long Fei's, and he'd clearly grown. Under such circumstances, if the 5 houses still couldn't see the situation clearly, they'd be pure fools. Leaving some materials in each shop was actually to express their goodwill to Zichun. Bah, it's too late to express goodwill now. Man Shu was very disdainful when he understood the meaning. At this moment, a peak 9th level expert came over. Looking at Zichun's group, he said, "You're Zichun. My master wants you to go over." Zichun turned around and glanced at him. Chapter 1695. These words attracted everyone's attention. Everyone turned to look at this uninvited guest with dissatisfaction on their faces. The 12 people present were all experts on the rankings. Although their current rankings weren't very high, they were all existences with enormous potential. Given some time, let alone a mere 54, they would be able to pull down even the 24th or 14th ranked experts. This subordinate of the 54th ranked expert had an arrogant demeanor and a tone that made people very unhappy. "What did you just say?" Zichun stared at the other party. Being stared at by Zichun made this Jichong, who was used to seeing big scenes, feel somewhat nervous. However, he forced himself to focus and said, "My lord is calling for you. He has something to discuss. He's ranked 54th on the martial rankings." As if worried that his previous words didn't carry enough weight, Jichong emphasized, 54th is much higher than 78th. It seems that there's a need to raise my ranking." Upon hearing Zichun's mutterings, the arrogant Jichong's expression changed greatly. He wasn't sure if Zichun had the strength to challenge his lord, but since he dared to say such a thing, even if he didn't attack, it was clear that he was dissatisfied with his lord. Before coming here, his lordship had instructed him not to provoke Zichun. The reason why he dared to speak with such an attitude was because he had seen the current situation. Zichun and the 5 great clans would not rest until one of them was dead. Other than the Wang clan, the other 4 great clans all had powerhouses on the list serving them. Now, he was representing the 54th ranked and recruiting Zichun. Zichun should be very willing to cooperate because he couldn't make any more enemies. However, the reality was the exact opposite. Zichun was still acting tough and even wanted to raise his ranking. It was clear that he didn't care about his lord at all. This development had far exceeded his expectations. For a moment, Juchong didn't know what to do. It seemed that it was too late to lower his attitude now. Just as he was caught between a rock and a hard place, a voice came from nearby. "Greetings, Lord Zichun. My lord invites Lord Zichun as a guest." Compared to before, this voice was much more polite. Zichun looked at the newcomer and asked, "Your family's lord is also on the list?" "Yes, my lord is ranked 39th, but before I came, my lord said that ranking doesn't mean anything. I hope that Lord Zichun will do me the honor." The person who came was very polite, very respectful, and even very humble. As for the arrogant ninth layer, his entire body was drenched in cold sweat. He knew the fellow beside him. Usually, he relied on his master's ranking and acted very arrogantly. His eyes grew on top of his head and did not put anyone in his eyes, including himself. But today, in front of Zichun, he had lowered his status, and even lowered his status in front of his master. The sticky sweat on his body made him extremely uncomfortable, but he didn't dare to move at all. Only then did he realize that he had been wrong from the start. Even Zichun, who was in this situation, was not afraid of anyone. Just like Long Fei back then, he was a lone wolf. However, no one dared to provoke him. This was the attitude of the number one expert. Sure enough, one after another came to pass on the message. But today, they, who were usually high and mighty, were all very humble. Compared to the others, he was like a fool. He didn't see the situation and still hoped to use his master's identity to suppress Zichun. One had to know that in this respectful crowd, there was also a powerhouse who represented the 21st place. In just a few minutes, more than a dozen powerhouses on the list came over and invited Zichun over for a chat. Looking at the dozen or so ninth layer cultivators with humble attitudes, Man sure curled his lips and said, "Aren't the powerhouses on the ranking all high and mighty, mysterious existences? What are they doing? Now, so many of them have suddenly appeared. What are their intentions?" Everyone half-bowed and waited for Zichun's reply, including the arrogant ninth layer. But at this moment, he had already put down all his arrogance and lowered his posture. Zichun's gaze swept across the crowd. Zichun's face revealed an expression that was not a smile. After a while, he said, "Go back and tell your master that if he really wants to see me, he should come personally. As for the invitation, forget it." Huh. Hearing this, everyone was stunned and raised their heads. Some of them even revealed some anger in their eyes, thinking that Zichun didn't know what was good for him. They had already lowered their posture according to the instructions. But not only did Zichun reject them, he even asked their master to come personally. Who did he think he was? The number one powerhouse? One had to know that the powerhouses behind all the cultivators present were ranked far higher than Zichun. Among them, the one who represented the 21st place was the most angry, because in his opinion, even if all 12 powerhouses on the list were to come at him together, they might not be a match for his master. And Zichun's actions were indeed overboard. "Hee, my little friend, you're right. If you want to see him, you have to come personally. Such an invitation is too insincere." An old voice rang out. No one dared to get angry at Zichun, but that didn't mean that they were all good-natured. The moment they heard this foreign voice, their faces were filled with anger. They turned around to check out which ignorant and reckless fella dared to butt in here. But the moment they turned around and caught sight of the old man's face, their hearts skipped a beat. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at the old man who was walking over. Snapping out of their stupor, they bowed respectfully. "Greetings, sir." The old man who had arrived was Zhang Yongxi, ranked 11th on the martial ranking. He was truly a mysterious existence. No one had expected that a powerful being on the martial ranking would come personally at this moment. Zhang Yongxi waved his hand casually and said with some dissatisfaction, "I've just settled some matters. To think that you guys would take advantage of the loophole. All right, there's nothing for you guys to do here. Disperse. If you really want to see Zichun, go back and tell your masters to come personally." Everyone nodded repeatedly. Without another word, they turned around and left. Zhang Yongxi came before Zichun and sized up the group. After a while, he clicked his tongue and sighed. "Not bad. Not bad at all. The younger generation will surpass us in time." It seems that us old fellows will have to give way to the martial ranking soon. Zichun smiled faintly. You flatter me. Zhang Yongxi asked, Are you done with your matters? Zichun said, I still have to go to the city gate to pick up someone. I'll go with you. Zhang Yongxi had clearly come to find Zichun for something, so he followed Zichun. Zichun stood at the city gate with 11 powerful beings on the martial ranking. When the other cultivators and guards saw them, they all retreated to the sides. They looked at the group with reverence and fanaticism. These were all powerful beings on the martial ranking. They had never seen so many powerful beings on the martial ranking gathered together. Standing beside Zichun, Zhang Yongxi could already guess who Zichun was waiting for. Thinking of the legend about that person, he shook his head. Not long after, a person appeared at the end of their line of sight. It was an old man in a white robe. His face was ruddy, and he seemed to be in good spirits. When he approached, the crowd saw the old man's face clearly, which triggered a series of exclamations. The old man was Schenker, the manager of Schenker's little store. Almost all the cultivators who had stayed in the sevenfold cities knew about Old Man Schenker and Schenker's little store. They didn't expect that a group of more than a dozen powerful beings on the martial ranking outside the city would be Schenker, the ordinary-looking old man. Schenker stood at the city gate and looked up at the tall city wall, his eyes full of emotions. The last time he left this place seemed to be tens of thousands of years ago. He thought that he would never be able to set foot in this city again. He didn't expect that today he would have an opportunity. Old man, welcome to the ninefold city. Zichun looked at Schenker in front of him. Schenker put away his emotions, and his eyes fell on Zichun. He praised, Good boy, you did a good job. Although Schenker tried to suppress it, he still couldn't hide his excitement. As expected, Schenker shouted, Everyone, I'm back. I, Schenker, am back. Schenker's voice echoed in the city. Many people were confused. Was it so difficult to come to this city? No one knew what it was like when Schenker left this city. Over the years, for some reason, he could only stay in the sevenfold cities and even Schenker's little store. Schenker, welcome back. Zhang Yongxi, who was beside Zichun, said. Thank you. Schenker was back. He was welcomed back by more than a dozen powerful beings on the martial ranking. The news spread out in an instant. For those years, Schenker had broken the rules, but some forces in the city chose to remain silent. Schenker was with Zichun. At this moment, who would be stupid enough to make trouble for himself? After entering the city and looking at the familiar environment, Schenker's excitement gradually turned into disappointment. The ninefold city hadn't changed. The things were still the same, but the people were gone. Those aggressive guys back then were either dead or gone. None of them could be seen. For a moment, Schenker felt a sense of loneliness that he had never felt before. What are you going to do next? Or what do you want us to do? Zichun knew that Schenker had something on his mind. He also had stories and even enemies. Schenker had taken good care of him all the way. Now that he had the ability, Zichun didn't mind doing something excessive for Schenker. Schenker felt lost. He shook his head and said, Forget it. It's all in the past. Soon, Schenker sorted out his mood and said, You'd better calculate how much benefit I can get this time. Remember, it's 50-50. Don't go back on your word. Seeing that Schenker's mood had returned, Zichun patted his chest and said, I, Zichun, certainly keep my word. It's just that this time I've gained a lot, so it'll take me a few days to calculate. Old man, you'd better be mentally prepared. Don't pass out from joy when the time comes. Look at you. I've seen all kinds of big scenes. Next, Manshur and the others settled down to familiarize themselves with the power after the breakthrough. Zichun, Schenker, and Zhang Yongxi came to a tavern. Chapter 1696. Zhang Yongxi had followed him all the way, so he must have something to discuss with him. There were only 3 people in the private room, so Zichun went straight to the point. Lei Long was still coiled around Zichun's waist. It stared curiously at the brightly lit room. Zhang Yongxi kept looking at the thunder dragon, watching its curious expression change. After a while, he asked, This old man wants to know if the little dragon around your waist is a real dragon. Zichun said, Of course it's a real dragon, a pure thunder dragon. Zhang Yongxi's eyes were unexpectedly filled with unconcealable excitement. It really is a real dragon. That's great. That's really great. Zichen looked at Zhang Yongxi in confusion. Outside the city, after Su Ho appeared, he had been staring at the Thunder Dragon with surprise and greed in his eyes. Su Ho was killed, and then Hu Fo appeared with murderous intent. At that time, Zichen was completely sure that Hu Fo came for the Thunder Dragon, not for the so-called justice. After plundering the 5 major families, more than a dozen representatives of the powerhouses on the list appeared, saying that they wanted to see Zichen. Of course, Zichen did not think that these people wanted to make friends with him. It was more likely that they were luring him to the Thunder Dragon. Zichen did not know what was so magical about the Thunder Dragon in this world, but Zhang Yongxi's first question was about the Thunder Dragon, so everything must be related to the Thunder Dragon. And the Thunder Dragon must have some secrets. Shenker was not surprised by the change in Zhang Yongxi's expression, as if he had already expected it. After gradually calming down, Zhang Yongxi said, "It's related to a legend. It's an ancient dragon boat. You may not have heard of it." A picture suddenly appeared in Zichen's mind. It was another space where a dragon boat, made of skeletons, was moving. An ancient, bleak, and tragic war song came from the dragon boat, and at the same time, there was a heart-palpitating aura. He interrupted Zhang Yongxi and asked, "Is it a black boat made of skeletons with a dragon head in front of the bow?" Zhang Yongxi said in surprise, "You've heard of this legend?" Zichen shook his head and said, "No, but I've seen it." Zhang Yongxi's expression changed. "What? You've seen it?" Old Shenker, on the other hand, suddenly recalled the scene when the dragon boat appeared a few years ago. Zichen didn't hide anything and directly said, "A few years ago, the human city was occupied by the Dax race. I was only at the 7th tier back then. At that time, I led a few dozen people into the empty alien city. As soon as I came out of a shop, I felt a terrifying aura. I looked up and saw a skeletal dragon boat. The dragon boat was above me, but it seemed to be traveling through another space. I could even hear a desolate war song coming from the dragon boat, as if it was summoning something. At that time, I felt very uncomfortable. The aura was suffocating, but the others didn't feel anything strange." Hearing Zichen's words, Zhang Yongxi's face was full of shock. 7th layer? You can actually feel the call of the dragon boat at only the 7th layer. I am completely sure that you have the potential not inferior to Lord Long Fei. Zichen did not care about potential. What he cared about was the dragon boat. He asked, "What exactly is the skeletal dragon boat?" "An ancient warship, a desolate war song, summoning experts to explore the depths of the world." Shenker's voice suddenly sounded. "You know about it too." Zichen turned around and looked at Shenker. "Anyone who stays here long enough will know about it," Shenker said. "You said that the dragon boat summoned experts to explore the depths of the world. What is there in the depths of the world?" Zichen asked. Shenker shook his head and said, "No one knows, but everyone wants to go." "What do you mean? If you don't know what is there, you still want to go." "It is because you don't know that it is mysterious." "What do you mean?" Zichen couldn't help but laugh. "So, the dragon boat has appeared many times. Those people have found something in the depths of the world." Shenker shook his head and said, "No one knows, because no one has returned." Zichen was shocked. "No one has returned? Are they all dead?" Shenker said, "One theory is that they are all dead, but another theory is that they went to the depths of the world through the dragon boat and then entered another world." "Another world? It is just a theory. No one can prove it. After all, no one has returned alive." Zichen turned to look at Zhang Yongxi again. "You asked Lei Long. Is Lei Long related to the dragon boat?" Zhang Yongxi said, "To drive the dragon boat into the depths of the world, the prerequisite is that there is a dragon soul controlling it." Zichen said coldly, "You want Lei Long to die. No one could return, but the dragon boat turned back. Obviously, the dragon soul was dead." Zichen was not an explorer, so he was not interested in exploring an unknown place. As if guessing Zichen's inner thoughts, Zhang Yongxi said, "Don't be in a hurry to refuse. That place was unknown before, but we got information about the dragon boat from the Soul Devourer race. It is said that there is a secret in the depths of the world that can allow one to break into the realm of Realm Master." Break into the realm of Realm Master. Zichun was startled. In this way, the exploration was worth it. It was much more difficult to break into the realm of Realm Master than to break into the realm of Corporeal Realm. It represented the growth of the world and the transformation of the realm in one's body. For example, this city was full of Realm Masters, but no one could break into the realm of Realm Master. In the Zhanwu continent, only the truly shocking existences could enter the realm of Realm Master. Those pure higher life forms could also easily enter the realm of Realm Master, but before that, they needed to sleep for a long time. And during the sleep, if there were not enough protective measures, it was easy to die. Soul Devourer race, can their words be trusted? Zichun asked. Even Shenker did not understand. I saw that tortoise shell with my own eyes. The ancient words of this world are recorded on it, and there is a description of the end of the world. There is a place in it that contains the secret to breaking into the realm of Realm Master. Zhang Yongxi said, and you know that breaking into the realm of Realm Master in this world will be much stronger than breaking through in the outside world. This is an opportunity for you, for me, and even for them. Zichun fell into deep thought. All the experts on the list were looking for Zichun for the lightning dragon. From their attitude, it could be seen that they were not robbing, but cooperating. According to what Zhang Yongxi said, there was an ancient dragon ship. It constantly traveled through this world and called out. Some beings with extremely high potential would be able to hear the summons, but in this world, there were simply too many outstanding individuals. Just the Imperial Sky region alone had 100 elites on the roll, and there were also the Dax race, the Soul-Devouring race, and other races. But there was only one dragon ship, so its capacity was naturally limited. When the time came, who should go and who should not? So everyone could only form an alliance, gather all the experts, and board the ship with great power. As for Zhang Yongxi and the other experts from 10,000 years ago, the reason why they were unwilling to leave this world was because they were waiting for the dragon ship to appear. No one came back. There are so many shocking existences. Is the end of the world so terrifying? Zichun muttered to himself. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, what about Long Fei? As the number 1 person, is he not qualified to board the ship? Shink said, of course Long Fei is qualified. But when the dragon ship appeared, he suddenly hesitated before boarding and then voluntarily withdrew. Voluntarily withdrew? Why? Doesn't he want to break through to the Realm Lord level? Zichun was confused. At that time, this news had not appeared. Some people said that Lord Long Fei withdrew because of fear, but others said that Lord Long Fei might have sensed something and thus chose to withdraw. Zhang Yongxi smiled bitterly. Zichun's expression changed. He had seen Long Fei once. Although it was just a glance, he could tell that Long Fei was not a coward. Then the only possibility for Long Fei to withdraw was that he had discovered something. But what did he discover that made him not board the ship? Zichun could not understand. Not only Long Fei, there was also Tang Nua. He also chose to withdraw the moment he boarded the ship. Tang Nua. Seeing the confusion on Zichun's face, Shink explained, Tang Nua also came from Shuntian Prefecture. He was the number 1 person before Long Fei. If I'm not wrong, he should be the Prefecture Lord of Shuntian Prefecture now. Lord Prefecture Lord. Zichun was very surprised. In Shuntian Prefecture, he had only seen the Prefecture Lord once. He was a dignified and domineering middle-aged man. He looked like a general and not a city lord. Speaking of which, he was somewhat similar to Long Fei. Such an expert would not back down when faced with a matter. Moreover, so many people did not withdraw. Only these 2 experts withdrew. Zichun would not believe that they were afraid. Then the only possibility was that they had discovered something before boarding the ship. But what did they discover? Zichun did not know. Of course, Zhang Yongxi did not know. We also thought about Lord Long Fei's matter. Lord Long Fei must have discovered something. After that, I went to find Lord Long Fei once and specifically asked, but I did not get any useful clues. Zhang Yongxi said, after that, Lord Long Fei stayed in the battlefield of despair. We guessed that Lord Long Fei was waiting for the next appearance of the dragon boat, but we guessed wrong. Lord Long Fei actually left the battlefield of despair. Old man Shink had been silent. He could not give any advice on this matter. My intention this time is to form an alliance. The experts of the Imperial Sky region will form an alliance. When the time comes, you will take the dragon soul, and we will be the first to board the dragon ship. Let me think about this matter, Zichen said. We have not received news of the dragon ship docking. You may have many years to think about it. This matter is not urgent, Zhang Yongxi said. As for the matter of entering the Imperial Sky Alliance last time, Zichen waved his hand and said, I will not agree to this matter. After the conversation, Zhang Yongxi left. Zichen and Xing stayed to eat. During the meal, old man Xing seemed absent-minded. Zichen asked, What's wrong? Is there something on your mind? Chapter 1697. Zichen, who was eating, seemed to be a little distracted. He was casually listening to old man Shenker's nagging. Suddenly, when he heard about Long Fei, his whole body trembled. He suddenly raised his head and asked, What? What did you say? Before Long Fei left, he talked to you about the ancient dragon boat. The ancient dragon boat was the most mysterious thing in the battlefield of despair. In the entire battlefield of despair, there was very little knowledge about it. Everything was a legend, and there was no proof. But unexpectedly, Long Fei told Shenker something. Long Fei had left. This was definitely an exclusive secret in the battlefield of despair. Shenker didn't say it before because he didn't want Zhang Yongxi to know. Shenker recalled what Long Fei had said. Before leaving this world, Long Fei came to me. At first, we talked about some trivial things, but in the end, we talked about the ancient dragon boat. At that time, Long Fei said that he didn't know what was at the end of the world, but he said that once we boarded the boat, we would have to face the choice and test of human nature. Choice and test. Zichen looked confused. The choice and test of human nature, Shenker emphasized. What do you mean? I don't know. I haven't been there. Long Fei hasn't been there, so he doesn't know. He just said that after boarding the boat, we might face many choices, and each choice will determine our future path. He is not afraid of death, but he doesn't want to make a certain choice, so he quit at the last moment. Maybe Tang Nuo was also there for the same reason. Choice. It affected the choice of the future path. Long Fei's words definitely had a deep meaning, but unfortunately, Zichen couldn't figure it out. There was still some time before the dragon boat docked. Zichen could slowly think about it and consider whether to board the boat or not. Wu Xie had already finished counting the spoils. He had looted the 5 great families' headquarters. Although the other party had been prepared and had moved a lot of resources, Zichen and the others had still obtained a considerable amount of loot. Just the materials for refining royal weapons, each of them had 2. After staying in this city for 3 days, Zichen began to return with his men. After solving the problem here, they had more important things to do. Before leaving, Shenker said that he also wanted to go back. He said that he had gotten used to everything in the 7th city. After returning to Sevenfold City, Zichen and the others couldn't wait to enter the teleportation array. The 5 families will definitely send more people. I think you should wait for a few more days, Shenker suggested. Time is of the essence. This time, we have brought a lot of resources with us. It should be enough for us to use for a while. As for the transaction, we'll talk about it later. In total, they had stayed here for about a month, but in the other world, several years had passed. Too many things could happen in these few years. As soon as the teleportation array fluctuated, Tomb Keeper arrived under the Cosmos Bell. He looked at the figures that appeared one after another. There were a total of 12 people, and not a single one was missing. Tomb Keeper heaved a sigh of relief. Immediately after, sensing everyone's strength, a surprised smile appeared on Moo Moo's face. All of you actually broke through. Zichen, who had just appeared, saw a hint of worry in Shomu's smile and immediately asked, What's wrong? Is there trouble? Tomb Keeper nodded. They're here. Soul Devouring Clan.
Yes.
Just as they were talking, other warriors arrived one after another. When these warriors saw Zichen and the others, their faces were clearly filled with surprise. Soon, all the warriors gathered here. They had all come of their own accord. From their expressions, Zichen could see how urgent the current situation was. Tomb Keeper said with a bitter face, They're too strong. They almost destroyed this place. I had no choice but to use the Cosmos Bell to seal this place. But this is not a long-term solution. If you came back a little later, I would have sent Viper to find you." The soul-devouring clan was the natives' nemesis. When Kasai dared to bring 13 people in, he didn't take the native army seriously. It was no joke for the soul-devouring clan to destroy an indigenous world. "Where are they now?" Zichen asked. "They can't attack here. They've set their sights on the dragon's tomb. They're now hunting giant dragons outside the dragon's tomb. Follow me." During the battle with Zichen that day, Kasai made a breakthrough at the critical moment and successfully escaped. At that time, he was injured and didn't dare to fight head-on. He had just recovered from his injuries when he heard that Zichen and the others were busy causing trouble for the 5 great families. He led his men to station here again. The process was easy. He knew the exact coordinates and could come in at any time. As soon as they arrived in this world, they found a group of natives. After easily killing them, they were ready to get rid of all the natives in this world. Unfortunately, when they attacked the native tribe, they met with resistance. After attacking for a month without any results, they settled for the next best thing, which was to kill the giant dragons here. They stayed here for 2 whole years. At the same time, Kasai, who accurately sensed the flow of time here, was extremely shocked. The wealth in this world was beyond his imagination. There were more giant dragons than he had imagined. The process of killing the giant dragons was not smooth. It was even more difficult to enter the dragon's tomb. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. They still hadn't entered the dragon's tomb. They hadn't even gotten close. And recently, he heard some news about Zichen and his followers. His face gradually became gloomy. Zichen smoothly killed his way into the city, killed Su Ho, and killed the expert ranked 78th on the list. Although he had just entered the 9th level, his battle strength was comparable to a peak 9th level expert. There were rumors that Zichen would be the next Long Fei. Who was Long Fei? There was probably no one in the entire battlefield of despair who didn't know about it. Kasai didn't meet Long Fei face to face. He felt a little regretful, but also very lucky. It was said that all the alien races who had met Long Fei face to face didn't survive. Many of the bloodline awakened experts in the clan were very cautious when talking about Long Fei. Their words were full of reverence. Long Fei was an expert. This name represented a legend. And Zichen was actually comparable to Long Fei. His battle strength was obviously extraordinary. Kasai had experienced this personally. His soul-devouring divine abilities' only counter was Zichen. But Zichen was different from Long Fei. Zichen had 11 followers, and these 11 were all experts on the list. If it was just Zichen alone, Kasai could still suppress him with the advantage of numbers. But with the 11 people, they were no match. Retreat. After hearing that Zichen had returned, he didn't hesitate and decisively ordered his people to retreat. The other soul-devouring race members were stunned when they heard this. They turned to look at Kasai in confusion. Time is of the essence. There is no time to explain. Everyone, retreat quickly, Kasai said again with a serious expression. A soul-devouring race member glanced at the dragon corpse beside him and asked, "These giant dragons are no threat to us. Why should we retreat?" "This is an order." Kasai's tone was cold. The group of soul-devouring race members became serious. They didn't dare to delay and sped up the process of processing the dragon corpse. Don't take these things. Come with me now." While urging, energy appeared in Kasai's hand. He was ready to break open the space. He was fine just now, but now he wanted to leave in such a hurry. Everyone was a little dumbfounded. They didn't know what was going on. "Don't you think it's too late to leave now?" An indifferent voice suddenly sounded. A golden light appeared in the sky and shot in front of Kasai. The space that was about to be broken open became stable again. Kasai's expression changed. He looked up at the sky. A space passage appeared, and Zichen and the others walked out. Looking at Zichen's mocking face, Kasai became very uneasy. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth. The black light around him exploded. This kind of escape technique was unique to the soul-devouring race. It was also a life-saving technique. Every time it was used, it would consume a lot of energy. As soon as these people appeared, their master used an escape technique. The other soul-devouring race members couldn't understand. They were all wondering who these 13 people were. How could they make their master flee without a fight? Among these people, there were also some smart ones. They instantly made the same choice as their master and spread out. The tomb guard raised his hand and shot out beams of golden light. He was ready to imprison these people, but he was a step too late. Those who escaped had already escaped. Those who didn't could no longer escape. The 11 people behind Zichan rushed toward the group of soul-devouring race members. Seeing these humans rushing over, some of the soul-devouring race members shouted and used their soul-devouring divine ability to launch soul attacks. However, the 11 people in front didn't stop at all. The soul shadows that rushed into their sea of consciousness were instantly destroyed. The passage in the sky hadn't closed yet. Ninth-tier warriors walked out one after another. Murderous intent surged around them. These soul-devouring race members had brought them a lot of trouble. Today, under Zichen's lead, they would fight these soul-devouring race members to the death. In fact, Zichen didn't want them to come because they couldn't help at all. However, they insisted on coming. After walking out of the passage, they were all dumbfounded. What's going on? What's going on? Everyone's eyes widened as they looked ahead. Their expressions were exaggerated, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. These were really the soul-devouring race. They were the kind of soul-devouring race that could destroy an entire world by themselves. Why did they run away in fear as soon as they appeared? They didn't even hesitate to use secret techniques. A moment ago, they didn't understand the reason. However, after the 11 people behind Zichen attacked, they completely understood. These 11 people killed soul-devouring race members of the same level, as if they were slaughtering chickens and dogs. That calmness made it seem like the soul-devouring race was a natural counter to them. Of the dozen or so soul-devouring race members who had escaped, there were still more than 30 left. After the tomb guard sealed the space with the bell of heaven and earth, the remaining 30 or so soul-devouring race members were all killed. Before this, Zichen, who was recognized as the strongest person, didn't make a move. When the battle ended, all the soul-devouring race members were killed. The 11 people had 36 soul fragments on them. They handed these fragments to Zichen. Next, they would let Danding refine them and condense them into things that they could use. The trouble was resolved so easily. The group of warriors couldn't believe it. At this moment, Zichen's voice sounded, "Clean up the battlefield first." Only then did the warriors realize that there were still many giant dragon corpses on the ground. Chapter 1698. The giant dragons on the ground were all killed by the soul-devouring clan before they could dispose of them. There were nearly 30 of them, which showed how efficient the soul-devouring clan was at killing dragons. A group of warriors swooped down and began dissecting the dragon corpses with their dragon weapons. The group of 11 flew back. Looking at them, Zichen said, "Let's go. We'll go deeper." This time, they planned to kill more powerful giant dragons, such as the black giant dragon that prompted Lei Long to condense his dragon body. Zichen needed the dragon bones of these giant dragons to condense his weapons. In fact, it was not accurate to say that they were condensing. They should be strengthened and upgraded. Although the weapons in their hands were all extraordinary, they had not reached the limit of a king weapon. As their strength and combat strength increased, the lack of enhancement of their weapons gradually became apparent. Take Zichen's black saber, for example. It was not as handy and sharp as before. Zichen needed to use some dragon bones and dragon blood to upgrade the black saber to the true limit of a king weapon. As for the scabbard, it had no grade, but it was very unusual. It was as if it was a single piece and could not be upgraded. Lei Long flashed out from Zichen's waist, revealing his giant dragon body. Waves of dragon power spread out, and the giant dragons nearby instantly exploded, turning into pure energy that was absorbed by Lei Long. Lei Long's dragon power spread out, which was equivalent to provoking the powerful beings in the dragon tomb. Not long after, there was a dragon roar that shook the soul. Then, a giant golden dragon rushed out. The giant golden dragon was huge, at least hundreds of meters long, and shone with golden light. As soon as it appeared, it locked onto Lei Long and flapped its wings. "Go!" Zichen shouted and rushed into the sky, blocking the giant golden dragon. The giant golden dragon's cold eyes saw this insignificant human. It flapped its wings, creating a hurricane to blow the human away. In its eyes, the only thing it cared about was Lei Long. As the hurricane passed, the human disappeared. A look of disdain flashed in the giant golden dragon's cold eyes, but in the next moment, it felt pain on its back and let out a low roar. Zichun had already flashed onto the dragon's back. Using his strongest strength, he broke off a few dragon scales on the dragon's body and forcefully sent the long saber in. The blade wasn't sharp enough, so it took a lot of effort to break through. However, the soul-devouring effect was very powerful, and it was currently devouring the golden dragon's soul. The golden dragon was in pain, and its body tumbled in the air, trying to push the human away. Space trembled, and a terrifying power vibrated. Zichun stuck close to the dragon's body. Barbarian Sure and the others rushed up from behind. Although their attacks were a little strenuous, they could still break through the dragon's defense and activate the Soul Devour effect. Before the golden dragon could reach the lightning dragon, a dozen wounds appeared on its body. Golden dragon blood sprayed out, and the dragon soul was being lost. A painful dragon roar reverberated between heaven and earth. Space was constantly distorted as terrifying energy vibrated. The warriors in the distance watched the great battle with great shock on their faces. The energy fluctuations were too strong. Although everyone was at the 9th level, they didn't dare to step forward. If they were to recklessly step forward and get swept up by the energy, even if they didn't die, they would be severely injured. A moment later, a low roar sounded from the dragon's tomb again, and another dragon flew out. Its body flashed with a blue light, and it rushed towards Zichun and the others. Clearly, it wanted to rescue them. Groan. A high-pitched dragon roar resounded between heaven and earth. Without waiting for the blue dragon to rush up, the lightning dragon turned into a flash of lightning and rushed up. The two dragons fought in the sky. In the sky, the energy turbulence became even more intense. Die. Zichen's voice resounded between heaven and earth. The dragon's spike in his hand began to glow, and he pierced it toward the golden dragon's head. PFFF, the special effect of ignoring defense was activated, and the dragon spike pierced the dragon's head. Following that, a powerful surge of energy dispersed the dragon's soul. Zichen instantly pulled out the dragon spike and stabbed the dragon's head with the long blade. The long blade devoured the shattered dragon's soul. The golden dragon died, and its corpse fell to the ground. Zichun, who had exhausted all his strength, had no more strength left. He could only fall down with the dragon. Manshur and the others shot out waves of energy to support the falling dragon. Looking at the huge dragon in front of them, everyone's face was filled with shock. Only by experiencing it personally would one know how terrifying a dragon was. Its defense was even stronger than an ordinary expert on the list. As for its attack, it could be seen from the wounds on Manshur and the others. To be able to injure an expert on the list, it must be an existence comparable to an expert on the list. If one were to use human standards to determine combat power, this golden dragon could definitely be ranked in the top 50 of the list. It might even be more difficult to deal with than the top 50 human experts. Zichen, who was at the 9th tier, used the special effect of the Star Illusion Dragon Spike, but his strength was instantly drained. While the Dragon Spike was extraordinary, the Golden Dragon's strength was also unquestionable. Wu Xie stepped forward and collected the Golden Dragon's corpse. On the other side, the Lightning Dragon had more experience and an advantage. It forcefully devoured the Blue Dragon's soul and kept the dragon's corpse. The two dragon corpses had enough materials for 12 people. Everyone returned. On the way back, the warriors were still in shock. They did not expect the tribe's biggest crisis to be resolved so easily. Even the Tomb Keeper's mood was much better. Don't let your guard down. They ran away this time. It's very likely that they will send more experts here. We must always pay attention to the spatial fluctuations, Zichun reminded. Send more experts? The Tomb Keeper looked at Zichun in confusion. He did not understand why the soul-devouring clan would dare to come again when Zichun already had such a strong combat power. Zichun reminded him, don't underestimate anyone. With my current combat power, I can barely enter the top 50 of the human world. However, the soul-devouring clan must have existences comparable to the experts on the list. If a few of them come, I may not be able to handle them. The tomb keeper's relaxed mood tensed up again. He asked worriedly, "Then what should we do?" Zichen pondered for a moment and said, "I have a way to stop the true experts of the soul-devouring clan. As for whether it will succeed, I'm not sure." The last time Zichen fought against a city, the entire city retreated because many of the experts in the city did not make a move. The soul-devouring clan was different. The two sides were on opposite sides. If the soul-devouring clan did not take them into consideration, as long as they sent out all their experts, Zichen would not be able to defend this world. Hearing Zichen's method, the tomb keeper said, "No matter whether it will succeed or not, we have to try." After returning to the tribe, Wu Xie and the others began to dissect the dragon corpses. Under Zichen's cosmos bell, they stepped into the teleportation array again to look for Old Man Schenker. To Zichen's surprise, as soon as he arrived at Schenker's store, he saw Zhang Yongxi, the expert ranked 11th on the list, whom he was looking for. Seeing the obvious astonishment on Zichen's face, Zhang Yongxi smiled and said, "I guessed that you were looking for me. In order to save time, I took the initiative to come." "You guessed that I was looking for you." Zichen looked at Zhang Yongxi in disbelief. "The soul-devouring clan suffered a great loss in your world. There were more than 50 people there, but only a dozen came back. This attracted a lot of attention. Among the survivors, someone revealed the true value of that world, which caused a huge commotion." Zichen's face darkened. The thing he was most worried about had happened. Kusi knew that he was no match for him. His idea of monopolizing that world was completely shattered by Zichen's rise. In order to maximize his own benefits, he would definitely use the coordinates of that world to make an issue out of it. "Did he sell the coordinates of that world?" Zichen asked. Zhang Yongxi shook his head and said, "Not yet." Before Zichen could breathe a sigh of relief, Zhang Yongxi continued, "But in 3 days, there will be a trade fair. The coordinates will be sold there." That damn thing. Zichen's face was filled with anger. The trade fair was equivalent to an auction. At that time, the highest bidder would get the coordinates. Zichen was very clear about the value of that world. Not to mention the existence in the dragon tomb. Just those giant dragons alone were worth an unimaginable amount of wealth. Zichen's expression changed. He was considering the gains and losses. He even had the thought of buying the coordinates, but it was just a thought. Compared to those experts and forces, Zichen did not have the financial resources to do so. Zichen kept calculating the gains and losses in his heart. His expression gradually returned to normal. He looked up at Zhang Yongxi and said, "You should have a solution since you were waiting for me here, right?" Zhang Yongxi laughed and said, "What can I do?" Zichen said unhurriedly, "What if I agree to bring the dragon soul to the dragon boat?" Zhang Yongxi's eyes lit up and said, "If that's the case, you can stop some experts." The value of that world was very high, but that was only for forces. It could nurture many experts, but for those true experts, there was nothing more important than becoming a sector lord. Zichen looked into Zhang Yongxi's eyes and said, "My request is not high. I just want to stop those existences that are a threat to me." Zhang Yongxi frowned and said, "That's a bit wide range." Zichen shook his head and said, "It's not wide at all. Just use the top 40 experts on the list as the standard." Top 40. Zhang Yongxi sized up Zichen. He had just entered the 9th level, but he was confident that he could enter the top 40. This was much more impressive than Long Fei back then. Zichen was only at the early 9th level. Once he entered the middle or late 9th level, his battle prowess would naturally increase by leaps and bounds. It would not be difficult for him to enter first place on the list. "Okay, leave this to me." Considering Zichen's future potential, Zhang Yongxi nodded in agreement, even if this matter was a bit tricky. Time is of the essence. I have to hurry back. After saying goodbye to Shink, Zichen stepped back into the teleportation formation. Zhang Yongxi chatted with Shink for a while more, then turned and left. When Zichen returned to the small world, 2 days had passed. In 2 days, the 2 dragons had finished dissecting, and all kinds of materials were neatly arranged. Among them, the dragon scales were the most abundant. Zichen took some, then some dragon bones and dragon blood. He threw all these materials into the pill cauldron to refine them. Within the pill cauldron, blue flames surged and melted the materials one by one. This was the pill cauldron's unique method. It could refine anything and condense the essence. Chapter 1699. A new discovery. That's right. The time for you to upgrade your weapon might have to be delayed. Cauldron Spirit took out 2 portions of liquid. One portion radiated golden light while the other radiated blue light. Zichen's eyes fell on the materials. Cauldron Spirit explained, "These are made from 2 types of dragon scales. When I was refining them, I discovered that there are 2 types of energy in them." 2 types of energy? You mean that they belong to 2 different attributes? Zichun was rather surprised. There were countless dragons in this world, but after they were killed, they would turn into pure energy without any attribute. They were very pure and could be used by anyone. That was why everyone was envious of them. The discovery of 2 different attributes did not diminish the value of the dragons. On the contrary, it made them even more valuable. This was because 2 different attributes represented 2 different types of edicts. It was only natural that items that contained edicts would be more valuable. Zichun was puzzled and asked, "Isn't this a good thing? Why do you want to delay it?" Cauldron Spirit explained, "Even if the 2 attributes cannot be fused together, they will still be stronger than a single attribute. That is, of course, a good thing. But this way, the power of the refined weapon will be very limited. It will not reach the pinnacle. Unless," Zichun asked, "Unless what?" Cauldron Spirit pointed at the 2 portions of liquid materials and said, "Unless you can find other compatible attributes and perfectly fuse them together. I reckon that there should be dragons of other attributes. You should go look for them." Upon hearing those words, Zichun's eyes lit up. He recalled that he had seen a black dragon before. It should be of another attribute. Perhaps there were dragons of other attributes in the vicinity of the dragon tomb. "All right, I will arrange it right away." Zichun was rather impatient. He quickly gathered a group of people. "You want to kill more dragons? Are 2 not enough to upgrade the weapon?" Just like Zichun, everyone had the same doubts. Zichun explained patiently. Everyone was pleasantly surprised after hearing those words. They immediately said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go hunt the dragons." Everyone appeared to be very impatient. They left the clan one after another. Cauldron Spirit had clearly stated that once all the attributes were gathered and perfectly fused with each other, the grade of the royal armament would be raised to the true limit. At that time, the ultimate royal armament would be second only to emperor armaments. It would be able to greatly enhance the combat strength of the party. Zichun's heart skipped a beat. He thought of something and quickly called for Viper. Viper was already at the 9th tier, so he was rather surprised by Zichun's summons. Soon, Viper appeared in Schenker's little store and conveyed the message from Zichun. Schenker, who was calculating, raised his head and asked, "You said that Zichun delayed the trading day by 5 days. Adder nodded. "Yes, Zichun personally instructed." Schenker asked again, "Did something happen? What's Zichun doing now?" "There shouldn't be any problems. Zichun has already gone out to hunt the giant dragons. However, he is very determined to delay the matter by 5 days. He must do it." "All right, I'll tell Zhang Yongxi and have him arrange this." "That would be troublesome." After hearing Schenker's reply, Viper went back to report. Schenker notified Zhang Yongxi as quickly as possible. When Zhang Yongxi heard that Zichun had a new request, he also rushed over as quickly as possible. Less than a day had passed since Schenker arrived. "What? The trading day is delayed by 5 days?" Zhang Yongxi was clearly astonished when he heard the news. "We must delay it by 5 days, Schenker emphasized. "We still have to delay it? What is this Zichun up to? The trading day will begin in 2 days. How can I delay it by 5 days? Zhang Yongxi was obviously worried about this matter. Some forces were very interested in the coordinates of that world. It was impossible for them to give it up. Moreover, the coordinates were not in his hands, and he was not the initiator. How could he delay the trading day? While Zhang Yongxi was worrying, Schenker suddenly said, "There may be a way." Zhang Yongxi looked up at the calm Schenker and asked, "Do you have a way?" Schenker said blandly, What Zichen cares about are the experts who can really threaten him. As for the others, he doesn't care about them at all. But this time, since Zichen has another request, he obviously has some purpose. It's impossible for you to stop the trading, but it's still possible to delay it. The only way is to initiate something bigger, the dragon boat. Zhang Yongxi's eyes lit up and he blurted out. He was indeed a powerful figure who had occupied the list for 10,000 years. He understood Schenker's meaning in one sentence. Schenker nodded and said, "Yes, now the dragon boat is the most important thing. 2 days later, the coordinates will be publicly sold, right? You can send out invitations now and invite the leaders of the large and small forces, as well as the experts on the list to discuss the matter of entering the ancient dragon boat on the same day. Remember, the guy who sold the coordinates must be on the invitation list. The dragon boat is a big deal. Those experts will definitely come. As for those forces, of course, they can't be absent. In this way, even if the trading is not canceled, the people who attended are not important enough. Maybe the trading will really be canceled." Zhang Yongxi nodded repeatedly. On the same day, Zhang Yongxi sent out invitations in his own name. He was ranked 11th on the Imperial Sky Region's martial list. In a situation where the top few had all left the battlefield of despair, he, as an expert ranked 11th, was definitely important enough. Those who received the invitations would probably think twice about whether they should refuse or not. On the same day, there were many cultivators outside the nine-layer city. They started to build temporary residences. The invitations covered a wide range of people. There were experts from the Dax clan, powerful existences from the soul-devouring clan, as well as human forces. The invitations covered almost the entire Imperial Sky region. Keisai was thinking about the details of the trading day. The most important thing was the coordinates. They were something he could exchange for great benefits. When the news spread, although it caused a commotion, the number of experts that could be attracted was not too many. Instead, there were many forces. For example, the 5 great human clans of the Imperial Sky region had never given up on fighting for the coordinates. Other than that, the Dax clan was also a large group. That was because those giant dragons were of great assistance to their cultivation. There were also some forces in the soul-devouring clan who were extremely envious of those coordinates. Relatively speaking, the coordinates were only for forces. It was not very attractive to experts. Keisai was somewhat depressed that he could not attract true experts. At this moment, the door opened. A subordinate of the soul-devouring clan entered with an invitation in his hand. "My lord, this is an invitation from the humans, sent by the humans." Keisai frowned slightly. He took the invitation and opened it. Golden words entered Keisai's eyes. Looking at the contents of the invitation, he frowned and did not say anything. The 3 golden words at the bottom of the invitation were so dazzling. "It's Zhang Yongxi, ranked 11th on the human martial list. Why did he suddenly invite me to discuss the matter of the dragon boats?" Keisai muttered with a frown. "Moreover, this is the time when I open the trading day. Is it a coincidence, or is he deliberately targeting me?" Hearing his lord's muttering, the subordinate said, "This time, other than my lord, Ming Wang, Ming Da, and some other lords also received the invitation." "Oh, so it's just a coincidence and not a deliberate targeting." Indeed, this kind of existence seems to only care about the dragon boats and not a small world. The subordinate asked again, "My lord, are you going? If you go, then the trading can't be held normally." Keisai frowned and said, "It's indeed a little troublesome. Well, ancient dragon boats, the world of dragons, dragon souls. Well, I got it." Kusi, who was frowning, suddenly smiled. "Go, why wouldn't I go? The heavens are simply helping me. Don't dragon boats need dragon souls to drive? My world doesn't have many things, but there are many dragon souls. I think they will definitely be interested. Whether it's a conspiracy or not, it's an opportunity for me. You go and tell them that the trading day will be postponed." "Postponed?" The subordinate asked. "How many days?" "1 day." "Oh no, you don't have to worry about this matter. Just tell them to postpone it." Keisai already had another plan in his mind. Compared with the important matter of Zhang Yongxi and the dragon boats, the delay of the trading day was really insignificant. Only some forces felt that it was a pity. One day in this world was 80 days in Zichen's world. 2 days passed quickly. 160 days had passed in Zichen's world. These 160 days were more than enough for them to do a lot of things. As they ventured out again, they discovered dragons of other attributes and killed them one by one. Whenever they discovered dragons of the same type that they could not use, the lightning dragon would devour them. After spending 2 whole months, they finally gathered enough dragons. There were a total of 7 types of dragons with different attributes. 5 of them represented the 5 elements, while the other 2 represented light and darkness. After gathering all 7 types of materials and handing them to Cauldron Spirit stated that the materials were perfectly compatible. Perfect compatibility, but not perfect fusion. The difference of one word represented the difference between heaven and earth. Zichun had collected enough of each material. After the pill cauldron refined them, it would slowly add the condensed nomological attributes to everyone's weapons. This process was relatively long as Cauldron Spirit strived for perfection. While they were refining their weapons, the party did not stay idle. They constantly went out to hunt dragons. After devouring dragons of different attributes, Lei Long's strength also advanced by leaps and bounds. In the end, he made a breakthrough to the 9th heaven. More than 100 days passed in a flash. The process of refining weapons had yet to end. Outside Ninefold City, temporary residences had been built. Many alien experts and forces had arrived to discuss the ancient dragon boats, the biggest and most mysterious matter in the entire battlefield of despair. The time had come. However, Zhang Yongxi did not appear on the first day. Instead, he greeted the party with good tea, water, and snacks. Chapter 1700. Those who had the qualifications to be invited by Zhang Yongxi were either experts or big shots of their own factions. Apart from Ku Si, who was at the early 9th rank, the others were all peak 9th rank existences. After being ignored for an entire day, many people were dissatisfied and had undisguised anger on their faces. You called us over but didn't show yourself. Are you looking down on us or toying with us? A Dax Tiger Man slammed the table, causing the tea on the table to tremble and splash out. A powerful aura surged from him, causing many experts' expressions to change. What a powerful aura! Energy ripples spread, causing space to ripple. Kusi's expression changed. As expected, none of those who could come here were weak. Instead, it was him, who was at the early 9th rank, who seemed like a crane in a flock of chickens. A maid immediately came forward to clean up the water on the table. A middle-aged cultivator wearing a blue robe walked in and said with a smile, "Brother Tyrant Tiger must be joking. My elder brother is busy with this matter and hasn't returned yet. That's why everyone waited for an entire day." The Tyrant Tiger's pupils constricted when he saw this middle-aged man. He retracted his aura and snorted, "I hope it's as you say." After saying that, the Tyrant Tiger sat down and didn't say anything else. If one looked closely, they could see fear in his eyes. The chaotic scene quieted down because of the middle-aged man's appearance. Not for anything else, but because of his identity. Yong Imo, ranked 20th on the Imperial Sky Region's commander board. He was Zhang Yongxi's sworn brother. Knowing how powerful Yong Imo was, many experts chose to remain silent. However, Yong Mo's identity wasn't enough to frighten everyone. The next moment, a lion man shining with golden light said, "Yong Imo, don't play tricks with us. Zhang Yongxi called us here but hasn't come yet. What is he doing?" This lion man's status was much higher than the tyrant tigers in the Dax tribe. His reputation was on par with Zhang Yongxi's, so he didn't fear Yong Imo at all. The first tiger man made Kusi apprehensive, then this Yong Imo made him unable to see through him. Now, there was a lion man who dared to call Zhang Yongxi by name. He clearly wasn't any weaker than him. Kusi, who was originally full of confidence, restrained himself a lot. As for the others, most of them chose to remain silent. With such an expert speaking, there was almost no chance for them to participate. The silent crowd also wanted to know what Zhang Yongxi was doing. They all looked at Yong Imo, waiting for his answer. Facing the gazes of many powerhouses, Yong Imo smiled faintly and said, "This is not a secret to begin with. Since even senior brother Meng is asking, then there's no harm in telling everyone. Everyone's spirits were lifted. Everyone, since everyone is here, it's obvious that you're here for the ancient dragon boat. I believe everyone has heard of the latest news regarding the ancient dragon boat. That's right, the dragon boat leads to the end of the world. The secret of breaking through to the Sector Lord realm has been confirmed. This is real. There was some disturbance in the crowd. Not everyone knew about this news. The secret to becoming a Sector Lord. Cassie raised his head and looked around. As the only 9th-tier, early-stage cultivator present, he did not seem to know about this matter. However, looking at the calm expressions of the other soul-devouring clan experts, they were obviously not surprised. They should have known. Actually, we were the ones who discovered this information first. At that time, you were only at the 8th tier, so we didn't tell you. A voice sounded. It came from a soul-devouring clan expert. He was an expert on the ranking list and had a pure bloodline. Yong-Imo waved his hand, and the noisy discussion gradually stopped. Yong-Imo said, "There's no secret to becoming a Sector Lord. The so-called secret here is actually resources. At the end of the world, there are resources that can allow us to break through to the Sector Lord realm. Of course, other than resources, there might be other things. As everyone knows, to board the dragon boat, other than having sufficient strength, one must first prepare a dragon soul. My elder brother has not returned for a long time because he went to look for a dragon soul." When the crowd heard this, they fell into silence. However, there were some who were in the know. One of them questioned, "I heard that you humans have already found a dragon soul. Now that Zhang Yongxi has left, could it be that there's a new discovery?" Yong-Imo smiled and said, "A dragon soul is already extremely rare. How can there be a second one? Originally, my elder brother had already discussed everything with the owner of the dragon soul. When the time comes, he will directly use the dragon soul to board the boat. However, after that person left, my elder brother had another idea, which is to gather everyone to discuss the matter of forming an alliance. However, before that, he has to find the owner of the dragon soul and discuss this matter with him." "What's the background of that person?" A leopard man stood up, emitting a tyrannical aura. He said loudly, "If he doesn't agree, just kill him." Yong-Imo looked at this leopard man and said, "Speaking of this person, you should have heard of him before. His name is Zichun. He has only been in the battlefield of despair for a mere 10 years and has already become an expert on the ranking board. A few days ago, he had just entered the 9th layer and killed Su Ho to enter the ranking board. After that, Hu Fo, who was ranked 78th, took a fancy to his dragon soul." Yong-Imo looked at the crowd and said, "He has just entered the 9th layer and is ranked 78th. According to some reliable sources, he hasn't shown his true strength yet. It's said that if he really shows his strength, he can enter the top 50. The commotion sounded again, but almost all of them were from the other races. Compared to them, the human powers had a deeper understanding of Zichun. At this moment, they only revealed surprise on their faces. They didn't expect that Zichun actually had the strength to enter the top 50. In the battlefield of despair, every ranking board that was recognized by the rules was an extremely important existence. Zichun had just entered the 9th layer and already had the chance to enter the top 50. This kind of battle strength might not be enough to scare the crowd, but this kind of potential was enough to move everyone. Even Kusi, who was also in the early 9th layer, didn't have the strength to do so. Sure enough, Yong-Imo said, "Oh, I forgot to say. Now everyone agrees that Zichun will be the next Long Fei." The noisy discussions in the surroundings instantly stopped. The two words, Long Fei, represented a legend. As soon as the legend was mentioned, the crowd fell silent. Long Fei left, and now Zichun came. The other race's expressions were unnatural. "Humph, I don't believe that he's that strong when he just entered the 9th layer." The leopard man just now snorted, but his tone was clearly no longer forceful. Yong-Imo said, "Actually, I haven't seen this person before. When I first heard about him, I didn't believe it like most of you. But after we checked some of his battle information, we found that when he was in the middle of the 7th layer, he could already kill a peak 8th layer existence. After entering the 8th layer, he could even kill a 9th layer existence." The other race's expressions changed. There was fear in their eyes, but there was a deeper meaning behind it. As for the leopard man, he sat down and didn't say anything. Although the dragon soul is in Zichen's hands, don't worry. Since my big brother sent out the invitation, he naturally has a way to persuade Zichen to let everyone board the boat. This time, we're actually here to discuss the matter of alliance. Alliance. That's right. Everyone knows that boarding a dragon boat is extremely dangerous. Up until now, not a single person has returned alive. We don't know if those people are dead or have truly entered another world. But as long as we form an alliance, if there are any accidents along the way, we will be able to overcome them. And gathering everyone's strength, we will be able to enter the depths of the world and become a sector lord, Young Imo said enthusiastically. Many people were excited and their blood boiled. But there were also some people who curled their lips in disdain. These people were true experts, comparable to Young Imo and Zhang Yongxi. What they cared about the most was whether they could board the dragon boat, not listening to Young Mo's words. On that day, everyone said that they could form an alliance. As for Keisai, his expression constantly changed. If Zichen agreed, then all the experts would undoubtedly owe Zichen a favor. And if he wanted to sell the coordinates, it would be a bit troublesome. After Young Imo calmed everyone down, Keisai suddenly stood up and said, "Fellow experts, I'm Keisai. I recently discovered a small world. That small world is called the Giant Dragon World. There are many dragon souls there." Seeing a little fellow at the 9th layer, many people were dissatisfied. But when they heard about the Giant Dragon World, they were curious. Of course, I don't know if the dragon souls are useful to the dragon boat or not, but there is a dragon tomb there. Maybe we can find a sleeping dragon soul in the dragon tomb. Everyone looked at Kusi. Under the gazes of many powerhouses, Kusi continued, "Of course, I can't be sure about all this. If you're interested, you can go and take a look. When Lord Zhang Yongxi returns, after this discussion, I will sell the coordinates of the Giant Dragon World." Although he finally stated his purpose, Keisai didn't receive the response he expected. Some experts comparable to Zhang Yongxi just glanced at him with a faint smile and then looked away. On the other hand, those big shots seemed to be very tempted. Similarly, Young Imo also glanced at Keisai with a faint smile. Zhang Yongxi didn't return the next day, but there was news that Zichun had agreed to let everyone who was invited to board the dragon boat. The final goal was achieved. The next step was to discuss some details. They could only wait for Zhang Yongxi to return. On the 3rd day, Zhang Yongxi appeared with good news. So, a group of experts began to discuss. This time, the discussion took 2 full days. After delaying for 5 days, Zhang Yongxi heaved a sigh of relief. He would leave the rest of the matters to Zichun to handle. These 5 days plus the previous 2 days made 7 days. And in Zichun's world, 1.5 years had passed. After such a long time, everyone's weapons finally died. While Keisai was selling the coordinates in the place provided by Zhang Yongxi, Zichun took out the upgraded black long saber from the alchemy cauldron. Chapter 1701. The coordinates of the Great Dragon World that Keith was looking forward to the most did not sell at a price that satisfied him. The bidding process was very short. There were only a few bids, and the selling price was not high either. This was not because the Great Dragon World was not worth a high price. On the contrary, it was because the value of the Great Dragon World was so great that one faction could not afford it. Sooner or later, they would have to work together, so no faction would be foolish enough to bid. Keith had his own plans, but he did not know that the bosses of the other factions were much more cunning than him. Once the coordinates were sold, it was destined to be made public. The auction price was even negotiated by the other factions and shared equally in the end. The true powerhouses did not participate in the bidding, but it did not mean that they were not interested in that world. After hearing Keith's words, driven by curiosity, they would definitely go. However, unlike the other factions, they would only go alone. The bidding for the coordinates ended quickly, and Keith was a little depressed. Compared to the depressed Keith, Zichun was in a good mood. Zhang Yongxi had successfully bought time. After more than a year, his weapon had been strengthened and upgraded. The original black saber had changed greatly, and the blade was bright with 7 colors. The 7-colored light represented the energy of the 7 colored rules. The sharpness and soul-devouring effects were still there, and they had been effectively strengthened. Holding the seven-colored saber and feeling its power, Zichun nodded with satisfaction. Now, the quality of the seven-colored saber had truly reached the highest level of king-grade spiritual weapons, second only to royal weapons. Just the dragon materials consumed alone were an unimaginable fortune. After Zichun's weapon was upgraded, everyone else's weapons were also strengthened one after another. With the enhancement second only to royal weapons, everyone's combat power had increased by a large margin. The seven-colored saber's brilliance faded, and it returned to its scabbard. A mysterious black light flowed on the scabbard, indicating its extraordinary quality. Are we going to enter the dragon tomb next? Manshur's weapon was a mace. The material itself was special, which was why it could withstand the strengthening of the seven dragon attributes. The others were full of confidence. With such a powerful weapon, they were confident that they could enter the dragon tomb and explore the real changes in the dragon tomb. Zichun shook his head and said, "This is not urgent. Before that, let's deal with some trouble first." Trouble? The coordinates of this world have been exposed. Soon, a large number of powerhouses will enter this world. We need to prepare in advance. Hearing that there was going to be another great battle, everyone became excited. With weapons and resources, the only thing left for him was to break through his limits through constant battles and reach the limits of his realm. With the appearance of the enhanced weapons, the entire tribe shone with a seven-colored radiance. The tomb keeper rushed over immediately. When he saw everyone's weapons, his eyes immediately lit up. The stronger everyone was, the safer the world would be. However, when he saw that Zichun, who should have been happy, had an ugly expression, Musho had a bad feeling. He stepped forward and asked, "What happened?" Zichun sheathed his saber and said, "If my guess is correct, the coordinates of this world have already been exposed." Guardian Mu was not as surprised as he had imagined. He sighed and said bitterly, "We've been exposed in the end. What are we going to face next?" The experts of the soul-devouring clan. Zichun shook his head and said, "The true experts probably won't come to harass us. What we need to face is probably an endless army." Tombkeeper was puzzled. "Army?" Zichun nodded. "Perhaps we'll face an alliance of many races. It'll be an allied army." Tombkeeper's face paled. "So there'll be the Dax beasts, the soul-devouring clan, and the humans." Zichun nodded again. Tombkeeper's body swayed, and he almost fell over. "The true experts won't interfere. I guarantee that nothing will happen to the tribe. As for the dragon's tomb, it's impossible for anything to happen. The only thing they can obtain is the dragon materials." Hearing Zichun's words of comfort, Tombkeeper forced a smile. At this point, this was the only thing they could do. After selling the coordinates, the various factions began to gather experts and prepare to enter the small world. Just as Zichun had guessed, many of the opposing factions chose to ally. Outside a spatial node, an allied army of several thousand was gathered. The leader was a ninth-rank soul-devouring clan expert. He pointed at the spatial node and said, "It's there. Once we blast it open, we'll be able to see the dragon world." Two ninth-rank soul-devouring clans experts walked out from behind the crowd. They were both Dax beasts. The two of them used their full strength to attack. Tombkeeper immediately sensed the tremors in the spatial barrier and notified Zichun. Zichun and the others quickly gathered at the rippling space. Tombkeeper said, "They're right outside." Just as they were speaking, the space was torn open and a spatial passage appeared. On the other side of the spatial passage stood two ninth-rank Dax beasts. Zichun glanced at the two of them. Without saying a word, he threw a punch. The dazzling golden fist passed through the spatial passage and exploded on the other side. The two ninth-rank Dax beasts were sent flying, and it was unknown if they were still alive. You can defend one passage, but you can defend all of them. Seeing the two ninth-rank Dax beasts killed with one punch, the soul-devouring clan expert was surprised. The rumors said that Zichun was powerful, and it was true. However, one person's power was limited, so he didn't have to worry about anything. There were many beast race experts here, and many of them could destroy spatial nodes. He raised his finger and sent out a few rays of energy, marking a few directions. He said indifferently, Attack the marked places. After breaking, before he could finish his words, his expression changed drastically. With a tap of his foot, he retreated backward. A bolt of lightning appeared where he had just been standing. Then, like a shadow, it followed him. This soul-devouring clan expert kept retreating. As he retreated, wave after wave of spatial power surged. Every time he retreated, he would step on a spatial node. It looked like he had only taken one step back, but he had actually passed through several spaces. However, the lightning followed him like a shadow. No matter how he passed through space, he couldn't shake it off. His expression changed again and again. He didn't dare to stop retreating. More and more space strength surged out. Looking at the lightning that he couldn't shake off, a trace of panic finally appeared on his face, and he began to think about retreating. In the next moment, he prepared to activate the soul-devouring clan's unique escape technique. He could travel thousands of miles in an instant. The shadow-like lightning suddenly turned into a human figure. He grabbed the soul-devouring clan expert by the neck. Light flowed on the human figure, and the space around him kept twisting. The soul-devouring clan expert's escape technique was instantly interrupted. Chen. Seeing this human figure, the soul-devouring clan expert was shocked. He couldn't help but let out a low groan. His eyes were filled with despair. A cold light flashed in Chen's eyes. He exerted force in his hand, and a ray of golden light surged into the soul-devouring clan expert's body. His body exploded, and he died a violent death. In the distance, many warriors gathered together, but they didn't make a sound. The scene was dead silent. Die. In another direction, there was a sudden roar. A steel giant descended from the sky and landed among the beast race warriors. Boom. When he landed, the ground shook. Many beast race warriors lost their balance and were about to fall. A black ripple shook out from the steel giant, surging in all directions. The nearby beast race warriors were instantly sent flying by the impact of this energy, coughing up blood. Many of the warriors were sent flying, and many of them were heavily injured. At the same time, several human figures descended from the sky like heavenly soldiers and charged at the other beast race warriors. On the other side, the soul-devouring clan that had arrived had also suffered fatal attacks. Their leader was a tall woman. Her eyes were very gentle, but her attacks were extremely sharp and powerful. Blue lightning kept flashing out of her forehead. Wherever the lightning passed, the soul-devouring clan members' bodies exploded. Their souls shattered, and they lost all consciousness. Chen charged out with the 11 powerhouses and kept killing. Facing these powerhouses on the list, no one could fight back. The remaining soul-devouring clan members saw that the situation was bad and immediately escaped. However, the Dax beasts who didn't know how to escape were in trouble. They didn't know how to escape, so they could only rely on their speed to escape. But how could they be faster than the powerhouses on the list? There were 3 parties here. Chen's group appeared and chose to attack the soul-devouring clan and the Dax beasts. As for the humans, they didn't encounter any attacks. Seeing this, the human warriors stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. One of them asked in a small voice, "Sir, should we help?" The peak rank 9 powerhouse turned around and glared at his subordinate. "Help my ass. Can't you see who they are? Helping is suicide." These were all powerhouses, and they were even stronger than Su-Ho. These powerhouses didn't care about their status and killed. Anyone who dared to attack would be courting death. As soon as the battle started, the soul-devouring clan and the beast race army collapsed and started to flee. The human powerhouses stood there in a daze, unable to advance or retreat. This situation lasted until the end of the battle. By the time they realized what was happening, there were only corpses and human warriors left. Chen stood in the air with Manshur and the others behind him, looking down at the human warriors indifferently. Facing the 12 powerhouses on the list, the atmosphere was very tense. Many of the human warriors found it difficult to breathe, and cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. The peak rank 9 powerhouse at the front raised his hand with difficulty and shouted, "Retreat!" With a whoosh, everyone scattered and fled into the distance. Looking at these sorry figures, Chen didn't attack. Return. When the humans disappeared from his sight, Zichun turned around and stepped into the space passage, entering the small world. How is it? Tomb Keeper asked anxiously. They've all retreated, Zichun replied indifferently. Just as Zichun and the others were killing, in other places outside the small world, groups of warriors gathered. They were scattered outside the various space nodes, and there were dozens of them. The news of the massacre quickly spread to the other groups. After hearing the news, Keith smiled faintly and said, Zichun really did bring people to attack. But so what? They only have 12 people, and we have dozens of groups. Once we attack at the same time, no one can stop us. Kusi had already expected this. In fact, the team he had sent out was just bait. What came next was the real attack, and they could enter the world of the dragons in one attack. Attack? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.